Rabberavi, Mavestave, Jassalamunda. Hillaga Gumacha, Rala, Aduala, Olvala, Jasala, Nattala, Uvalva. Hillaga Gumacha, Rala, Aduala, Olvala, Jasala, Nattala, Uvalva. Hillaga Gumacha. Rabberavi, Mavestave, Jassalamunda. Hillaga Gumacha, Rala, Aduala, Olvala, Jasala, Nattala, Uvalva. Hillaga Gumacha, Rala, Aduala, Olvala, Jasala, Nattala, Uvalva.
Well, very welcome everyone to the third day of competition here at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And today, conditions a bit smaller, but still super contestable. And we are going to be running and starting with the men division. Good morning, Jay.
Thank you, Bego. Good morning to you. And good morning, bodyboarding fans around the world. Thanks for tuning in here for day 3 of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We are starting things off with the men's division, and some very familiar names are going to be out there. You'll see that coming up shortly. And as Bego mentioned, the surf a little bit smaller today, a decidedly different vibe out there. We got an overcast sky, which is enabling us to start earlier with that sun gone, which was blocking the judge's view, basically, of the jersey colors. So now we have the benefit of the overcast, a little bit cooler temperatures today.
Yeah, the locals say they feel a little cold, and, you know, it's around 27 degrees. So, well, we wanted to show you these pieces of merch that we have and let you know there is a shop, an on-site shop if you want to buy. Look at this bottle. It's super useful, good size, and it's got the amazing image, the artwork of the event, which I find beautiful.
Yep. I still have mine from last year. I
Me too.
still use it every single day, and now I have a backup. You need to get one of these too. These hats also available. So if you are in the Maldives and specifically here in Male, you can just come right down to the competition site and pick one up. These things it's not a lame bottle in any way, shape, or form. This is a top level bottle. It'll keep your water cold all day long. Trust
Or hot.
Yep.
And we also have event T-shirts and many other stuff. There is actually a dry bag. I mean, we did have one.
Yep.
We did got one.
I have mine actually in my backpack from last year, so I still use all this stuff. It is top quality merch. You guys need to come down and pick one up for yourself.
That's right. Well, you know what to do. You can send someone here, any of the athletes, your friends or whatever, that are present here in the Maldives to buy it. And, of course, you can write the Maldives Bodyboarding Association through their Instagram, and maybe they can help you to ship to your country. But I'm telling you guys, this merch is really beautiful. It's worth to have a piece of, a bottle, a T-shirt, a hat, or a dry bag. Worth it.
The artwork is pretty insane, too. I mean, it's really unique. And on the dry bag, similar artwork. It's a tropical paradise here, and that is reflected in all this merch, right?
All right, so get your hands on one of these. All right, so we have the highlights from yesterday. We're going to check them before we start the action, so let's go for that, and we're going to come back with the first hit of the day.
Welcome back, folks. We are getting ready to kick things off here on day 3. We have a very high-powered heat lining up for you with 3 riders you may know. Dave Hubbard, our defending champion from 2022, and he won both divisions that year. He is the 10-time world champion from Hawaii. Also in this heat, one of the standouts in prior years at this event from Reunion Island, Fabian Thazar, and rounding out the heat is Hayato Inokido from Japan. So 3 very capable and well-rounded riders. These guys are going to be ripping it up out there, so we're glad you're tuned in for that.
Let's hit the water. We don't want to take any time from them. And, we do have a heat presentation right there. Thank you for presenting anyways. But that's, like you were saying, Dave Hubbard. He loves this place, and he is in the red singlet. We have Fabian from Reunion Island in yellow and Hayato Enokido in blue. So this, of course, is going to be an amazing heat. No shortage of level, for sure. All of them serve really good. And, we're going to I think we're going to have an amazing show today, Jay. What's your take?
Yeah, I mean, Rob and I got a few waves out there this morning just to kind of feel out the lineup and know what the competitors are dealing with. Here goes Dave Hubbard scratching into that first wave of the day. Goes up into the lip, hits the roll. Nice, clean maneuver. Maintains some speed across the inside. Another one and yet another. So 3 maneuvers. He can't quite hang on for the third one to get that finish, but 2 solid completed maneuvers already. So Dave Hubbard setting the pace here in heat number 1 of the day here, men's division. And, these other guys are now going to have to play catch up to Dave. Here we go.
All right, so Fabian, he is hungry to get a good result here. Oh, I can't believe he got stuck in that one. I think his nose dive in a little bit. That happened when you lean too much towards the front.
I agree. I think he really wanted to accelerate out of the move, and he got a little ambitious with the trimming body position on the board. So he came out of the move and scooted up to the nose a little too soon. Just hit a little bump. One more look at this one from Dave Hubbard. And you see him streaking down the line, making good use of this wave. Rolls there, finds another little pocket right around this section. Rolls it again and has to really drive on the rail to get that third roll-o. But the third one, he can't quite maintain his momentum on the wave. So Hubbard with a score on the board, a 5.0. Fabian Thazar has a 1.5. As we saw, non-complete. And QR code on the screen there, folks. You want to check that out. That's going to be your way to get into all the information for the IBC World Tour, the link tree. It'll take you to the social media as well as the IBCWorldTour.com website where you can follow along with live scoring. And across the bottom of your screen right there, all of those social media channels. And you want to check all those out and follow along with us throughout the day. We have a full day of competition ahead.
That's right. I think, with what we're doing right now, it's trying to advance as much as possible because, I've been told, I know for a fact, this is what the technical team has informed. We will be left out of waves, I believe, on Thursday and Friday, swells dropping dramatically. So we want to, try to use these waves. Fabian Thazar right there trying to get something under his belt, not really happening for him. Those rides are tricky. And here comes the Japanese.
Finally, Hayato Inokido getting on the board here. Nice roll-o there. Good round technique there. Gets a carving reverse. Very well done there. And he still has some shoulder to work with. He's waiting for this thing to stand up on that inside reef here. We're on low tide. You can see the water just drawing right off the reef on the inside. That's some knuckle buster material there, folks, if you time the duck dive wrong. So on the very inside, it's flat palm duck dives. That's what you want to be doing here. One more look at this one.
All right, yeah, this one here, Fabian, he didn't find anything. So, we don't have to show the waves that have no maneuvers. So thank you anyways, director. But, yeah, if the rider didn't perform much, we don't really have to show them. Unfortunately, Fabian hasn't been able to find anything. He is only with a 1.5 and a 1. So, yes, Hayato waiting for the scores, coming around the 3.5. We'll see. And first wave of Dave is a 5. This is the replay of the first of Hayato. We're waiting for that score. Very nice style, that's why he is one of the biggest names of the Japanese bodyboarding in the male division. We don't get many males from Japan competing.
And Hayato, 6-time Japan champion, so certainly the pedigree runs deep there for Mr. Hayato as he tears it up out here. And, interestingly enough, we have 3 competitors out there. And 2 of them are very shorter, like kind of short and compact. And there's Dave Hubbard, who is kind of tall and lean. So, it just goes to show it doesn't matter your body type. Bodyboarding you can perform at a top level no matter what. Dave Hubbard with a nice roll on the outside, forward spin, linking the moves here. Beautiful reverse there. Throws a little fan of spray and gets that finish roll. And Dave Hubbard linking the moves together, showing why he is I should say, the winner of this event back in 2022. We had a quick wave there for another competitor during that time, so I'm not sure how that worked out for him. He kicks out early. I think that was Hayato Inokido. And one more look at this wave from Dave Hubbard.
All right, yeah, this last wave, very well worked. Dave Hubbard, he knows he has to go for the basics and try to get as many maneuvers, quality maneuvers though, as possible. Because, every single maneuver that he performed was very well performed. The 2 rolls projected, nice, with a very good style, and then the 2 spins as well. So of course it's going to be his main wave. It is his main score. He's getting a 6.5, and now Hayato, it's looking for a big score in 8.01. And I tell you what, people, this is a full elimination round, so everything has to be left in the field right now. It's now or never. This is your last chance to get the glory of winning this event, or the important points that are in stake here at the 6th event of the IBC World Tour. We have a pretty cool calendar this year, and this is actually the 5th for the men, and it's the 6th in general.
Yeah, the tour started back in February in Morocco, and right now Fabien Thazar taking off here. The young man from Reunion Island goes for the backflip, just not enough loft on that one. And Thazar having a little trouble getting started here in this heat. We're down to the 18-minute mark right now, and Dave Hubbard firmly in command of this heat with a couple of really solid waves, a 5.0 and a 6.5. Thazar pretty far back there. He's in 3rd position, but he doesn't need much, a 2.51 to overtake Hayato Inokido, who is in 2nd position right now. Inokido, on the other hand, needs an 8.01 to overtake the lead from Dave Hubbard. So Dave continues to pull away from these 2 riders, but we're still well beyond the halfway mark of this heat, or not even quite there yet. And Thazar going to have another crack at the waves right now. Here he goes. Bottom turns, cuts back into the reverse after the roll, and tries to find that inside section, but kind of a so-so wave for Fabien Thazar.
Yeah, and one more for Hayato, explosive ARS, and not able to complete. But yeah, finally Fabien Thazar, he gets, valuable wave. He has been trying 3 waves actually, and finally he's going to get a score. So this is the last wave of Fabien. We'll see, a roll not in the most critical, section, but either way well performed. The wave actually didn't provide too much, but he made a good use of it.
Yeah, he got off the ground. He gets a 3.0, definitely his best wave thus far. And, at this level of riding, you expect these guys to rise to the occasion here. And all they need is like less than 10 minutes. They could get 2 really incredible waves in the last 10 minutes of the heat and change everything. Dave Hubbard definitely setting the pace, as I mentioned at the very beginning of the heat. Got a good one, backed it up with an even better one. And here goes Thazar trying to get things rolling for himself. He's going to bottom turn into this little lip section, goes with the off-the-lip spin, bottom turns in the pocket. Beautiful rollo there for him, gets the reverse, and Thazar's going to get one more hit here, and he does so. The foam roll works out for him really well, and that will turn out, I'm sure, to be Thazar's best wave of the heat. Meanwhile, Inokido, we see him take off on that right, goes for the ARS, and he pulls it. So Inokido raising the stakes, as it were, as well. And now the battle is firmly for that 2nd position. Bego mentioned elimination round here. It certainly is. And the top 2 advance on. The 3rd place rider, it is out. It is the end of the line.
Yeah, we are in the 3rd day. Usually we are kind of halfway the event, and there's a lot of difference. Well, we're going to get back to that after this look of the last wave of Fabien. I love that style. Very beautiful forward spin, and that was actually a best roll combined with one more spin. So yes, I believe this is going to be Fabien's best wave. Very well worked, and That's not the 3. The 3 was the previous wave, and Hayato. Very good ARS.
Definitely. You know, it's like he and Fabian are now going to go head-to-head here for that second spot. And Fabian Thazar's score is starting to drop now for his previous wave, his last wave, and they're looking pretty solid for him. Will it be enough to bump him into second position? But we're also waiting for scores from Hayato Inokido's ARS wave. One maneuver wave, though, whereas Fabian Thazar managed to get 2 maneuvers. And there's Dave Hubbard picking off a wave. We just caught the very end of that one. And those scores dropping slowly. 13 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Oh, huge high-flying move from Inokido. So, wow, between these 3 riders, things are really moving along here in the middle of the heat. Lots of action. No sitting around for these guys.
Yeah, and how stacked are the upcoming heats, Jay? Check this out. We're going to get in heat number 2, Ethan Capdeville, Brahim Idouche, y Ethan Perez. And then we're going to get Socrates Santana, Maxime Castillo, and Joel Rodriguez. Heat number 4, Gabriel Braga, Eder Luciano, and Amin Musa. Well, we're going to get back to that. Look at this one. It's probably the biggest one that we have seen. Nice roll, of course, well projected, well landed, well executed, combined with a reverse spin. And then that was the last for Enoquido.
And look at that solid Rolo. Really has some hang time on that one. Drops to the inside. And again, looking for that inside low tide reform action, and that right just comes towards the wave he's on and kind of overtakes him. So he kicks out. And we're still waiting for some of those last few scores to come in here. And Dave Hubbard on another wave here. Goes up to the lip, throws the backflip, kind of a little bit forced there, a little high on the wave, and Hubbard not able to complete that move. But his riding has been so smooth and technical in this heat. He's just looking so solid out there. And scores coming through for the wave prior to that as well. So Hubbard getting a couple waves in succession here in this heat. And these guys are staying super busy. A lot of waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah, we're also waiting for last scores of Fabian Tazar and Hayato Enoquido. So interesting moments. It could be changes. You know, we could find, different situations. We'll see. Last wave of Fabian, it's coming around the 5. And we're waiting for 2 waves for Hayato and Enoquido, so we'll see how this one turns out. We'll see. All right, so second to last wave of Hayato is a 4.25, and the last wave is still not coming out. Just one more wave here for Fabian. You know, these guys are leaving a lot of work for the judges. And, all right, one backflip there for Fabian. We wanted to see that.
Well executed there. One maneuver wave. You know, we talked about this yesterday as Dave Hubbard takes off on one. He stalls and does a spin right up under the hook, pulls in the barrel, and the lip just guillotines him as he tries to exit the pocket. And Inokido now picking off this right-hander. He did really well in those rights yesterday and is doing so again. Oh. Beautiful backflip for him, and follows that up with a roll. Beautiful flow from move to move, and he is amped. And the Japanese rider is bringing the heat today in heat number 1 of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Heat number 1 of day 3, I should say, as we progress through the men's rounds here.
The heat is on.
The heat is on.
The heat is
yeah,
on.
where's Glenn Fry when you need him?
All right. Oh, so just waiting for scores, valuable scores for Hayato and Fabian. We'll see. Both of them performed a very good maneuver. 5.10 is the second to last wave of Fabian. It's not this one, I think. We're waiting for this one.
Yeah, he's catching so many waves, it's hard to keep track of them, but a beautifully executed backflip, legs crossed, clean landing, pops out the front. And we've got a 5.10 for his prior wave. Dave Hubbard still scores coming through for his last 3 waves. He caught so many in a row. So you can imagine the judges, you know, they have to remember what happened on the previous wave while other riders are riding, and then that rider goes on another wave. So there's a lot of backup waves. And here we see Inokido screaming down this right. Beautifully placed backflip, lands it, speed, flow, power, gets the roll, and watch this. Yeah! So, stoke a boca.
Yeah, very good, actually, Hayato. I just love to have him here. We don't get any Japanese, man in the World Tour. So it's really good to have him here. All right, so waiting for very important scores, and we would like to just go over the heats. I mentioned the four heats, the four first heats, and, heat number 5, we have Tristan Roberts, Jan Salong, Erwin Aldana. We have in heat number 6, Amaury Laverne, Armides Oliveres, and Abdel Hafid Garib. And we have in heat number 7, Pierre-Louis Coste, Joaquin Soto, Aitor Ojeda. Very stacked heats. And last heat of this round will be Uri Valadown, Clement Lodejo, and our event, our IBC wildcard, Alexander Montes.
Well, what I love about this is as we get further along in each division, there's going to be more and more names that you're familiar with, of course, but there's always a few unknowns, a few new riders sprinkled in to add a little, intrigue, a little mix of excitement here because, hey, this could be a big deal for some young rider that this might be their first sort of, entry into the international world of bodyboarding, and they can really make a splash. Scores coming through here. By the way, Hayato Inokido, the highest score of the heat on his last wave, that backflip Rolo combo, a 7.5, and Inokido now in the first position here. He moves ahead of Dave Hubbard, who now is looking for a 6.61, and this is the kind of thing I'm talking about. On the international stage, many people have not heard of Hayato Inokido, and here he is suddenly leading this heat ahead of previous year champion in this event and 10-time world champ Dave Hubbard. Thazar in third position needs a 6.31. So now the battle becomes between Thazar and Dave Hubbard.
There you have it, the graphics showing the event wins for Dave Hubbard in this division, people, because, of course, if we did the Drobny, that will be way more, that number will be way higher. So Dave Hubbard, 10 times world champ. Oh my, I'm going to kill the designer for doing that. It's 10 times world champ, and he has won in the Maldives and in Sintra, in the men division.
Yeah, so he has so many world titles they can't keep up with him. Here goes Inokido on another right-hander, and he launches, tries to go for an invert, and he sort of gets halfway there. He can't quite tweak it completely because he didn't quite get enough height. And his two highest scores are a 7.5 and a 5.6. I don't think we're going to see him replace that 5.6 with this move. Did not quite get the board upside down and get that fin flick that we're so used to seeing on the really tweaked out inverts. 6 minutes, 30 seconds left as Dave Hubbard gets his rail taken out from under him on that left, and he cuts his losses and ducks out for more. Dave Hubbard trying to claw his way back into first position, looking for that 6.61 score to move back ahead of Hayato Inokido. But right now, as we get under the 6-minute mark, Inokido sitting pretty here and really on a roll here through the mid part of the heat.
All right, one more here for Fabian Thazar, not able to perform anything. Oh, Fabian is desperately looking for a wave, but it makes sense. You got to give it all. This is your last chance. 6.31. It's a doable score for someone like Fabian, I think. And yes, definitely, he has a chance. It's not like he needs a 9.5, It's a doable thing. So we'll see. Here he comes. Dave Hubbard trying to get back his first place. He loved to advance in the first position. It's not just advancing for him, He wants to win every single hit. He's looking all the time for perfection. But you know what? It makes sense, When you've been in the tour for so long, it makes sense that you put, you set different standards to yourself. Otherwise, you get bored, So you want, I believe that's part of the motivation of keep competing. Just try to better yourself in different ways. I
agree. Fabian Thazar picking off this left-hander in a frustrating heat, I think, for Thazar. He has two decent waves, a 5.10 and a 5.20. which in prior days could have won you a heat. But now as we get later in the competition, you have to have a couple excellent waves on the scorecard to come out on top of a heat. So Thazar still hunting down a 6.31 as we see Inokido, another look at this wave he had earlier. That time he gets it nice and tweaked on the invert. But again, a one maneuver wave for Inokido. The judges like it though. And that's his second best wave of the heat, 6.15. So Inokido all of a sudden has the ball rolling behind him and the momentum of first position in this heat. And suddenly now Dave Hubbard, a little deeper in the hole, needs a 7.16. Thazar still within reach of toppling Dave Hubbard in this heat.
Well, we'll see how this one unfolds, but I tell you what, it's just really refreshing to see the Japanese surfing that well and taking the first position. Remember, people, full elimination round, third day of competition. Follow us at the social media, official social media of the IBC World Tour. And very important, people, subscribe to this YouTube channel. This is the way we send the message to the world that this community is big. We're not small. People tend to think that there's only a few that bodyboarding is small in the world, but actually it's huge, it's big. It's important that you engage. So subscribe to this YouTube channel, follow us. It's super simple. You can scan that QR and it will take you to all of our socials. And also follow the event socials, official socials. Remember, there is Instagram for the event, the Maldives Pro. But the event itself's name is Visit Maldives Pro, and there is an Instagram for the Maldives Bodyboarding Association, so make sure to follow everyone. And right there in your screen, what do we have?
Two more events after this one. We're going to go to Sintra in Portugal for the longest running event in the history of professional bodyboarding, the Sintra Pro. And of course, the crown jewel of professional bodyboarding to finish off Fronton King for the final event in Gran Canaria, and that will be in the second half of October. So you got to stick around and make sure you tune into the webcast for both of those events. We're going to be having world champions crowned as we come up to those last couple events.
Yeah, we will see the junior men division champion there and the men division. And about the women, we don't know what's going to happen.
Yeah, it's up in the air. There's a bit of a battle in the women's side. It's anybody's guess who will be world champ this year, really, in the men's and the women's.
All right, so 2 minutes to go. First heat of the day, men division, full elimination round, the round number 4. And we are very excited to be here for a cloudy day, but very good day.
And I will say 24 waves ridden in this heat, which has got to be a record. I don't think we've seen a heat throughout the entire event so far with this many waves ridden. And that probably is a case of the surf being a bit smaller. It's easier to get out quicker, easier to be in position. So, yeah, 24 waves ridden. And here we go, Hayato Inokido. He's really loving these rights. He's using them to his advantage, but that one's not going to work out for him. Dips out, and Inokido continues to hold down first position in this heat. And Thazar got a wave in there. We did not see the beginning, and Dave Hubbard got a wave in there. So it is a judging nightmare, I think, to watch 3 riders all at the same time and try to remember what they all did. So a thankless job, and we, of course, give a shout-out to Chico Garitano and his judging staff. They are the best in the world, folks.
That's why I agree with you. With this wave, he didn't really do anything, but, that moment right there, I have to tell you, he should have stayed, in the lineup and keep the priority. He has the first. He had the first priority. Right now, there is no priority. Even though there's only 30 seconds in the clock, all the riders paddle super hard back to the inside and to the lineup. I'm sorry, and they're trying to fight for that spot. All eyes on Fabian Thazar because he's the one that needs a higher score. He is looking. Actually, he got a 5.5. It's not enough to take the second position. And I think I can hear the countdown. Yeah, that wave, it's a 5.5. And, yeah, I think unofficial results, people, is Hayato Enokido in first position, and in second, Dave Hubbard. We're going to come back with the officials. Don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a heat recap and a commercial break. I'm going to come back super soon.
Good to be.
Well, welcome back, everyone, to the third day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. Next to me, Rob Barber. Good morning. How are you feeling today?
I am feeling good, and I'm stoked to be back in the booth. The action's hotting up. I'm loving those wedgie peaks. A little bit smaller, but geez, that first heat was high action. And here we go with heat number 2. So, yeah, some of the top riders in the event in this one. Etienne Capdeville from France, Brahim Idouche from Morocco, and Ethan Perez from Spain. So Ethan Perez has really stormed through the event so far. He was seemed to surf heat after heat yesterday, endless ARSs, and he has shown that he's got the skills to match these riders that are probably a little bit more well known on the world scale. But yeah, straight into the action, Bego.
Brahim Idouche starting his campaign in this heat, in this third day of competition, just getting, a nice mid-range score, I believe, coming around the fourth. We'll see.
Yeah, looks around that mark. So, yeah, he's opened his account early, and who could blame him? Now, that left-hander that he took there is almost a carbon copy of a wave called Ons that I've surfed with him so many times, just 11 kilometers from Agadir. And, oh, here we go, back to the water. And in and out, that was for Etienne Capdeville. But yeah,
that's where we held the World Tour event in Ansa and in Anchor Point. We had it in both of those,
Here we go, blue, Ethan Perez, looking for that lip. Boom.
Oh, no, that would have been a huge score.
That is a missed opportunity for Ethan Perez. He eats up sections like that on a daily basis. You could see he was shaking his head when he resurfaced. That will be a huge knock to his confidence. When you boost, when you get gifted a section like that, or you work to sort of gain a section like that, and then you have that launch opportunity and you don't make the landing, that can really knock you. So hopefully he can bounce back. He's got 21, nearly 22 minutes to do so. But yeah, back to Brahim. I've surfed this break called Ons, which is 11 kilometers from Agadir, and it's a super fun.
Oh, no, Anza.
Yeah, Anza is the one that you're talking about.
Right.
Yeah, slightly different. But a similar name, and they this wave has a a super fun kind of bowly left and very similar to this wave. And that opening ARS that he did on the closeout is something that I've seen him do so many times at that wave. He's, you know, such a hardcore trainer. He works so hard on his bodyboarding and, you know, leads the Moroccans, you know, from the front. And we've got 11, I believe, sorry, 9 Moroccans at this event. So a very high contingent of Moroccans travelled quite a distance to make it to the Maldives. And they've had some fantastic performances. And we've got a few of the guys still in the event. So we've got Abdul Hafid Garib in heat number 6. So watch out for him. I'm just scanning the draw to see. Yeah, we've got... So they're the last 2 Moroccans in the event from what I can see. But yeah, we've had some fantastic display so far. Sammy went out yesterday, didn't he? He was surfing super well. But he lost his fin, unfortunately, during his heat. But yeah, let's look at the action, Bego. Where are we? Talk to me about Brahim.
Well, Brahim Edouche, 40 years old from Agadir, and he's got 2 event wins under his belt in his career, in his professional career. Rio de Janeiro, 2017, and the same year he won in Antofagasta. So the stack for the Moroccan, you know, the biggest name of Morocco for professional bodyboarding. Very nice guy, very, you know, humble, and we love Brahim. You're not retiring, Brahim. You hear me? You keep saying that. You're not retiring.
He's in for the long haul. No escaping. Okay, so here we go. So we've got Ethan Perez, lovely ARS. Bottom turns around that section. Now he's got another nice wall to play with. He's going to stack in a little spin there just to try and maximise his points, and then off the back on the reverse. So, yeah, not as big as the first wave of the heat that he took, but nonetheless, he's got a decent score on the board now, so we'll see what drops from the judges. So, Brahim Edouche leading the heat with a 4.75 for that first wave. And here we go, Ethan. So, over to you, Bego.
That's right. Ethan Perez. Those ARSs, he has them perfectly unlocked to both sides. Have you noticed? He does those super easy and super fast, equally as good to right or left. So very good there for the young kid from the Basque country. We'll see how much he get for that one. But, you know, it's just calling my attention today. It might be the day where, you know, we had the lowest tide, because see, we are able to see the whole reef right there in the shore. Have you noticed?
Yeah, well, I just got out of the water with Jay a minute ago, and we could walk out a little distance. So it was, yeah, it was certainly drawn out a little further than it had been. And the effect that that's going to have on the waves, I think, is going to make it a little bit more bowly. So looking at Ethan Capdeville, I must get that pronunciation right. It's uncharacteristic for him to have such a slow heat. Slow heat start. So he's just sitting with a 0.5 at the moment, 0.5. Hunting some lefts. I was surfing with him last night, and he was on form. You know, he's machine-like in his approach, so tight and tidy with his technique. One of the most tech riders on the tour, and by that I mean that he's got this style where he can really draw really clean lines, spin on the spot, very mechanical with his air roll spins and backflips, but I mean that in a nice way, that everything's super tight. You know, legs are always crossed. He's got a really nice position on his board, and he has beautiful flow through his riding. And here we go, there's a little set there coming in on the left-hand side. So we've got the man that we've got Brahim Edouche.
All right, so Brahim in this left, he knows his lefts very well. And, of course, a powerful backflip, showing the world, I don't care if it's a difficult section, I'm going to do it. And that's what it is. He actually, you know, it's looking forward to have a 2.26 to get the first position back from Ethan Perez. Ethan Perez got a 5.50 for that right side ARS. And he was holding the first position. But, yeah, after that, this is a 6-point ride.
For sure. I mean, look, it's a great size wave. He hits the lip nicely. That landing is so hard. He managed to mutate himself around. You know, he's such a flexible beast. And then come out in front of the whitewater. Now, it was quite a big wave, so the power of the whitewater pushed him through. We've just caught the end of Ethan Perez's wave there, so it'll be interesting to see what he busted out, we'll get that on the replay. But we've got dark lines on the horizon, a bit of a set coming through. The water photographer there, bobbing at the end of that left-hander, waiting to get some water shot action. Etan Capdeville just finding himself a little bit too deep there for this one. So perhaps it's looking as though the bigger waves aren't necessarily the best. Here we go.
All right, this is the wave that we didn't watch live, and this is Ethan Perez from the Basque Country. Very well projected, well performed roll, looking to change that 1.5. Good job there for him. I believe he might, no, I don't know, I don't think so. He's looking for a 5.26 to get back that first position, but who has been strangely quiet is Ethan. My God, I tried to get the pronunciations. Etan Capdeville from France, right there. He actually was not quiet. He was waiting and took that wave while we were waiting, seeing the Ethan Perez replay. It's so hard, all right? We want to get it. We want to get it in the right way.
This is the first time I've heard you struggle with your language, Vego. So yeah, it's usually me. But yeah, we're going to go to a post-heat interview with the man, the myth, the legend, Jay Reel.
Well, again, I can't live up to that, guys. I'm with Hayato Inokido from Japan, who really ripped that heat, and you really were preferring the right direction out there. Talk about that.
ここはレフトのポイントなんですけど、朝のヒートはちょっとライトがいい感じで張っていたので、そこを狙って、僕もライトが好きなんで。
And you took down one of the best in the world, David Hubbard. So I'm calling you a giant killer. Talk about that.
David Hubbard, my best friend. 海外の時もお世話になったデビッドと一緒に勝ち上がれて、すごい嬉しいです。So.
All right, some shout outs for your sponsors and family at home.
Okay. 応援してくれている皆さんありがとうございました。今日ラウンド4勝って明日のラウンド5に進むことができます。ラウンド5マンオーマンになるので、気を引き締めて自分を信じて頑張りたいと思います。I will do my best.
All right, どうもありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Jay. Awesome to see that result for the main man from Japan. I mean, his ability on those rights was never questioned, but then to see him rip on the lefts as well, he's a very rounded bodyboarder, and I can see he's got a long way to go in this event. You know, he's a top tip. So.
All right, so we get in. We'll see what's gonna happen, but yeah, heat number 2 of the day. We have in first position Brahim Idouche with a great performance, a 6 and a 4.47. And in second, we have Ethan Perez with a 5.5 and a 4. And yeah, last wave of Etan Capdeville. Etan.
May we. Our man from France has stamped his mark on the heat with a high wave score. So he was given a 6. Looking at the scores here, yeah, so he was given a 6.5 for that, and well deserved as well. It was a really solid flip, very stylish, span out of it very quickly. So he's now brought himself back into the heat because he's now got 13 minutes to go, and in that 13 minutes he basically needs to get a second wave score. And he just needs an average score and he will get right back into contention into the first or second heat. So he's taken this strategy of not taking lots of waves, but the waves that he does take have to count. So a bit like Socrates Santana on day 1, just being selective. Joanna Shanker went for the same technique yesterday, waiting for those waves that are going to deliver the goods and not taking many waves, whereas slightly different approach from Ethan Perez. He's had 3 waves so far. And he's got his 2 scoring rides from there. So, yeah, it's a hotly contested heat with some high action, and all to play for. There you go.
All right, so I'm telling you, I don't know what's going to happen. The heats that we had upcoming are super stacked. I was talking about that with Jay. This tour is a tour of surprises. It's a tour of different names, different nationalities, and anything can happen. Of course, we love to have also, the traditional and classic riders, such as Brahim, a rider that has so much experience in the World Tour. But it's always, it's very nice to have that mix. One more wave here for Ethan Perez And of course, one more ARS there showing the world. Yes, I'm very good to both sides. I think he might be practicing more in beach breaks because he's very good in all conditions.
Yeah, 100%. So the sort of north coast of Spain, the Basque Country, is really renowned for those really bowly beach breaks. There's, as I mentioned last time when I was calling Ethan's heat, he lives near one of the best wedgie beach breaks in Europe, in my opinion. There's some amazing waves in that area, and you can see that he's trained hard there. That wave that he just had there, a quick closeout wave, he had to do something. A roll wasn't going to cut the mustard, so to bust an ARS and spin out of it so smoothly, yeah, he's going to get rewarded with a reasonable backup score, I think, for that one. So we're now looking at his first wave was only a 1.5, his second wave was a 5.5. He got a 4 for his next one, and we're just waiting for his next score to drop. So yeah, judge is doing a great job. This is no mean feat to judge heats wave after wave after wave, but I've been really impressed throughout the whole event. These guys are absolutely crushing it. The scale is being used, and by that I mean you score a wave from 0 to 2.5, and that would be a poor score. 2.5 to 5, that's an average score. 5 to 7.5 is an above average score, and then 7.5 to 10 is an excellent score. And has this guy got an excellent score for us?
Yeah, live action, my friend. That was Ethan. And, he's working his way to continue in competition. Ethan Capdeville, on the contrary, he knows he needs a super tiny score, only a 3.01, so it's a possible thing to do for sure. I mean, he can do it in his sleep. It's, what do you think about this one?
Yeah, I feel as though he missed the first section there, to be honest.
Yeah.
It's easy to do. You take off, you focus on that end bowl, and you can kind of go past the first section. Now, the biggest part of that wave was the first section, and the highest risk zone to do a maneuver would have been off that initial lip. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges think of that, but that could potentially affect the score. An ARS going down the line, for me, is more impressive than an ARS off the closeout, especially a foamy closeout, because it becomes a very manual maneuver. So the nuances in these moves are recognized by this international judging panel. But here we go. Ethan Capdeville in and out, so he's very selective, as we've discussed already. He's looking for a very clean left-hand bowl, and they are out there. So he just needs to keep on keeping on with his strategy. Not taking too many waves, but the waves that he does get now with 8 minutes 47 seconds remaining need to count, Bego.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I mean, 3 people in the water is fairly a comfortable format to surf with, and especially here that we have a number of peaks. Not so much today, since the swell dropped a little bit. There's at least less frequency of waves. It's a strange, not as strange, I guess, because I was actually having this chat with Dave yesterday in the last heat of the day that he joined us. I was watching, this is ignorance, right, from us that we don't live here and we don't really know how this wave behave. I was watching the forecast and I was seeing, a huge period and, lots of energy. But he said it's all about the swell direction, and all the locals knew that today was dropping a little bit, or considerably, and that's why we ran so much the previous days. All right, so Ethan using his priority over Ethan and using it very well, actually taking advantage of that wave right there. Not everyone can do that, because it's okay to use your priority as a tool to block the other rider, but he actually take a good profit out of it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really cool to see somebody launch with such a huge spring. He's clearly an athletic dude, and his timing was on point. So he takes off, he's looking down the line, he waits for it to bowl, and then his timing is perfect. So I was talking yesterday about the wave being shaped like a quarter pipe on a skate ramp. And as it just goes over vert, if you can get the slick bottom of your board to come cleanly off that wave face, then you're going to maximize the air time that you get. On a wave that's small, you need that timing to be perfect in order to benefit from the drop and also from the launch. And that was a really greatly, excellently surfed wave for not only the technique but the use of priority.
I think so too. Totally agree. And since you don't have so much wave, so it's very good that he had, took advantage of that section and just got the best profit out of it. All right, so one more wave here for Brahim Idush because Ethan Perez changed the situation in his previous wave, and Brahim, he wants that first position again. I don't know if that's going to be what he needs. Ethan got a 6.35. I'm sorry, actually, no, we're waiting. Are we waiting still? No, I think that's what it is.
Yeah, no, that was a 6.35.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, for the last wave. So that was his best wave of the heat. But it was, here we go, Brahim, bottom turning. He's looking down the line. Timing's good, really nice above the lip roll. Forward spin as it goes into the mush. And then he just ducks through. He ducks through because he knows that is a more powerful right-hander coming towards him. Oh, live action. Ethan Capdeville, he waited. I think probably a little frustrated by being kept off the wave by Ethan Perez on the wave before. But he gets his just desserts for the patience that he's shown and is delivered with a nice little bowl. So here we go, Bego. What do you think of this one?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it was actually good, but he's looking for a 4.2. No, you know what? We're not going to say that because we're still waiting for the last wave of Brahim. So I don't know. I don't see Brahim really getting the 5.86. Why? Because we're watching some scores. There's a couple of 4, but there's also a 3. So, we might get around the 4 points average. We'll see. But yeah, Ethan Capdeville, he's actually getting a nice score. So there might be a change of situation. I believe there is a change of situation coming up.
Yeah, Ethan Capdeville, his last wave I think will be rewarded really well, and I think it will probably take him into second place. So let's wait and see. Let's see. Let the judges do their job. But yeah, it's for sure that Ethan Capdeville's strategy is paying off. It seems.
That's right. No, I mean, there you have it. It's a 6.25. So yeah, Ethan Capdeville, waiting only 4 waves, 2 failures, one 0.5, the first one, then he's got the 6.5, then the 0.60, and then the 6.25. So very good performance. I wonder how much is that coached him. I don't know if you're there, Nico. Dis-moi, dis-nous. We would like to know if you coach him from abroad. We'll see.
Oh, look at this wave. They all wanted this one, but using his priority again, it's Ethan Perez. Didn't actually deliver as much as he'd hoped for. So in those situations, when you've got a lovely bowling left peak, you want a nice ramp to launch off. But unfortunately for him, on that occasion, it was quite a strong right wedge coming straight at him, which impeded his ability to launch.
All right, so one more look here for last wave of Ethan, who was, holding the first position for a couple minutes, and now is looking for a 6.41, which I don't really see there, 6.41, although it was a difficult maneuver, to break the leap in that way. So we'll see if the Ethans are advancing. We do have Ethan Capdeville in first position, Ethan in second, and Brahim right now, he got his third way, was a 4.30, looking for a 5.86 is Brahim to get, the second position, trying to continue in competition. 2 minutes and a half, and this is the third day right here at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And you know what? I really would like to thank all of our sponsors before this heat is over. We would like to, greatly thank the Visit Maldives for being the title sponsor of this event, the official destination partner, and of course the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation for their support. We would like to thank Diragu, Mukai Hotel, Burusu Catering, One Sports, Official Events, King Sports, Print Lab, Mujas Art Box, and a long list of supporting partners.
Yeah, supporting partners. We couldn't be here without these guys as well. So the Wellness Club, DTEC, Marlow City Council, MNDF, and also the local police. So the police supporting the event, keeping things secure for us. So keeping things secure in this heat, though, we have got first place Etienne Capdeville, second place Ethan Perez, but never rule out Brahim Adush. You know, these waves, he's got priority number 2, but as I mentioned earlier on, these waves are very similar to one of the home breaks that he surfs very regularly. And growing up and surfing that wave with him, I saw him do some incredible combination moves there, and his timing and land rate for ARSs and backflips are almost second to none in this kind of stuff. As we saw earlier on in the heat when he crushed the landing of that amazingly tricky one where he got a lip on his back as he landed. But Brahim is holding his hands up now, wants to know what the heat positions are and what the wave score is that he needs. They're also wondering about the priority rule, the priority positions, I think. So Etienne Capdeville is number 1 priority, and then I believe we've got the next priority goes to Brahim Adush, and then Ethan Perez with 3rd priority. So this is critical.
Yeah, well, intense moments, 30 seconds to go, and
Brahim is hunting.
Yeah, I don't see anything coming. I don't know. It's a shame because Brahim started super strong, and if you see, he is the only one that hasn't failed any of his waves. The 3 waves that he has taken, 3 of them has got, scores. So, we'll see. But yeah, countdowns there, heat it's over, and the young blood is advancing. But congratulations to Brahim and to Morocco for, bringing a huge delegation to this country to compete. We're going to hit a heat recap and a commercial break. I'm going to be back super soon. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, guys, to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro round number 4, and it's heat number 3, and the action has been hotting up all morning, Jay.
Yeah, that first heat that we called, something like 25, 26 waves ridden, so the smaller surf has allowed these riders to get back out quicker and get a lot more waves out there. So there's a lot more scoring opportunities, and we have a high-powered lineup of riders. Tell us who's out there.
We've got Socrates Santana from Brazil. We've got Maxime Castillo from France. And we've got Joel Rodriguez from Portugal, who's been storming through heat after heat. It's been great to see him seemingly gaining energy after each performance. He's been performing some fantastic moves on the lefts. But that said, he's got some stiff competition, Jay.
Yeah, all these are big names. Socrates Santana, former junior world champion. And already on the board, looks like Socrates picked off a wave early on, as did Joel Rodriguez. So these guys wasting no time getting busy out there. The Brazilian, the Frenchman, and the Portuguese rider doing battle out there, folks. So stay tuned. It is early in the day. Take one more look at this. Actually, not one more, but our first look at this wave from Joel Rodriguez. Beautiful ARS there. Lands cleanly. And that's going to be a great opener for Joel. Sorry, Socrates. Sorry. I apologize. Rob, you take it over while I regain my composure.
No worries. Oh, wow. Look at that. That's Joel Rodriguez right in front of Socrates Santana. So the guys didn't hold back. As soon as the gates opened, they were out. So massive, great big flip there. And he then lands it and, closes out with another maneuver. And we've got both of these riders with scores on the board already. So Joel Rodriguez looks as though he's going to be teetering on the edge of the excellent range with that score. And then Socrates Santana's got a middle-of-the-road score to start the heat, a 5, something to build on. But that just leaves Maxime Castillo hunting the next wave. And, here we go, Jay.
All right, Socrates Santana, our former junior world champ from Brazil, drives around that section, forward spin, comes to the inside, little check turn there as he waits for the wave to stand up on the inside reef. And he gets one more little lip section and vaults himself off of that. So a nice finish for Santana. Kind of a lesser wave, I guess you could say. One more look at this one, Rob Barber.
Yeah, it goes around the first section. Doesn't deliver the bowly lip that he was hoping for. So he puts a tidy little spin at the top of the wave. Technique's good, Little check turn. The wave backs off a little bit. Gets a roll on a tiny section on the inside. For a well-built guy, he does well in these small waves,
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, he's he started out on the world bodyboarding scene. He was a very slight, really skinny kid. Now he's really solidly built, really strong rider here now in his mid-20s and just rocking and rolling out there. Now we see Joel Rodriguez taking off on this one, the Portuguese rider. Nice ARS from him. And Joel now driving around the section and kicks out. So some big moves being thrown here, and we're less than 5 minutes into this heat, so pretty impressive.
Yeah, Joel Rodriguez, like I said, he just seems to be growing in sort of positivity, strength, energy. He's kind of got such a solid flip on the left. He had a couple of rights yesterday, but clearly got those back flips on lock. To hit it under the lip like that and then still get a little bit of projection, bounce out of it. He's just really stamping his mark on this heat. So Maxime Castillo kind of taking the same approach that Etan Capdevielle used in the last heat. Waiting for the bombs, waiting to have priority at the time that he needs it. And priority in these heats when the waves are a little smaller, Jay, more important than ever before.
Yeah, we're going to see some heats come right down to the wire. Maxime Castillo on this wave, hits the lip. Look at that air reverse.
Wow.
And I did not expect that move on that wave, but Max Castillo, a veteran tour competitor, so no surprise he can bust that kind of stuff out. One more look at that one from a different angle. Castillo up into the lip, air reverse. You see him get completely out of the water there. That is a super difficult maneuver, especially on a smaller wave like that. So very impressive riding from all these guys today.
Tech level's just gone up a notch. We appreciate that, Max. We love seeing those moves from the booth. It gets us amped. But for now, we're going to go to Bego, who's got a post-heat interview. Over to you, Bego.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, Etan Capdevielle, that looks a little bit difficult for you. You didn't start in your best wave. You waited a lot. I believe you kind of, got into your nerves that you were waiting too much. So how was it?
Yeah, I tried to stay calm in the water. My strategy was to wait 2 good waves, because today it's really, really hard, and I think the choice of wave is the key today. So, yeah, I take on me. I was a little bit stressful at the end because I had just one wave and until the last 5 minutes. But I wait, a second wave came and I made the hit. So, yeah, very happy, and I guess that was the good strategy.
Well, you told me you didn't sleep almost yesterday, so you were a little bit nervous.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot, maybe a little bit of jet lag. I sleep a lot yesterday in the day because I came just 3 days ago, so I'm a little bit tired to the travel, but yeah, I made the hit, go to kill the breakfast and go to sleep now.
What about the event that it was planned to happen in France? Are we going to see a World Tour event in France sometime?
J'ai pas compris.
Qu'ici on va avoir un événement.
I hope, my dream to have an event in France, in Leland, at home, it's my dream, so I hope that's going to be possible in the future.
Oh, félicitations. You want to say some words to anyone?
Yes, gros merci, gros bisous à tous ceux qui me soutiennent. Grosse dédicace à ma grand-mère, voilà, bon anniversaire. Gros bisous et voilà, on lâche pas, on continue. Allez, kiss kiss.
Bon anniversaire, grand-mère. Félicitations. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Bego. I competed against his dad on the World Tour 28 years ago, and he's carrying the torch there, Rob. Here we go. This is what we missed.
Yeah, Joe Rodriguez going crazy still. Another solid flip, maybe a little bit more projection. It's this that the judges are going to be picking up on now because they'll be able to compare one against another. Wow. Super loopy. Landed clean. He's just buzzing, do you know what I mean? You would just be growing in confidence one after another, wouldn't you, Jay?
Yeah, definitely not a retro Rio on that one. A phrase that you coined. Here goes Socrates Santana, pulls in the barrel. Can he come out? Whoa, he pops out of the barrel. Absolutely mind-blowing out here, folks. One of the few barrels we have seen so far today. And Socrates Santana plumbing the depths of that little cave. And you know what? That's something we haven't seen a whole lot of. So I'm looking forward to seeing how the judges are going to reward that one.
Yeah, he got shacked. So he lines it up, looking for the bowl. Up he rolls, and then he's coming to the inside, just goes around this foamy section, managed to jag himself inside that pit. Bit of doggy door action, comes out. I don't think the judges are going to be super impressed with it. It always depends. I don't know. We haven't seen many tubes, so let's see if they're impressed with that one. But yeah, here we go again, Jay.
Yeah, so he gets the roll off on the outside, and watch this. He just barely ducks in under the hook right here. Boom, just gets under there. And as you mentioned, a little doggy door exit. The score's coming through just kind of in that mid-range, really. So you're right, not the super clean exit, and the barrel was sort of halfway across the wave. They like to see all the biggest action happen at the beginning of the wave. He gets a 4.70. That's his second best score in this heat. And the standings as follows: Joel Rodriguez dominating the heat with a 6.5 and a 6.85. Second position with just 2 waves under his belt, but 2 decent ones. That's Max Castillo, his high score, a 4.75. He's in third position now after that score comes through for Socrates Santana, who holds down the second spot. Castillo needs a 5.21 to move ahead of Socrates Santana. So it is anybody's heat at this point with 14 minutes 45 to go.
It is. So, just reflecting back on Etienne Capdeville there on his post-heat chat with Bego, it was great to see his neck and head tan scenario that he's got going on. So a great ring around his neck where he's solid brown from the neck up, and then he's got a kind of white European body from the neck down. So that is synonymous with life as a surf instructor. And I know that he works with his dad. I think he's got his own surf school now, originally working with his dad. But that is the surf instructor tan, one I know so well.
Yeah, I was going to say, you rock that look all the time, Rob. We had a conversation in the water, you and I, about I don't think I've ever seen you surf without a rash guard on. You're just, I think it's just, it's just part of your uniform, and you just feel more comfortable when you got yourself covered, except your arms. So you got that epic rash guard tan going all the time, probably.
We call them either milk bottles or cola bottles, where it's like brown on the bottom of your arm and then white on the top of your arm.
Oh, that's great.
It's probably the most hideous look ever. So that's why it's best for me to keep my shirt on. Whereas you, Jay, you like to have your shirt off and show those muscles.
Oh, my gosh, man. Sun's out, guns out, baby. That's what it's all about.
He's a fine figure of a man. Why not show it off? You got it, Jay. Okay, so I was just thinking about wait a second, live action. We got Socrates.
So Socrates Santana up into the roof there, gets the roll off. He does a little fade on that bottom turn and finds another lip and somehow pulls an ARS on a section that wasn't meant for a maneuver like that. So that just goes to show the athleticism of this young Brazilian rider.
Yeah, that is awesome, you know. The way that he can bust moves on such small waves with such a gymnastic manner, super impressive. Up he goes, loops the roll, lands it, thinking about doing the spin in the pocket, but realizes there's another little bowl. And I say little bowl, you know, there was hardly any opportunity there. This guy can make, make things happen with the smallest opportunity. But yeah, we'll look at the heat standings now. So we've got Joel Rodriguez, who's stormed into a lead, which is 13.35, a backflip fest going down for him. Socrates Santana, 9.95, and then Max Castillo with a 5.4. So he is doing what perhaps the French boogie crew is then known, because those guys have their little pack that they hang out in. Maybe they've all gone for the same approach of deciding to not catch loads of waves, but just to catch the waves that count.
Well, I'm sure they share information, and they do actually have an Instagram page, French Boogie Crew. You can look them up. You know, it's a bunch of these young riders from France, and they're all, you know, sort of working as a team, if you will. And they were out in force at Itacoatiara, the last event on the tour in Brazil, and a bunch of them did really well. So good to see that support, that, you know, that little structure of a team almost, if you will, because this is really, frankly, it's an individual sport. We all know that, but you know, occasionally you'll get these guys or girls helping each other, and it's great to see.
Yeah, for sure. It can be a lonely place out there, being a competitor on your own, traveling to foreign countries. I mean, first world problems to the max, traveling to international tropical destinations to ride perfect waves. But it can still be a little bit lonely out there. So for them to team up and, you know, share knowledge, share stoke, and, you know, assist each other. I mean, there's such a hot talent crew from France, do you know what I mean? Jan Solon's blown me away this event, you know, seeing him free surfing.
Yeah.
And then the heat the other day, I mean, he is, we were eating the same restaurant with him at the hotel, don't we? And he's, you know, he's buzzing, you know. The form that he's on at the moment, he is somebody that I am tipping for a high position in this event if he can keep the form going that he has displayed so far. It's been super impressive.
Yeah, he's definitely on a roll. I remember a couple years ago I was on the call at the Frontone King, and he actually got pasted onto the bottom. Wow. Had to go taken away in an ambulance. That's always a scary moment. But these guys, you know, they push the limits, and Jan Salon on fire at this event. You know, as you said, we saw him free surfing and competing. He's doing really well, as Itan Capdeville. So, yeah, French Boogie Crew on a roll.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he did. He had the best wave that I've seen here so far in the event or not in the event. 2 backflips and a reverse float the other morning was just mind-boggling, you know, super stylish. But yeah, back to this heat. So Joel Rodriguez, this is Santana bottom turning. And characteristically, the right-hander bends away from him. But Hayato showed earlier on that those rights can deliver air bowls, didn't he, Jay?
Yeah, I actually asked him about that. He did answer in Japanese, but I asked him about, you know, his preference on those right-handers. Obviously, for him, it's been working heat after heat. He's really mined those rights and used them to his advantage. Most of these riders like to go left because, you know, you pointed out the wave bends away from you on the right. The left, it's the opposite. Almost some of the waves actually over wedge to the point where you can't really get that drive up to the lip. But a lot of them get that little inside reform and make it really conducive to cramming in multiple moves.
So Max has waited, and it looks as though he's been served up something that's going to, offer him the opportunity to get the score he needs. So he's nice ARS to start. He's pushing through to the inside. He's got a nice running wall here, and it looks as though he's going to get a nice little roll, gets a bit of projection on that. So that's 2 solid moves. One of the biggest waves that's come through, and he did the ARS on the outback section. What are you saying, Jay?
Yeah, here he goes. Takes off. Nice bowly-looking left-hander. He's stalling at the takeoffs, waiting for the wave to to stand up on the inside. Gets that ARS on a section that flattens out really quickly and gets that inside wedge reform, hits the oncoming right foam ball and gets the roll. A little bit of loft on that one as well. So a great wave for Max Castillo. He's being patient. He's waiting for the decent ones, and currently he's holding third position. He needs a 5.21. We'll see if he gets rewarded with that kind of score. Meanwhile, Socrates on the outside.
Yeah, jams a really fast, what looked like a backflip, just as it flew into the screen. We've got a set coming. So, yeah, it's at this time of the heat that you can get lots of change. And here we go with Joel Rodriguez. In and out. Kind of looked as though it was going to be a really nice bowly peak, but didn't quite deliver. So what the judges will be doing now is comparing the waves. You know, they'll be looking at Max's wave and comparing it to the waves that they've seen previously in the heat, particularly the first wave of the heat where they put their first score down. Oh, replay, Jay.
Socrates goes for the ARS right there. Quick in and out of that wave. He didn't look like he could catch back up to the open face. But Santana throwing down another move. He's been the most productive in terms of wave catching in this heat so far. Max Castillo, by the way, we're looking at a 4.75 on his last wave, that little ARS to inside roll. Actually, sorry, strike that. That score just now coming through for this one. Take one more look at this, Rob.
Yeah, so, this is another wave for Max.
Yes.
He must have picked it up on his paddle back out. So, yeah, he's jammed a quick through the lip roll on that one. So, yeah, let's hope he's not panicking. Let's hope he's sticking with his strategy and going back out there and waiting for another good one. His wave score for the wave where he did the ARS and then did the roll, he's just dropping. Looks as though it's going to be in the 5.25 range, currently unconfirmed. But that takes him up into second place. No, he's still sitting. No, he's now moved into second place. Yeah, so we've got in first place Joel Rodriguez. Oh, live action, Jay.
Castillo picking off another wave. All of a sudden, he's just on a tear. His third wave in like 2 minutes, and a nice ARS off the foam ball, and he ducks out, and suddenly Castillo has moved himself into advancing position from third to second, and we'll see how the score comes through for that one. He's looking pretty solid, but he did need an 8.11 to move into first position. And here goes Joel.
Joel on a foamy one. You wonder if this was a very wise decision to paddle for that. He had priority 2 there, and now he's paddling back out with 5 minutes to go. He needs to be conscious that he's got a 6.5 and a 6.85. So unless a wave looks to offer scoring potential of higher than that, there's no point in catching it, is there, Jay?
Yeah, that's true. You just got to wait it out. 5 minutes, plenty of time here. Take one more look at this one from Max Castillo. Little foam to get around here. Drives around the section and does really well to get the board up and around on that move, because that was a crumbly foam ball that he took off on. One more angle on this when you see the water photographer in position. Crumbly foam ball, and he somehow pulls that off. So Castillo really showing it out there as he comes on with a late charge in this heat.
Yeah, he's showed his gymnastic ability there. You know, he didn't get presented with anything really to launch off, but fortunately he had so much speed out of his bottom turn that even that foam allowed him to get projection. So yeah, well, great ride, and he's back in it. So he is on an absolute tear at the moment. He's got super hungry. He realizes that Socrates, Santana and him are now sitting on the same score, I believe. So he's still sitting in second. Let's keep a focus on what's going down here, guys. So it seems to me as though Socrates Santana is lacking sizable waves. You know, he hasn't had any really of the bigger sets, whereas the waves that he's ridden have been technically excellent. But he hasn't had a bigger wave, which might give him a bigger score. Would you agree, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, if the heat ended right now with them tied, I believe the scoring then goes to the best single wave. And if that happens, they still have the same score. So they actually have their 2 high scores are exactly the same. So maybe it goes out to the third score. I should know this, but and in the third score, it's going to be Socrates Santana advancing. So this could come down to a technicality if the waves completely shut down now, but I don't see that happening with 3:15 to go. The question is, will one of these guys get a wave better than 4.75? Because that's what needs to happen to determine who's going to advance into the next round and who isn't. Meanwhile, Joel Rodriguez sitting pretty well in the lead of this heat with 13.35 heat score.
Yes, a really interesting one. We've not seen this at all throughout the event, but yeah, they're sat neck and neck. So the priority becomes even more important as Socrates Santana has got first priority. So if he uses this wisely, it could be an invaluable tool towards getting into second place. So if he can sit, wait, and then have the nerve to choose a wave that's going to deliver him the score towards the end of this heat, and it could starve Maxime. Maxime showed he wanted this one. So here we go. Socrates, live action, Jay.
Pretty important wave for Socrates. Unfortunately, he gets hung up on that roll, but somehow still pulls it. But I don't see that being one of his better waves. I don't think that's going to replace the 4.75 lower score that he has. So I think at this point we're still in a tie situation.
Super unique, you know. It's the race for who can score over 4.75 with a 2-minute countdown to go, you know. So Socrates wouldn't usually do a roll like that, you know. He's getting embedded in the lip. He just kind of misjudged it, and he will that could be one that haunts him, you know. But depends whether Max has got anything to answer back with. They both perform well in these wedgie left-handers. You know, they don't seem as interested in the rights. And 1 minute 33 to go. It's nail-biting stuff. Socrates. So it's Brazil versus France. Who's going to take it?
Yeah, and you know, the 4 events that I've called on the IBC Tour over the last few years, I have not seen this situation come up, so it'll be interesting. Max Castillo now trying to make a late charge here. This is a good-looking wave, one of the bigger waves of the heat. And huge ARS lands in the bowl, and check it out, into the roll, into another roll. And I'll tell you what, that's going to change things right here. Max Castillo coming on strong right at the end of this heat when it really mattered. Castillo, grace under pressure. Talk us through this, Rob.
That was a sick wave. He waited for it off the bottom. He's eyeing up the section. First one foams on him. He launches so cleanly, and then he can't believe his luck. Another bowl. Rolls nice and round. Up he goes, and a projecto again. He is buzzing. A multi-move combo on one of the biggest waves of the heat just when he needed it the most. This may even take him into first place. Epic nerve under pressure, and then fantastic technique. A really well-read wave. Love to see that.
Yeah, so Max Castillo's going to like that one, and I think at this point it's almost a done deal. 5 seconds to go. Castillo bumps himself into second position ahead of Socrates Santana. Joel Rodriguez taking the victory in this heat. Potentially, actually, Castillo may move into first position here with this wave as we see huge scores, 9.5s coming through. So Castillo, we're waiting for the last score to come through before we toss to the highlights. I think we may see Castillo winning this heat, but Joel Rodriguez certainly will advance along with him. And we're going to toss to commercial. We'll tell you what happened when we get back. Stay tuned. Welcome back in the studio with me, Bego Martinez on the call for this next heat. And what a dramatic finish to the previous heat. Max Castillo did it when he needed to do it with 1 minute to go. He moved into first position in that heat and took the win. But it's all about what's happening out there now. Let's go straight to the water and talk about what's happening in the water. We have our three competitors lined up, ready to do battle. Gabriel Braga, who led our tour for much of the first half of the season, from Brazil. Eder Luciano, also from Brazil. And Amin Musa, our local Cinderella story, if you will. He is, he's always done well in this event, but he is the hope for the local crowd, our Maldivian local out there doing proud by the local bodyboard crew. And they are on hand to cheer him on as we get already into this heat.
All right, Eder Luciano starting early with that ARS. I think he decided to go for the to complete that roll as an ARS in the last minutes of that maneuver, and a roll there for Gabriel Braga. So difficult moments for two friends, Eder and Gabriel. They're good friends. They have been traveling together throughout the whole tour. And, facing a friend in a heat, it's always difficult. But, it's part of the mental training that each rider has to do, No names, only colors in the water.
Exactly. And take one more look at this one from Braga, punching through the roof with a beautiful El Rolo, one maneuver wave. And Braga celebrating a birthday a couple of days ago. Pretty cool.
And you know what? We just want to see again that 9.5 of Maxime Castillo in the previous heat, because, people, this is the highest score of the event so far. So we want to keep seeing it a little bit. Check that out, Maxime Castillo. Very impressive ARS. That was the perfection itself. He was super close to get that 10 for sure. What a way, to finish the heat. Maxime Castillo, I was actually running when I was coming here, and I saw that. What's your take?
Yeah, this was textbook perfection right here. Gets a bowly section. We haven't seen many of those this morning. Beautiful air time on that ARS. And watch this. Bottom turns quickly, right back on the rail, roll in the bowl, and gets a little push forward into that next roll section. And, throws the hands up at the judges, and he's like, man, this is what I needed, because he was tied for second position with Socrates Santana, and it was going to be an interesting finish there. But Max Castillo put his stamp on that heat and took the win here in that last heat. So it'll be interesting to hear the interview with Rob when those guys are ready.
That's right, people. Don't get confused. That last wave is not from this heat. We just did an exception this time and showed it wasn't Eder Luciano. It was Maxime Castillo in the previous heat that took the highest score of the competition with a 9.5, and, just perfectly executed maneuvers and very good wave selection for Maxime. So super well awarded first place for him, and we really want to hear from him in the interview with Rob. We'll see what he can offer. But yeah, people, if you're just getting here, this is the third day of competition. It's going to be another long and productive day, we believe. We are going to run all the divisions today. Again, we are in the round number 4 for the men division, and then we're going to jump to the women and do 2 rounds of the junior men division. The idea is to try to push the event and finish on Wednesday because there will be no waves, they say, for Thursday and Friday. So, we don't want that. This is how it is.
Yeah, almost a split peak, but it looks like yellow is going to take off on this one. Driving down the line, beautiful backflip there with a nice finish on the wave. So heading into that right-hander, Eder Luciano from Brazil, getting on the board with a solid lip move right there. And, again, the rights have worked for some and not for others. I think the left is the more consistent choice, but the rights are let's say the path less traveled, the road less traveled. We saw Hayato Inokido really work that thing over earlier. And there's our local support there. They got the Maldivian flags. They're here for Amin Musa. supporting him, and you can see him, man. Look at the headbands. I love it, man. This is one of the things we love about Maldives is the local support here, and he got so much love yesterday out here, had an incredible finish to his heat. And check this replay for Eder.
Eder Luciano right there, you know, another of those ARSs that he executes in a great way. He had a 6 for his first wave, and Gabriel had a 6 as well. They are on a tie, and of course Eder Luciano is going to break that tie with this this wave that we are still waiting to see the scores, but it's coming around the 4.5 maybe, but that will be enough to put him, or solidify him in the first position. And who hasn't taken any wave as of yet is Amin Musa. Amin Musa, you know, has a huge support of everyone, of the locals. But I have to mention what Dave was saying. I'm going to get back to that after this wave.
All right, here we go. Gabriel Braga having a sniff on this left-hander. Nice lip section, gets a clean roll off, but nothing more to do on that wave. So Braga cuts his losses. He'll head back out for more. You can see a bit smaller surf today, definitely notably smaller today. And we had a really strong southwest wind early on. Now it's kind of gone a little more variable. Overcast conditions prevailing this morning. There is a very large southwest swell in the water here in the Indian Ocean, but it's just going right past this island here, so we're not going to see much of that, and it's a long period swell too, so really hard for that even to wrap in. But let's take a look at what's happening down there with Rob. Rob's got our hero from the last heat. Rob, take it away.
Well, yeah, stoked to be here with Max. He absolutely killed it in the last heat. The French guys have an amazing morning. So you had the same strategy, it seemed, as Etienne Capdeville with, you know, not taking loads of waves, but taking the waves that count. Is that right?
Yeah, you know, to be honest, I didn't really start well the heat. I will do a little mistake of the priority, and I was just like a bit nervous. Only Joel catch the good one. With Socrates, we was just struggling to get like a 4.75, and yeah, that after I just like managed to calm down, you know, and be ready if a good one come, because I know I can ride it well. Even if I didn't really surf the last month because I was working a lot in France and was really flat, so I do like only like 3 sessions of bodyboarding during the last month. So I'm just getting back and enjoying every wave, you know. So yeah, that was just a stressful heat, and really stoked that wave came at the end, you know.
Totally, totally. So you were actually drawing neck and neck with Socrates as it came into the final minute, and it all came down to that last wave, and what a wave it was. Talk me through it.
Yeah, you know, this is really like tough, because I know I didn't really need a big score, but that wave just aligned perfectly. And when you take off on that wave, you never know what she's gonna do, you know. And when I saw the ball, and I know I'm against Socrates, he's one of the best riders, so he can do 8 points behind me, you know. You never know what he's going to be behind. So when I saw the ball, I just, yeah, go for it. I know I can do it, you know, so I was like, okay, the ball is cool, the wave looks great, so just do the flip. And after, I like the flow of the wave, because I didn't, you know, I just like do the roll and another roll without like any pressure. So that was a kind of really nice flow on the wave. And yeah, just super stoked, you know, because this sport is really hard. You can be like, imagine if that wave never came. I was like, that wasn't one of the baddest hit of my life. And that wave came, and that became one of the best hit of my life in that event, you know. I got the best wave of the event for now. And yeah, just super happy. Now just reset and try to go again strong in the next hit.
Totally. Well, credit where credit's due, Maxim. You know, you make your own luck in these events a lot of the time, and yeah, congratulations for amazing performance. So yeah, let's pass it back to Jay and Bego in the booth.
Great interview there, Maxime Castillo, of course, just, you know, showing the world what he's capable of. It's impressive to know that he hasn't, you know, been able to train too much. He said he hasn't surfed because it has been flat at home. But, you know, Jay, sometimes I feel that, you know, in the case of these athletes, that they are already surfing very good. They have been surfing very good for a number of years. You know, training for competition is more psychical and physical than, you know, being probably too much in the water. I don't know. That's a way to see it. I also get a lot from professionals and from people that is really experienced, and I would like to hear from you that you have been surfing for so many years, that they say training has to be in the water. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, back in my day, that's what you did. You just went surfing. That was your training, and very few people focused on anything other than that. There were a few exceptions. Mike Stewart, his nutrition, his stretching, all that stuff. GT. We'll hold that thought for just a moment as we see Adair Luciano bottom turning around that bowl. Nice rollo for him into another roll. He's going to try to stick with it as this wave wedges up on the inside. Good double move wave for him. But, yeah, GT was a fitness freak from way back in the day. And, I mentioned those two riders. That's why they're world champs. But let's take a look at this one again.
I have to tell you, I've been very impressed with Eder Luciano's performance in this event. I have to say that to him, that congratulations, no matter what the results are for him, because he has been surfing really good. He has been on point. I believe it has been his best moment, of this year tour. He did, a couple of good results in Morocco, but in the South American leg, he said it himself, he wasn't too connected or, too much in the rhythm of things. But yeah, Eder Luciano, after that wave, it's only a 3.5. It's not really doing much for his account, but he is keeping still the first position. Amin Musa, the local, the Maldivian, he hasn't taken any wave as of yet. He has to start the engines. You don't want to be waiting that much, in front of these two monsters, these two Brazilian amazing riders, super experienced. Last card for the Maldivians in the men division has to do something right now and has to, try to put some points under his belt because, look at that. It's actually Gabriel right here.
And
we'll see.
Here he goes, carves around the bowl. That one not really offering up any opportunities that he deemed worthy, and he kicks out. So our local rider out there, Amin Musa, trying to make his Cinderella story come alive yet again. And Musa, no waves on the scoreboard for him right now, and he's our local rider. He's been in this event all 3 years. He is currently 27 years of age, and he's the hope. You can hear the locals cheering for him, but it looks like he's finally going to pick off a wave here. Amin Musa driving across this inside section, goes for the roll, but the lip meets him halfway up and stuffs him underwater. So Musa will struggle to get back out there. Just 11 minutes to go. He's going to just basically have to take it like, hey, this is a 10-minute heat. And he needs 2 decent waves. That's really all he needs.
I can feel he's nervous, which is completely normal. Maldives is super new in bodyboarding world. The Maldives is doing a great job, in training these people and bringing these events. These events which they are actually offering the locals the opportunity of professionalized. I heard, I was having a word yesterday with a couple of the Maldivian riders and a couple of, the officials of the Maldives Bodyboarding Association. And they were telling me that, back in the day, they used to surf. They used to be bodyboarders here, but no one really took it as a professional, a professional sport. And after they have seen, 3 years in a row, World Tour event, bringing the best of the world, and they have been so motivated, and now they're thinking of being professional. So a big effect that an event is bringing to their country.
And look at that support, man. The locals right along the shoreline, really hoping for a miracle here for their local rider. Meanwhile, Adair Luciano around this section throws the ARS. Beautiful maneuver from him. He's trying to get back out there to the open face. He somehow muscles his way through that Rolo on the end of the wave, and Adair Luciano showing some real professionalism here. He's currently in first position. One more look at this one as he carves around the section. You can see he finds the lip, barely gets there, and throws that air roll spin and gets the roll finish at the end. So a great wave pieced together for him, and he's going to get a 5.35 on this one, Bego. Great form on this, and check it out, man. Beautiful ARS there, and you see him just really drive into that rail for that finish maneuver. 5.35 is his second best score, and he's now cementing himself in the lead of this heat.
Yeah, I wouldn't really say cemented too much because Gabriel is super dangerous. You know, Gabriel Braga is currently sitting on the second position of the World Tour rankings, and he is very dangerous. But yes, he is, you know, getting rid of his lower waves, which I think that's what a rider needs to do. You know, when you're competing, you have to be thinking at all times that you can be comfortable with two, you know, mid-range scores. You know, in the case of him, he has a 6, which is, you know, a good score. But, you know, a 5, he used to have a 5 and a 3.5. So you need to better yourself at any given moment. You know, at the next wave that you take, you have to be thinking, I need to find a better score.
Here goes Gabriel Braga trying to get a better score. Lots of speed here. Lifts the fins out of the water. Oh, and he goes up to the lip and just does not get the feedback from that lip that he wanted, which is where you hit it, you expect it to throw you out a little bit. So he just kind of got stuck about 1/4 of the way through that move. And Gabriel Braga, who is currently sitting in second position, will head back out for more. 7 minutes, 30 seconds to go in this heat. Luciano and Braga, the two Brazilians, looking like they're going to advance through the heat unless Amin Musa has an absolute bender here in the final 7.5 minutes of this heat.
Yeah, I was just watching the IBC World Tour rankings, and I was just seeing the results that Gabriel Braga had this year. He was first in Morocco, 17th in Iquique. Wait a minute, speaking about him, he's just going to try one of these rides. You know, the less hasn't been serving him. And, of course, a backflip. He has a very good technique with those. So, I don't know, dangerous moments here. And the local, Amin Musa, goes for an ARS. Oh, that was really close for him. Unfortunately, I thought he was going to land it. That would have been a good score. I don't know if it would have been an 8.96, but he needs to, you know, do something. As it is right now, it's almost like he hasn't taken any wave.
Well, let's take one more look at this right-hander. And, again, this is Gabriel Braga from Brazil. And beautiful backflip, textbook move. Our tour leader for the first half of the tour this year before he got unseated by Armide Salaveras in Brazil. Braga still right up there in the rankings, world title within reach for this young man. And that wave worked out pretty well for him, and it turns out to be his second highest score, 4.95, adding to his 6.0. And he remains in second position. Adair Luciano with a heat score of 11.35 right now, just ahead of him. And Amin Musa, I got to give him credit. Valiant effort by him. He knows it's do or die here as we get down closer to the 5-minute mark. And it's not going to be conservative waves that are going to give him a chance to advance. He's going to have to go for broke on anything he gets at this point.
That's right. Just getting back to the rankings and the results of each rider this year, I was checking that Gabriel Braga, he got the first in Morocco, 17th in Iquique, 3rd in Antofagasta, 9th in Itacoachara. And in the case of Eder Luciano, he hasn't had the best run this year. He had 9th in Morocco, 41 in Iquique, 33 in Antofagasta, and 33 in Itacoachara. So this is going to be a very good result for him. All right, so Amin Musa, we'll see. Nice. First maneuver, that was complete. All right, back on track.
Yeah, so that's going to wipe out that 1.05 undoubtedly. A nice lip maneuver on the outside. He does have a hole to dig out of. He needs 9.91. That can be a combination of two waves or one absolutely amazing wave. You can see him really planing for speed here, trying to get enough loft to get the big move off the lip, and he does so with the Rolo bouncing on the landing. And you're going to see that be, of course, his highest score of the heat at this point. We'll see what he needs after this one gets on the board for him, as we wait for the final judge to chime in here with the score. And Amin Musa trying to dig his way out of this hole and have a shot at staying alive in this competition.
That's right. If you're just getting here, I see a couple people waking up to the IBC World Tour. Thank you for supporting, and make sure to share this live feed. Give some love to the sport that has brought so much to you. So it costs nothing to subscribe to the YouTube channel. It costs nothing to follow us at the social media and the social media. It's right there, super easy, and it costs nothing for you, but it means a lot for the sport. We're trying to professionalize this sport. We're trying to bring a platform that allowed the riders, the young riders that are currently part of the World Tour and the stars of the World Tour, to have a possibility to make a living out of this amazing sport, which right now it's almost impossible for most of them. So we need you. You are part of this, and this is the way we show the world that we are not that small.
All right, a wave lining up for Musa. Oh, and he goes for the ARS. He just flicks it a little bit too fast, and the wave runs away from him. So maybe nerves at this point, and a little bit of panic getting the better of Amin Musa. He wants so badly to do well for the local fans who are up there supporting him. And you know what? Despite what the outcome is of this heat, I mean, he's a champ in our eyes. It's always great to see a local rider, up and coming. He's kind of risen up through this event the last 3 years and really, made a name in the international bodyboarding world. I think they all come here and they recognize his name, and he's done great. He's got nothing to be ashamed of. He should be very proud of his performance throughout this event, and here he is in this heat. Looking at 2 minutes remaining, he's still got a shot. You can never write anybody off. A lot of things can happen, folks. There could be a priority interference between our other two riders. I'm just thinking of wild scenarios that could move Amin Musa into an advancing position. So never count anyone out until that horn blasts.
For sure. And you know what's wild? We have a long list of sponsors who's going to speak about that. But after this wave of Gabriel Braga, a beautiful backflip once again, composed one, combined with the roll. He really wants that first position. He knows it's dangerous. They're facing the local card. And wait a minute, because he's looking for a 5.36 to advance to the first position.
Here he goes, rolling the bowl, and actually kind of spun the board under, makes the landing. Well done there. Gets another roll out on the shoulder. A good wave here towards the end of this heat for Gabriel Braga, and scores are going to come through for this one shortly. We're looking at early scores, looking like could be his highest score of the entire heat, potentially, although his first wave, a 6.0, not too shabby in its own right. And down to the 1 minute mark, he does get a 5.55, so that's his second highest scoring wave. Amin Musa with a late charge here goes for the roll, and he hangs on. So Musa trying to, just salvage what's left of time in this heat, throwing down some big lip moves here. And one more look at this one.
All right, yeah, I'm loving that Amin is waking up, he's trying to make his country proud, and I'm telling you, he has already done that because he is the only Maldivian that we have in this round. So good job there. We are one round away from the round of 16, which is, a very good place to finish. And actually, this is actually a very good, round to finish. All right, so Eder Luciano trying to get back that first position because Gabriel took it from him. ARS, round Rolo, that's what he's offering. This is his last chance. A 5.56 is what he needs. Is that the 5.56? What do you think?
Yeah, we're seeing scores coming through. It's probably going to fall just shy of pushing him into first, but honestly, it doesn't matter. Top two advance. And that's really what these guys should be shooting for at this point in the competition. And look at that, just a beautiful linking of those two maneuvers there. He throws the fist up and, gets a 5.10, so that does not factor into his heat score. So he will come out in second position, Braga in first. We're going to take a break, watch some heat highlights. Stay tuned. We'll be back with more.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to the third day of competition of the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. What was that thing? He was like, I'm loving it.
I am loving life, you know. We've got more action. I'm sat watching bodyboarding all day and talking about it. This is bliss for me. Let's go, you know. Let's go to the water.
That's good.
Check out the next heat. And, yeah, loving chilling, watching these guys do what they do best. So we've got Tristan Roberts from South Africa. We've got Yann Solon from France. And just disappearing from the screen there, we have got Edwin Aldana from Venezuela. But first wave and first blood goes to Edwin from Venezuela. But now we've got Tristan, just an in and out, wanting to get started, the guys are. So yeah, we've had some interesting strategies from the competitors in the previous heats, some catching loads of waves. First heat of the day with most waves of any heat of the whole event. And then some of the competitors only catching a couple of waves. So here we go.
All right, so Yann Salong from Brest. 3-point right for that roll. And the first for Edwin Aldana. It's actually a very nice wave. And yes, Edwin goes for the close-out backflip there. And the scores are not even close to drop. Only one judge has put one single score, so we don't know what's going to happen. You know, Edwin took advantage of that wave, and it might be a good score. He needs to go big. I'm telling you, Rob. You know, Edwin hasn't been competing in the tour for a number of years, and coming back to face these names is really difficult. So we'll see how he can do. And you know what? I want to take this opportunity to just, you know, send some greetings and speak a little bit of Spanish, you know, for everyone that is tuning in. Un saludo gigante a los venezolanos, a toda la gente que está sintonizando, apoyando a Edwin, a todos los de habla hispana. Voy a tratar de seguir haciendo un poquito de actualizaciones. Quería aprovechar para mandarle un saludo fuerte a la mamá de Edwin, que es Filomena, a Pedro, su papá, y a su novia Yaque, que está viendo desde Tenerife, lo ha apoyado toda la vida desde que comenzó a surfear. Vamos a ver esta ola de Yann.
So Yann, up and down there, looks as though he was hunting that left-hand bowl, but unfortunately the wedge came through at him and didn't allow him to get a cupped out lip to flip out of, which is his trademark move here in the Maldives. He has been banging them out willy-nilly. It's been really impressive to see, as I mentioned earlier on. I've been loving his surfing, super on point, and it's good to see him going head-to-head with Tristan again, because he took the win in the last heat against Tristan. And I imagine that Tristan
you've been doing your homework. I like it. That's so good.
Is that a gold star for me, that? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, I'm loving it. Thank you. Watch out, Jay. And, yeah, Tristan.
Watch out, Bagel.
So then Tristan's just got a 1. And then we've got Yann is second. And then, yeah, just we've got a little bit of a lull, so we're going to go straight to Jay, the real deal, who's got a post-heat interview ready to go.
Real deal is on the case here, and I am with Gabriel Braga. And Gabriel, you won that heat with a very steady performance. You started out well, you continued the momentum, and you finished well.
O mar tá bem difícil, na verdade, tá demorando um pouco, eu também tô me sentindo tão bem, mas graças a Deus consegui achar 2 ondas boas e agora no final consegui finalizar bem. E é isso, estou feliz, contente de ter passado e agora é a 8ª de final.
All right, so you started the IBC World Tour with a victory in Morocco. Amazing. You held first position in the rankings until Itacoatiara. You definitely have a world title in your sights. Is that super important? Is that the most important thing in your life?
Esse é o objetivo máximo, né, que todo competidor tem, que é conseguir o título mundial. E esse ano, graças a Deus, consegui vencer a primeira etapa, consegui outros bons resultados no decorrer do circuito. E é isso, quero chegar no final do ano disputando o título e, com fé em Deus, trazer esse título aí para o Brasil.
All right, any words for your family and supporters back in Brazil?
Agradecer a todo mundo, a todos os brasileiros, meus patrocinadores que estão torcendo por mim, minha família, meus amigos. E é isso, galera. Obrigado, vamos para a próxima. E é nóis. Valeu.
Right, muito obrigado e parabéns. Woo! Okay, back in the studio, guys.
All right, thank you so much. I'm very happy, Gabriel Braga, of course. Advancing situation in the water. First wave of Edwin Aldana. He is first. It's a 5.25. First wave of Diane Salong is a 3, and the second is only a 0.65. And Tristan Roberts, he has only taken one wave of 1 point. And here he comes.
Tristan Roberts fanging off the bottom, just eyeing up this section. There he goes. Blitzes out the lip with a tidy ARS. Now he's looking for another maneuver. Just kind of uncharacteristically hits that roll a little bit too high. I know what he was trying to achieve there. Trying to get some lofty sort of super roll above the lip, but didn't quite make it. So he's lost the points he would have gained from that maneuver on the inside, but the big points of the ARS out the back, which was super smooth. So he's going to head out and rejoin the pack, take third priority, and see how that score lands.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, this is only starting, 18 minutes is a lot of time, and especially when there are 3, but, the waves are a little slow. So here comes Edwin Aldan, I'm sorry. Another backflip. I mean, more of an ARS this time for Edwin. Looking super sharp, I have to say. Just leaving everything on the field. That's how it's done, You have only one chance, and he keeps going. I was having a chat with him. We were, going through some memories. He was only 13 years of age when we were surfing in Kamuri, and and I started actually super old. I started when I was 24.
Wow. Here we go, Tristan. So back to his
wave.
Actually,
yeah, you did that. I'm so sorry. Tristan with a backflip there as well, and a roll. Non-completed one, but yeah, it was a good wave. It's a 5.25, and this is for Edwin.
Yeah, Edwin. So Edwin knows he's got to bring it. He's got tough competition here, so he throws it all at it, and yeah, pulls it off. Nice little flip there into a cheeky roll on the inside, but he's got more in the bank. He sees the back wash coming his way, and jams a little roll off the back wash, just to give it a little punctuation mark at the end of the ride. So maybe you might get a little extra 0.3 for that or something, but it's those tiny margins that can make such a huge difference, especially when it comes down to the sharp end of the heat. So 16 minutes gone. These guys are going punch for punch, Bego.
That's right. No, this is for sure. I mean, all of these heats are going to be stacked. We knew that from the very beginning since we saw the charts. I mean, of course, all of these riders are advancing. I mean, if they have advanced to the round number 4, is because they are the ones in control. So Tristan Roberts here will see one very round and projected roll right there. Nice job, and just completes it with one backflip. So yes, that's looking for only a 4.76. I believe that's what I eat. And the Frenchman right there. Oh, Brittany is supporting Diane Salon. And we'll see. We will have a couple of situations happening here, and we might see a couple changes. I believe so.
Yeah, definitely high action part of the heat. So kind of just coming towards the midway point, and the guys are really getting into their stride there. So we're going to look at the rerun of this one of Tristan. So it's a good size wave. Up he goes, foamy one. So chooses to do the projector roll, and then up he goes, and nice ARS there on the inside. And then, yeah, bravo to everyone concerned. Fantastic display. So then we've got Jan. Up he goes. Trademark backflip. He gets a little double wedge there on it. Lucky boy. And a nice projectile roll. Then he competitively, he sees Tristan out the corner of his eye. So he decides to duck out and race out there as fast as he possibly can in order to take the priority, which he does. And that's the behavior of a super sharp competitor,
All right, so stressful moments there for Edwin and Dana. The scores are being they're about to drop, and I see some changes definitely. Pretty likely that Edwin is going to fall into the third position after these 2 waves of these riders. We'll see. 40 minutes. Saludos gigante a toda la gente sintonizando de Venezuela, y veo que está Gilbert, Manuel y Ricardo apoyando a Macu desde Panamá. Saludos, amigos. Right, so a wave here for Tristan Roberts. It's a backflip, specialty of the house.
Exactly.
And yeah, looking very well. And that's what you have to do. A 6.5 is the second to last wave for Tristan.
Okay, so Tristan's picked off a nice wave here. It's actually got a bowl to it, and he makes the most of it. If anybody on planet Earth was going to make the most of a right-hand bowl, I would put my money on Tristan Roberts, because he trains so hard on those right-hand close-out beach breaks of his home, and jams those huge air reversals and backflips. He never holds back. So I was chatting to Ian Campbell about Tristan before coming here, and he said the thing that punctuates Tristan's riding the most is that he will go hell for leather, all for broke on any section that he's given at any stage of the heat. He never holds back, but his vice-like grip means that he makes nearly everything. He's got a scary completion rate, and no surprise that on that little bowl, he nailed a really clean backflip there and rode out of it. So he takes first position in the heat, sitting pretty with an 11.75 to Edwin's 10.5, Jan's on 7.25.
Well, Edwin is not in such a bad shape. Actually, last wave of Jan was not enough to take the second position. And check this out, is Edwin fearless in front of Jan. I don't care, I have the priority. I'm going to go for that one. Rolo, nice one, actually. And I'm telling you, Edwin, 2 waves, both 5.25, is one to watch. You know, it's riders that come to one single tour event have nothing to lose, you know, but a lot to gain. So definitely they just, they're very motivated. So one more here for Tristan.
Up he goes, in and out. So he may have dropped a little bit of a tactical mistake there, because he had first priority, he's in first place, and he took off on a wave that didn't offer him anything. But it's not an easy read on some of these waves. I surfed it this morning, and it's not always the waves that look the best that are the best. But interesting sort of change to the features of the ocean in the last sort of 7, 8, 9 minutes. We've seen some nice right-handers, which we hadn't seen in the previous heat. So tide's dropping, Bego, isn't it? So maybe that's where the characteristics are changing a little bit.
I'm going to double check on that one, but yeah. I'm just a little concerned when the tide is actually high, when it fills up completely. I don't know what's going to happen, because we have a real low in the frequency of wave. We'll see. Right now it's good. And situation in the water, Edwin Aldana keeps the second position. Last wave was a 4.95. Je vais dire salut à tous les Français qui sont ici, qui soutiennent Yann. C'est un plaisir d'avoir vous. Merci pour le soutien ici. S'abonner à la chaîne officielle de la IBC World Tour ici. Et ça, c'est très important pour nous. Et ça va aider beaucoup le sport. Et merci à tous. Et bienvenue. Well, that was my try there.
Nicely mixing it up as usual, Bego. Very impressive. Love to hear that. So, yeah, we've got a little bit of a lull here. So the guys are getting time to take stock of their position, as we'll do now. So Tristan Roberts, he's got priority number 2, so he's second in order to get a wave, essentially. Jan Salon is first in priority to get the next wave, and Edwin is third priority. So that's quite critical when you get down to the 10-minute mark, because it's these scores that in the next 10 minutes that are going to decide who comes where. And when you've got a heat that's as close as this, we've got 11.75 for Tristan, who's leading the heat, a 10.5 for Edwin in second, and a 7.25. So literally Jan just needs a backup score of about 6.26, and then he's gonna, or a decent score of 6.26, and then he'll take second. But yeah, we've just got the priority rules up on the screen. So in relation to what I was just talking about, at the start of the heat, all riders will share priority, and then the riders establish priority by being beyond or to the side of the takeoff zone under direction of the head judge. First priority gives ultimate wave possession in either direction. Wave priority is lost as soon as the competitor gain momentum on a wave or paddle for and miss a wave. Rider with first priority must not deliberately block other riders from catching a wave, or they will lose it. A verbal warning will be issued from the priority judge. And then when 2 riders reach the takeoff zone at the same time, priority will go to the competitor who didn't have the last priority. So quite involved, that rule, and it's something you need to be aware of if you are viewing this, because it plays such a critical part in the strategy of the competitors. So yeah, Jan Salon has it at the moment. He has first priority, and therefore he is the person that's just looking for the next best peak that comes through, and that's going to put him in a really strong position, because he's the one that needs to get a 6.25. What are you saying, Bego?
Yeah, I was thinking about, watching that graphic that we have with the athletes stacks. We have some stacks for the athletes that have won World Tour events. In this case, in the case of this heat, we only have Tristan with that. He's 27 years of age, 2 times world champion.
Yeah, impressive. He's got 7 wins. So he won Antofagasta 2018 and 2023, Viana Pro in Portugal 2018, Itacochara in 2019, Iquique twice, 22 and 24, and then maybe the top of the tree, Fronton. I think every bodyboarder would dream of winning any World Tour event, but Fronton is the one that's got the most kudos. You know, the heaviest wave in the world for bodyboarding, I'd say. I mean, next to Chiopu. Do you want to help with that pronunciation?
Teahupu.
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 That's how they say it.
Well, on the Olympics, I've heard some other pronunciations. Well,
because you were watching the English broadcast, but if you see the French or the Tahitian, they're not calling chops or anything like that.
Got it. I'd never question your pronunciation, Bego. You know that.
I don't know. I'm not the one who said that. We had a Maori here. No, we asked someone, some French person, I believe it was Etan Capdeville. We asked him and he said, oh, right, during dinner. He said, Te ahupu. And he is French, you know.
He is French. So, I'm happy to be educated. But
same here. You can do that whenever you want.
Okay. Tristan Roberts leading the heat. So I would have felt, I've watched Tristan Roberts' career and loved seeing him progress. And I always felt that small left-handers. Oh, so sorry. We've got the indicators to the IBC socials on the bottom of the screen there. So we've got Instagram, we've got TikTok, we've got YouTube, and then we've got the website. So they're the places to tune in. Give us a follow, and you will be supporting bodyboarding by doing that. But here we are, action in the water. Jan Solon, who's got priority. He's sniffing this one, fancies the look of it. Do you want to take it away, Bego?
Yes, of course. It's looking good for Jan Salon. We'll see. He surfed so good yesterday. Last night, it was really impressive to watch him. And check that out. He wanted to bring different maneuvers, and he is happy about it. So good job there, Bianfe. Bianfe, mon pote, Bianfe. Because he said to me during the South American leg, just take us through that one.
Cool, so Jan is taking the high line on this one. He can see the bowl, which is out of screen for us. A little adjustment to his line there. He's definitely looking to jam it above the lip with that air reverse. He gets a little bit caught. I wouldn't take anything away from that being a fantastic off the lip reverse, but I know that he would have wanted to get some pop air, and the judges will no doubt reward it regardless. I know that he was looking for variety, and the judges love to see that. And when you get an air bowl, you want to bust an air reverse because that's most likely going to be the highest score you can get for any single move on most occasions.
It comes down to, we are all bodyboarding fans, and we all want to see something different. So it's really refreshing when you see a rider using a section in a different way, just showing the world, hey, you know what, it's not just about rollos and backflips, and there is a couple of very progressive maneuvers in bodyboarding and different ones, and air reverses, even though that wasn't the highest or pop of all, it was very beautiful to watch. And what I was saying is that he really wanted to bring something different. He has told me that before. He said, like, Bego, I'm tired of advancing heats, only doing rollos or maybe one invert once in a while and maybe a couple of backflip once in a while. But, I want to do something different. I want to show the world that I know how to surf and I know many maneuvers. And I was like, okay, you just got to go for it.
Totally.
Whenever you get the scores, I remember having this conversation, dude, whenever you have the scores and if you feel like it, go for it. And if you don't, just try to push your limits and do it. So that's what he did.
There he is. He's having a look again now. So without having priority, he's now got a lovely wave. Nice roll on takeoff into a forward spin. Will it peter out into nothing? Unfortunately, yes. So that's unfortunate. But yeah, just going back to that reverse where he blasted off the lip on that one, taking nothing away from him. Oh, wait a second. We've got a replay of this one.
Yeah, it was a plain rollo with, a spin. It's okay. He's holding a 4.25 with the previous wave. The air reverse was a 6. So, he is not in the first position. But right now, he's looking for a 4. I'm sorry, on the second position. Was looking for a 4.51 to get the second position, and the scores are still dropping. And remember, this is it's an average. So we don't know what's gonna happen. We see a couple numbers, but it's coming around the 4.5. So we'll see.
Yeah.
Or probably something like the 5, but that will be enough for him to get the second position out of the sole Venezuelan Ewing Aldana that is present here.
He's getting busy again, Jan is. So, or maybe Edwin's going to go for this one. So yeah, I could see that Jan liked the look of that, but as it happened, he didn't get it. So yeah, going back to Jan's off the lip reverse, I think it was a great choice of maneuver, and he was rewarded with a.
No, it's the 6.
Yeah. So he was rewarded with a 6. Which is one of the highest wave scores of the heat. There's only one wave that was better than it, and that was Tristan's wave. And so yeah, great maneuver choice, and we love seeing it. We love seeing it, and the judges love seeing it. So surfing to the criteria.
Sorry, Rob, but it's a 5. It dropped. There is a change of situation. The Frenchman just got a change, just got the second position, but wait a minute, right here. Ewing Aldana needing a 5.76, and that's not enough, of course, because he didn't, do anything on that wave. But yeah, Jan Salon got the score, and right now he's sitting on the second position, and he's leaving the sole Venezuelan in third, who is comfortable. Not so much, I will say, is Tristan Roberts in the first position, because you see the scores are super tight.
Yeah, super tight. So Jan got the 5 for the roll and the spin, on his last wave. So he got a backup score, which is very sensible surfing. So yeah, here we go, Tristan. Oh, look at this beautiful wave. That's the biggest wave of the set of the heat so far. He got up to the lip a little bit late, but he blasted a roll that uncharacteristically, I don't think they'll give that as a landing. It's down to the judges, but he hit the lip on a beautiful big bowl. And just got engulfed by the white water on the landing, and that pulled the board out of his incredibly vice-like grip. So here we go. Bottom turn, up he goes, punches it, lands. He does come out of it quickly. So maybe the judges will give that. That's down to them. I mean, they've got the review facility that they can use. So their judgment on that. Maybe he just dived off quickly because he wanted to get back out back. But yeah, his patience paid off. He got a nice big wave, and from that wave you can see why the locals call that right-hander backdoor. It's got that nice walled up potential bowl to it when you pick the right waves, and that plays to Tristan's advantage because he loves waves like that for sure.
Well, stressful moments for the Venezuelan. He is with the first priority right now, and he needs a 5.76 to get the possibility of keep advancing in competition. Coming from Tenerife at the moment, he knows he has to look for something, but he's not even moving. So, I don't know, I don't see anything coming. Momentos de estrés para el venezolano Ewing Aldana, que la verdad lo había hecho súper bien. Se había mantenido en zona de clasificación, o la primera o la segunda durante todo el hit, pero el francés tomó una ola y logró los 5 puntos que lo pasaron a la tercera posición. Pues Edwin ahora tiene la prioridad y necesita un 5.76. Es algo que él puede lograr, pero no vemos olas, no sabemos qué puede pasar. Independientemente de lo que ocurra, es una buena etapa a donde despedirse del campeonato. Lo ha hecho muy bien y la verdad ha sido muy bonito verlo de regreso, y el llamado es para todos los venezolanos que se motiven y que vuelvan. Y miren, ya, se acabó el hit. Well, official results. Tristan Roberts in first, Jan Salong in second. Congratulations to Ewing Aldana for a good performance and for being here at home. Don't go anywhere. We're going to hit a quick commercial break and going to come back super soon.
We're back in the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we're into the men's division. The action's hotting up. We've got round 4, heat 6J. I'm going to enjoy calling this one with you. It's got some of the best bodyboarders on planet Earth. So should we go to the water and check it out?
Let's do it. Straight to the water. You can see those overcast conditions prevail. A little bit of onshore wind. We have a high-powered lineup here for you. Amory Laverne, who has had multiple success at this event in prior years. Our current World Tour leader, Armide Salaveras, coming off a win at Itaquachara, and rounding out the field, Garib Abdel Hafid from Morocco, who was absolutely on a tear yesterday. And these 3 riders will go head-to-head. And I'll tell you what, already Amory Laverne and Garib have a wave, and we're looking at some replays here. Abdel Hafid with a wave right there, and Amory Laverne also tucking up under the roof there with the roll. And so those guys quickly on the board with some points.
Yeah, for sure. And then Amory's in for another one there, so that looks as though it might offer him a little bowl, but decided to pull out. Didn't have the section that he was looking for, so back out to the lineup he goes. But yeah, these, ultimate firepower from the Canary Islands. I know that Amory's from Reunion, but lives in the Canary Islands, as does Amid. These boys are stacking some incredible maneuvers in their arsenal, and let's look at the rankings there, shall we, Jay? So we've got number 1, Amid Soliveras. So we couldn't wish for anybody better to watch in the heat. And speak of the devil, here he goes. It's just stalling, lining this one up. It's got a foamy section. Managed to do a projectile roll out of it. Impressive stuff.
So, yeah, Soliveras taking a big win against PLC in the final at Itaquachara. Meanwhile, our Moroccan competitor a little late into the lip, and the lip sends him right down to the depths of the reef here at Varunala Radogandu. I love to roll that R whenever I can. Not very good at it, but I try. Smaller surf today. And, Bago touched on this in the last heat. Let's get to this replay first, though.
Okay, we're back to the projectile roll. So, yeah, the difference with Armida is that he can loft it through the top of the lip and really get that projection. And that's the difference between average bodyboarding and top-level bodyboarding. That's why he's number 1 in the world at the moment, and really taking it to the old school with his new school ways.
Yeah, and I was just about to share that thought. You guys touched on the high tide, which is coming up, as we see this graphic from Amory Laverne. Amory, 2-time world champ, 38 years old, one of the tour vets, no question about it, but still at the very top of his game, one of the fittest riders ever to lay on a bodyboard. And wins go all the way back in this graphic to 2007. Shows you how long he's been at it.
Totally. Up we go. So the man of the moment, Ahmed, looking to solidify the early start to the heat. Nice projectile roll into a jamming reverse with a nice little fan created there. I love to see that.
And we see tons of waves being ridden in all these heats. This one no exception. Abdel Hafid going up to the lip a little bit late. Couldn't get the lip move. Ducks out. And, already we're looking at scores popping through. 6 waves, actually more than 6 waves ridden here, and we're only 5 minutes into this heat, so it's an absolute bonanza for these guys. Again, 12-wave maximum, so they have to be careful at some point not to catch too many.
Totally. So here we go. We see it again. Up he goes, makes the best of that little corner pocket of that wedge, and then lays the rail in to jam the reverse. So that's the difference between the flat spins and the carving spins. The judges will respect those nuances and reward them accordingly. And there we go. So we've got Ahmed in first place with an 8.35, Garib second, and Amory third. But let's have a look at the stats here. We've got some live action in the background. So Garib Abdel Abhavid looking to bust a little flip. Doesn't quite bring it together. So yeah, unfortunately missed the opportunity to read that graphic there because the action was too intense in the water, Jay.
So more waves ridden. It just does not stop. And Amory Laverne quickly in and out of that one. So Laverne trying to pick through the weeds and find the best wave out there. Soliveras from the Canary Islands, actually the same place as Amory, now calls home. And certainly no stranger to heavy waves. There you go, 2024 Itaquachara, the last event. Took that event in the final against PLC and is our current tour leader. This would be another shot for him to get a world title. Already holds a junior world title from a few years ago. So no stranger to the podium, and this young Canarian is just in a long line of rippers from the Canaries. Men's rankings on the screen right there with Braga in second position. He got bumped out by Salaveras in the last event. T-Rob, that's right, our champion from a couple years ago. Udi Valadao, our 2008 world champ, trying to recapture that crown after some 16 years off of the world champion podium. And rounding out that crew of top 5 riders is David Hubbard.
And I think Etienne Capdeville is level with Dave Hubbard, if I'm not mistaken, is he? But here we go, live action. So a nice punctured roll there. And again, another one. So yeah, not to take anything away from Armid for the loss that he had to Gabriel Braga in Morocco. Lost in the final seconds, didn't he? Otherwise, he would have had another World Tour victory on that stat there. So super unlucky not to take that one. But there we go. Nice roll and another nice roll. He won't remember this as one of his best waves of the event, I don't think, will he, Jay? But nonetheless, he's just trying to stack up the points.
Yeah, he couldn't get the finish on that one, unfortunately. First one, decent, kind of crumbly section, punched through the roof, went out of frame there, but he did not get the finish on the second Rolo. But at the moment, before the final score drops for that wave, he is in first position. Amory Laverne uncharacteristically holding down third spot, but he doesn't need much, just a 2.01. So it's, it's so early in the heat. There's no way to say anybody has any sort of edge in this heat at this point. No scores higher than a 4.35, and that was Armide Salaveras. So kind of so far initially here in the first 10 minutes, a low-scoring affair out there.
Yeah, for sure. It's just been more of a jousting tournament. There's been no king punches so far, Jay, The other heats that we've watched, most of the winners have streaked ahead with a big score earlier on, and that's been the deciding factor as it comes into the final minutes. But here we go. We've got a set. These guys are going hammer and tong at it. So I had a chat with Garib Abdel Hafid yesterday. He told me that he definitely loves the rights, and you can tell that by the position that he's taken in the lineup, hunting those right bowls. But here we go, Armid, Jay.
So here he goes, stalling for the bowl here, gets up to the lip and goes for the ARS. A little bit forced on that one. Not really a super pitchy section here, but this inside section definitely does, and he capitalizes on it with a huge backflip on a small section. So Salaveras showing why he's at the top of the heap right now on the 2024 World Tour. One more look, Rob.
Up he goes. So spots the section and just has to make it happen. So that's where the kind of gymnastic ability comes from, to really push that through. And then he's sizing it up, generating some speed. He gets that little crosswave wedge come towards him. And when you're a bodyboarder, you're riding across a wave, you feel like thanking the Lord when you get a crosswave wedge come towards you, because it is just a bowl of fun,
A bowl of fun. I'm loving these British idioms and phrases, Rob. I'm learning the Queen's English. Is this the Queen's English? I'm guessing it may not be.
I aim to educate, Jay. I'm happy to help.
Love it, man. Love it. Yeah, we got a mix of lingo
Waffle.
and vernacular, as it were. 14:30 to go here in this heat. 3 very capable riders, all of them capable of taking the lead, but Salaveras in the lead at the moment by virtue of his 10.25 heat score. At the moment, Abdel Hafid needs a 6.01 to overtake the lead, but it's really always in these heats, these 3-man heats in this round, a battle for second position. There we go, Salaveras on the inside.
Yeah, he's on a tear, isn't he? That guy has got ants in his pants, can't sit still, just all over this lineup. Lefts, rights, doesn't matter. He's going to hammer the lip with a flip or an ARS, and then he's going to continue to bust moves all the way through to the inside. He's out of the lineup at the moment. We've just got red, Amory Laverne and Garib Abdel Hafid in blue, but looks as though there's a quiet spell in the action, so let's move over to Bago. Just hold fire 1 second. We might just have a A little wave, just hold fire 1 second. So yeah, no wave. So we're going to move to the post-heat interview with Bago. Take it away, Bago.
Thank you so much, Rob. Well, Tristan Roberts, our usual suspect, surfed super good that heat. And you were telling me that you are feeling a little bit under the weather, so how was it out there?
Yeah, it's really tough for me to wake up this morning. I've had a big night of being really sick. But yeah, I had to do what I had to do. I got a couple waves, and I'm just super happy I can go home and sleep for the rest of the day.
Well, what do you feel about the Maldives?
Yeah, I always love coming back here. You know, surfing in warm water is always nice, and the waves always super challenging, which is a different type of mental challenge for me. So I really enjoy the challenge of coming back here every year, even though I really do struggle on this wave. But yeah, just take it heat by heat and see what we can do.
I would like to hear from you. What do you think about the Maldivian bodyboarding? Because we have seen, you know, it's been growing so much, and we believe that's because of the event. So what's your take on the, you know, the community here?
Yeah, I was really impressed this year just to see how the local boys have stepped it up from the years before. It's really, you can really see how much they've improved, and that's really nice to see, and just super stoked that they're loving the sport so much.
Well, you want to say something to someone?
Yeah, just thanks to everyone, my family and friends back home for tuning in, all the support. I really appreciate you guys, and yeah, let's keep it going. Phew.
Well, we hope you get better, and congratulations for this result. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks. T-Rob giving the lowdown on his health situation. You can hear him, he sounds a little bit stuffy, and we know that this journey is very long for a lot of riders, and kind of takes its toll, the jet lag, the travel, and the extreme environment change. You know, he's coming from winter in South Africa, cold, dry, to this tropical, humid environment, and that'll wreak havoc on anybody, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. But to see Tristan surf the way he just surfed when he's ill,
yeah,
you know what I mean? There's plenty more in the locker for the ladies enjoying the show there. So just chilling on the stand. So that's the stand that's just up in the behind where the scaffolding is, where we watched the opening of the event, and it's a really cool place for people to hang out in the shade and enjoy the bodyboarding action. And there's certainly plenty of that. So here we go. There's this little set coming in. A few riders looking over on the left-hand side. Who's that, Jay?
Yeah, we got yellow Armide Salaveras once again, and here he goes up into the lip, and the Canarian Barbarian makes it happen, Captain. Canarian Barbarian Armide Salaveras doing it right, and right behind him with an answer, Amory Laverne now coming on strong with this beautiful fluid connection of maneuvers, the huge lip moves, and finishes with a Rolo on the inside. So look at that, both of these guys on the inside, and Armide had to watch Amory tear that wave to pieces. So these two going at it wave after wave, back-to-back waves, I should say, and Amory Laverne may claw his way back into second position.
I imagine so, but I'm interested to see the score for Armide. That was an absolute beast, wasn't it, you know?
It was indeed. You know, he rode it as good as you could possibly ride that wave. Talk us through it, Rob.
And here we go. Thanks for the replay, guys. Off he goes, bottom. It just sucks so hard off the reef and delivers him the perfect air bowl. And by Jove, does he make the most of it. Extends his arm as he goes through the backflip and lands it super cleanly. And then we've got Amory. Nice, tidy ARS. And then the smoothest of smooth reverse spins. Super tech. And then up he goes and launches that roll on the inside and straightens the nose out to make it in that difficult crease that you get on the inside. But Amory recognizes that he was right next to Armide on the inside and decides to hammer it back out back to paddle into the next priority place ahead of Armide. So I would not fancy a paddle battle with Amory, would you, Jay? Well, you probably would, because you're just fitness freak.
No, well, if you gave me a little age handicap, maybe. But yeah, he is one of the fittest guys in the sport's history. And if you follow Amory Laverne on Instagram, you see this guy. He's got a home gym. He's really into stretching and strength training. And, you know, he surfs one of the heaviest waves on the planet, El Fronton, which we will see in the final event on the tour. He's a 3-time winner of that event. And here he is now in this event, moving into second position with his last wave, which was a 6.25. But the Canarian Barbarian right here, An 8.75 score on that wave. One of the highest scores of the day, not the highest, but pretty darn close. And that pushes him well into the lead. In fact, it leaves Amory Laverne needing an 8.01 to have a shot at overtaking the first position. So now the situation with Garib Abdelhafid is he needs to dig out of his hole, needs a 5.76 to move ahead of Amory Laverne. 8 minutes and change to go.
Brilliant. And just reflecting back on that big backflip, there was a time when Pierre-Louis Coste came to Newquay, where I live in. He presented to me and a bunch of other bodyboarders. It was kind of like a question and answer session. One of the first questions that was fired at him was, tell us the secret of your backflips. Something I was very interested to hear about. Yeah, one of the main things he said was that your leading arm must be straight as you go through it. And that's exactly what Armid did. Really extended the move and looked great. So speak of the devil, the man of the moment, up he goes again. Wow, nice ARS on that one. And then punctuated with a roll at the end. So he is really enjoying himself, you can tell, Jay.
Well, he's definitely on a roll. He's been very consistent through this heat. In fact, his lowest score is a 4.0. That tells a lot. Some riders have won heats with scores in that 4.0 range, but Salaveras backing up the 8.75 with this wave right here. One more look at it. Little bowly inside section. Beautiful execution there on that move. Straight into the next move. We get that flow going on there with Salaveras, and scores coming through. He's trying to replace a 5.5, which is his second highest score, and then this will potentially bump it out, but no, the score comes through slightly below that, so that one's not going to count in the scheme of things with 6:30 to go.
Here we go, Amory getting some tunnel time. Nice high line, is looking to do something on the inside. Nice ARS, but just gets bogged. Unfortunate, because that would have been a nice sort of unique kind of wave. We haven't seen many waves like that this heat. So yeah, just reflecting back on Silvera's last one. It was actually a backflip, wasn't it? I incorrectly called an ARS on that one, so I definitely want to be getting these right, you know. Going back straight over is completely different to twisting the board under you. So here we go. We've got a nice tunnel, lovely, well ridden. A man who's most familiar in the barrel, you know. He does a lot of tube wrangling at Fronton, doesn't he, Jay?
Yeah, and it was interesting when I talked to him yesterday. Strangely, although he can see the wave from his house, it is not his favorite spot to surf.
Really?
Yeah, he said, it's amazing. It's an amazing wave, a challenging wave, but he prefers a wave that's not so life-threatening. At least if you're talking about a free surf, and there's no points on the line, he wouldn't pick that as his first choice, which, totally makes sense. I identify with that, and but he's so good out there. I'm three-time Fronton king at that spot. So, living right there has its perks, if you will. Yeah. And that second score, highest score for him, a 3.80. So not the highest score on that wave for Amory Laverne, and he's going to need still an 8-point-something here to get through. Abdelhafid ducks out of that wave. That one didn't really offer up a lot for him, and I said get through. I meant just to move into first, but he's still in advancing position right now, Amory Laverne.
Yeah, Abdelhafid still hunting these right-handers. Still needs a second score. He's got 4.25, but he needs a high-scoring another high-scoring wave, essentially. 4 minutes 33 seconds to go. It's getting close, it's getting down to the wire. The other competitors don't seem as interested in the rights, so he's been kind of left to his own devices. But there was that sort of moment or sort of period in the heat before where Tristan and a few other riders got those rights, but it seems to have gone quiet on the rights, and the bowly lefts have come back into play. So I'd say that the positions are fairly solid at the moment. Armid 14.25, Amory 10.05, and Garib Abdelhafid with a 5.85.
All right, so placid conditions prevailing today, at least compared to the last couple days where we had a ton of swell. But you know what? This is still better than most days at your local break would be my guess. And when you have that 85 degree Fahrenheit or 28 degrees Celsius water, man, I always say to people, the warmer the water, the lower my standards.
100%.
Yeah, it's toasty out there. I mean, we were jumping in pre-dawn today, 5:45 in the morning, with no wetsuits on, and I didn't even get a chill.
Not in the least.
I love
in the
that.
least. It's still super warm. So here he is, Abdel Hafid. So taking off. Generates speed from the takeoff. Doesn't get a section. And I can feel his frustration from here. He just wants to demonstrate his wares. He's got a whole bag of tricks. He's ready to display them, but he just needs the opportunity to do it. And that's not been presented to him yet. So he needs to keep hunting, keep busy, and then also work clever with the priority game, because he's now in third priority with 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes 47 to go. He's making it hard for himself, to be honest.
Well, we are just after 10 a.m. local time here in the Maldives. Not too far north of the equator here. Tropical conditions prevailing, and a full day of competition ahead. We are just in the men's division now. We got some juniors and some women's upcoming, so glad that you're tuned in here, and be sure to stay tuned for all the action. If you missed anything from the first 2 days, just click over to the IBC YouTube channel main page. You can see the live streams from day 1 and day 2, even the opening ceremony, which was the day before that. And you can even review last year's or the year before's event. All of that is on the IBC World Tour YouTube channel. So we thank you for tuning in from wherever you are, whatever time it may be where you live.
You were mentioning that Amri lives near to Fronton, so he lives near one of the world's, hardcore, death-defying waves. Most of us live near waves that break in a similar way to this wave as it is today. If we have a nice wedgy day at our local break, we might get waves like this. So that's why I find it, and I know that other bodyboarders that I spend time with find it really interesting to see what riders at the top level can do in waves similar to those that we'd ride, at our home breaks. So it's a cool way to kind of compare yourself to what these top riders can do in waves that are perhaps head high with the odd wedgie bowl, and it's only then that you can see that they are superhuman,
Yeah, I know. And, even now, like this morning I went out, I had a couple waves that I blew. I mean, we all do that in sessions. You get waves, you just do it wrong. You head to the lip at the wrong time or whatever, and it just made me feel that much more inferior to these guys. It's humbling being around the best riders in the world, and knowing that I will likely never get to that level. I can pretty much guarantee it. So I just have to, watch and be in awe of their talent level.
Jay, you're too modest. Too modest. You're just giving these guys a chance. I know what's going on here.
I'm waiting for the seniors tour. Let's bring the seniors.
You've killed it on the World Tour, Jay. So you've been there, seen it, done it. Now it's your opportunity to give back with your verbal gift of commentary.
Well, here we go. Split peak situation here. Amri Laverne picking up the left. We're going to watch his ride, and that was basically a non-event for him. Abdel Hafid picked off the right-hander, as he has consistently, and more waves being ridden across the center of the break here as the wave ends on the inside, and so does the heat. And the standings looking like this. Salaveras dominated that entire heat, takes the win. Amri Laverne in second position. Abdel Hafid is sent packing back to Morocco, and we're going to go to some highlights. We'll be right back. But first, let's take one more look at this one. Abdel Hafid, this is his last wave, and that just does not end well for him. And as I said, he'll be heading back to Morocco with his head held high. And we're going to go to highlights. We'll be back right after this. Stay tuned. All right, it has been a day of high action because everyone is catching a ton of waves out there. Bego Martinez back with me. Welcome, Bego.
Thank you so much. Let's hit the water. I want to keep seeing this action. You know, it's a little bit complicated, but yes, it's been great.
It has indeed, and already in this heat, 2 waves ridden. Here's our lineup. PLC, the defending champion of this event from 2023 from France. Joaquin Soto from Chile, also out there doing very well in this event, as is Aitor Ojeda from the Canary Islands, now pretty much dwelling in Bali at the moment. So he's kind of one of those nomadic bodyboarders. And here we go, wave for Joaquin Soto.
All right, so the Chilean Joaquin Soto starts his campaign with the roll. Saludos gigantes a los chilenos que están sintonizando. El único chileno en la categoría masculina que tenemos, así que Joaquin Soto dándole fuerte, comenzando con un rolo. Esto solo empieza, puede pasar de todo.
All right, so scores coming through for him, a 3.5 on that wave, and another wave that was ridden earlier by PLC. Beautiful Sky Rolo. Comes the inside, little snap turn here as he waits for the wave to steepen up. Oncoming foam section, not really offering much. And he gets a 4.25 on that wave, so not too shabby. A split peak here, and yellow Joaquin Soto with a Rolo on that right. Nothing too dramatic. He got a 3.5 on that wave. But by virtue of the fact that he is the only rider with 2 waves, he has the lead at the moment, and Aitor Ojeda yet to get on the scoreboard as we get down to the 21-minute, 30-second mark.
All right, so heat number, I'm sorry, I can't really read that.
The eyes are going.
I know, that's crazy, it's happening. I thought it was a myth. Heat number 7, one more heat actually for this round, and then we're going to jump to the women. We'll see, it's a taker there, it's a Toro Ojeda from Gran Canaria. I'm sorry, my God, excuse me, Aitor from Fuerteventura. Excuse me, everyone from Fuerteventura. Saludo gigante también a toda la gente de Canarias que está sintonizando. Vamos a hacer un poquito de español después por ellos. Joaquín Soto, un rolazo para la derecha. Con esa nota, Joaquín Soto seguramente va a tener algo mejor para poder quedarse con la primera posición. La primera ola de Joaquín fue un 3, la segunda un 3.50 y esta es la tercera, así que vamos a ver. Él ahora está primero, Pierre está segundo, la primera de Pierre fue 4.25, igual estamos esperando la primera de Aitor, que viene por ahí por los 4 también. Vamos a ver qué pasa.
So, yeah, non-stop waves being ridden in this heat. It's absolutely astounding. And one more look at this wave from Aitor Ojeda. Rolls it through the lip and couldn't really find another maneuver on this one. He's driving out to the shoulder, but he ducks out. And while we have another look at this yellow Joaquin Soto in yellow, a ride for him. A little more boost out of that Rolo from him. So a quick succession of waves ridden by these competitors. We have a quick break. We're going to go down to Robert Barber with the interview. Take it away, Robert.
Thank you, Jay. So, yeah, here I am with Armida. I absolutely blew up in that last heat. No wonder you're leading the tour. Talk to me about that sick backflip you did.
Yeah, today there are really difficult conditions, so maybe every wave could be good. And I saw when that wave was coming, the lip is going to be together with the foam. It's going to, it's right there, boom. So I try to hit in the same moment as the lip and the foam, and that make me go too high.
Super projected, super high, perfect timing. Love to see it. Now you caught loads of waves. That was your strategy, yeah?
Yeah, it's because of the wave. Because today is not super good, so maybe every wave could be good. Maybe in the middle, in the inside, in the outside. So I made just one wave with 2 areas in the smaller one, but so it was good for me. I win, so I think it was a good it was a good
Good hit, yeah. Good stretching, good stretching. Okay.
Love it, bro. So yeah, I'm going to wish you the best of luck for the rest of the competition, and I'm going to send back to you, Jay, and Bago in the studio.
All right, thank you, Robert. And yeah, the Canarian Barbarian taking it to the field in that last heat. 18 minutes, 15 seconds left in this heat. During the interview, we had some action take place. PLC, with his absolutely perfect style, two beautiful arched out, round, extended Rolos. And the third one was a little wonky there, but he did pull it off. So 3 lip moves for PLC, a 6.5. Solid score for him. Puts him in the first position right now with Soto in second. And Aitor Ojeda needs a 5.5. But look, a little cover up there from Joaquin Soto, Bago.
Yeah, I was sorry, I was checking what Joaquin was doing, and Joaquin trying to go for a barrel, but good job so far for him. Last wave of Pierre Licos was 6.5, so he got the first position. Joaquin right now is looking for a 4.26 to get back that first position. And Aitor Ojeda, only with one wave, he needs a 5.51 to be second and continuing competition. Saludo a todos los habla hispana. Tenemos a un canario y a un chileno en este hit enfrentándose contra el 2 veces campeón mundial y quien es el segundo rider en tener más victorias dentro del Tour Mundial. Ya le vamos a mostrar ya le vamos a mostrar el gráfico. But this is the last wave for Pierre. This is the 6.5 for Pierre. Like you said, his execution is usually perfect. You see, his body never leaves the board. I remember back in the day, I asked Sari why her rollers were so good, and she explained to me she thinks her body has a compass, and she thinks we have to draw a perfect circle, and that's why it's important that your body never leaves the bottom of your board. It's always stick to it. So a wave there for Aitor. We're gonna get back to that graphic after we see this wave. So when there's no waves, maybe we can check the graphic. And yeah, that was the last for him. We'll see. Interesting exchange.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, another heat with a ton of waves ridden. And PLC, talking about him, 34 years old, another tour veteran, 2 times
40?
world champ.
30.
Did I say 34?
I heard 40.
Oh, I think your ears need it. Not just kidding. 2011, 2016 world titles, 18 event wins, making him one of the winningest bodyboarders in the history of the sport, certainly. Joaquin Soto with a huge backflip on this right-hander, cannot hang on. But the winningest goes, of course, to Guilherme Tamaga, the 6-time world champ, and that record of 20-something, I think 24 wins, will probably stand for a while.
Última ola de Joaquín Soto, muy buena ejecución, pero por desgracia se quedó atascado justo en la última parte de la maniobra. Todavía con tiempo, Joaquín está segundo, busca un 4.26, Aitor. La última ola fue un 4.25, no fue suficiente, busca un 5.51 para tomar esa posibilidad de continuar en competencia. Saludos a todas las personas de habla hispana. Vamos a tratar de tirar un poquito más de español. Y estábamos viendo a Pierre, que es la segunda persona con más victorias en la historia del Tour Mundial, con 18 victorias. Y la que tiene las más victorias es Guilherme Tamaga con 24. And in third place of, victories on the World Tour career, it's Jeff Obert. He has 17 wins. Actually, before the Maldives Pro 2023, Pierre was below Jeff, and right now, he's above. So impressive that Tamaga has 24, Pierre 18, Jeff 17, Mike Stewart has 15, Amaury Laverne 11, and from there is Uri with 9, and Ben Holland with 8, and so on.
There you go. Some of the winningest riders in the history of the sport. Of course, the landscape of professional bodyboarding has changed dramatically over the years. The first pro bodyboarders ever in the late 1970s, and some of the first contests with prize money really popped up around 1980. There were tours in several countries through the 80s, and then the national tours morphed into a world tour, which started back in 1994, the very first event in Portugal, actually. It was a one-off event, and the final was GT and Steve McKenzie, and that was pretty exciting. And then we went to a full tour in 1995, first event in Maroochydore, Australia, and we continued through the tour. Here we go, Joaquin Soto on this wave, a crumbly, foamy section for him. He goes up to the lip, goes for the roll. He's driving his way out on the shoulder, but the backwash pretty much ends that thing in deep water over there. And the tide, you mentioned earlier, Heats, will become a factor.
Esta última ola de Joaquín Soto, que está buscando cambiar el 350. Claro, no tan, digamos, tan fluida, tan bien ejecutada esa maniobra. Le dan un 275. No pasa nada, no cambia nada. Él está buscando un 4.26 para tomar la primera posición. Viene Pierre Costa.
And here he goes. The Frenchman bottom turns up, tries to punch through the roof, decides that's not going to serve him well. He ducks out. He remains in first position in this heat. A 6.5 score on his last wave. Prior to that one was the high score of the heat, and actually matches the high score Joaquin Soto got, it also a 6.5. So those two battling it out for that first position. Soto just needs a 4.26 at this point. We'll take one more look at his last wave. And crumbly, foamy roll off the top. That will not factor into his score. It was a 2.75.
Just short, right? Well, bueno, la marea está cambiando y el suelo está bajando fuertemente. Por eso estamos tratando de avanzar. One more look for last wave of Pierre Costa. And yeah, I think this is the 6.5, of course. Very good wave. And thank you, director, for showing that again. 3 rolls, showing the world there's nothing wrong with going for the basics as long as you perform them properly, and that it's going to give you a score.
Well, another angle on that one. Nice bottom turn off the lip combo. You can see, you mentioned earlier, he stays connected to the board, which is really the marquee of a nice smooth El Rolo. The third one a little wonky there, but he pulls it off, and 6.5 is the score he was rewarded with. So his heat score right now, 10.75. Meanwhile, finally we're hearing from Aitor Ojeda, who's been a little quiet through the mid part of this heat, with sort of a little, I'll almost call it like a body surfing type roll there. They call it a spinner in the body surfing world. Couldn't really get the loft off the lip. So Aitor, with his third wave right now, he's looking to better his low score, which is a 4.25.
Oh, yeah, definitely that's not going to be that. And he knows it. He's a rider with a great level bodyboarding, so definitely. If you haven't checked it, he has a pretty cool, job. He is a personal trainer, and he does very well. So, Aitor Ojeda from Fuerteventura, currently living in Bali. So, you guys can, check it out. The health dealer, personal trainer.
Yeah, and Fuerteventura, just one of many islands in the Canaries chain that produce epic world-class surf. Of course, we all know about Gran Canaria, where the final event on the IBC World Tour takes place in October. That's Fronton King, where we crown our world champions usually. Sometimes people get enough points ahead of that, but right now taking off in this wave, PLC, frothy section, but it gets a little pitch on it, and he goes for the ARS and gets unstuck on the landing, just a little too turbulent there. And I think he was just really embedded in the lip, and it just body slammed him into the trough of the wave. So that's, anyone else, totally understandable. Kind of uncharacteristic for him not to pull that move off, but sometimes the ocean is the boss out there.
I mean, most of the times. You know?
all the time.
I mean, it also depends on how you use every opportunity that you get.
Yeah.
But, we are in the hands of Mother Nature. We don't know what we're going to get every time we go out for surfing. Sometimes you go out and you don't feel too well and you feel tired, and it turns out to be the best session of your life.
Yep.
Sometimes you're super motivated. The waves are perfect. You say, I'm going to score. I'm going to get the best waves of my life. And then you surf really bad.
Mm-hmm.
So you never know. And with competition, that happens. And it's tough because it's only 25 minutes. And, you have a number of things that you have to cope with. You have to know how to use the time, the priority, and many other things. And in the World Tour, with the factors of the, different climate in the different venues that we go, depending on how you have rested, eaten, or, all those things are factors that can affect your performance during a competition. But, everyone has to be prepared for that. And that's what it's called to being an athlete, right?
Yeah, I don't miss that pressure personally. It's it's a tough life, and but it's if you're passionate about it. PLC is passionate about this wave, but it doesn't give him any love back, and he ducks out through the back on that one. So PLC, another throwaway wave for him. Right now, he's looking to back up his 6.5 with something better than a 4.25. To push himself a little further into the lead if he can. We're down to the 7-minute mark. Currently, PLC holding down that lead with a 10.75. 10 points for Joaquin Soto, is within reach of the top spot in the heat, needs a 4.26. And right now, Aitor Ojeda, also within range of advancing, needs a 5.51. Very easy. Well, I won't say easy, but a very, what we say, as gettable score. So the battle for the top 3 spots in this heat is not over, folks. And usually it comes down to the wire. I've found in most of these heats, nobody's really running away with any of these heats so far.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I would like to thank everyone that stay up. I see a lot of Chilean flags. It's 1:30 in the morning. They're in Chile, and they're supporting, their very own Joaquín Soto. Gracias a todos los chilenos que veo que están despiertos. Sé que es un poco tarde allá, 1:30. Obviamente está la hermana de Joaquín, Valentina. Un abrazo, Vale. Un abrazo para Vicente, para Rubén, para Naet, para Lucas Leighton, que por supuesto siempre apoyando a Joaquín, Alejandro también. Y desde Canarias tenemos también personas sintonizando. Gracias por estar ahí, por quedarse tan, en el caso de los canarios, tempranito. Así que Matías Rivera también, un abrazo, Mati, y a todas las personas. Y bueno, Joaquín bien, va segundo. Aitor bastante bien también, está buscando un 5.51, es completamente posible para alguien como Aitor Ojeda, con ese currículum que tiene él en el bodyboarding. El problema es que de verdad el suelo está bajando y la marea está subiendo. Y aquí con marea alta y poca ola, de verdad que se pone un poco flat. Todavía siguen saliendo olas, en realidad, para quienes conocen un poquito más de este spot, si salen esas líneas es porque algo de ola hay. Es por eso que hemos hecho el evento tan seguido. En teoría, jueves y viernes nos vamos a quedar flat, así que en teoría, obviamente todo puede cambiar, vamos a terminar este evento el miércoles. Este es el hit número 7 de la ronda número 4 de hombres, un hit de eliminación. Solamente van a avanzar el primero y el segundo. Y bueno, esta es la tercera edición del Visit Maldives Pro. Sorry.
It's okay. It sounded like you were going to give us a little more info there.
No, I was just saying that, the problem with the lack of waves and, the tide filling in, it's what it is. But, there's still some super contestable. Look at that. Definitely, there's some waves.
Let's put it this way. If the contest wasn't on, you and I would definitely be out there.
Oh, my, of course.
It looks so fun. So, let's make no mistake out there. High performance bodyboarding conditions here. Joaquin Soto is going to demonstrate that for us right here. Bottom turns, hits the lip, and a nice round roll. It looked like he lost grip of his board for a second there, but he holds on for the landing. And meanwhile, out the back, it looks like Aitor Ojeda with a beautiful rollout. And look at this bowly section. He stalls, pulls up into that pocket. He's going to get one more hit here. hammer time on the lip there for him. So a good exchange between Soto and Ojeda on the inside. You see them both heading back out. Looks like Ojeda's got to pull his trunks back up there, and he will motor his way back out. Now priority is going to really come into play, folks, because right now PLC on the outside has first priority, and the fight now is for second position between Soto and Ojeda, but we're waiting for scores to come through to see if Soto's going to replace one of his scores. One more look at this.
Bueno, la última ola de Joaquín Soto, una izquierda bonita, se fue por un rolo, la verdad lo hizo muy bien, pero ahí como que parece que se le atascó un poquito la mano. De todas formas, al parecer sí va a cambiar el 350 y va a poder mejorar un poco, pero esta última ola de Thor fue la mejor de Thor hasta ahora y ese rolo fue muy bueno, bien ejecutado, proyectado, recordando que eso es lo que quieren ver los jueces, ese control, esa proyección, esa radicalidad y obviamente aprovechar la ola hasta el final, lo que se dice a veces es exprimirla. Entonces sí, vamos de vuelta después de esto, le digo las notas.
So Pierre coming across this inside section. Beautiful ARS. That's what we know and love about PLC. Followed up with a roll. And is he going to get one more move on the inside section? He does indeed. So PLC showing why he is the defending champion in the men's open division in this event. One more look at this one, Bego.
I tell you what, it's just the thing about the professionals. They always get back their first position after it has been taken. Perfection there for Pierre, of course. Good, amazing backflip. And, right away, without waiting too much, he went for the roll, generate some more speed, and went for one more roll just for good measure. So, I kind of think, I'm going to get back to that idea after this wave. It's Joaquin Soto, I think. Is it? Yeah. It's Joaquin Soto, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Your eyes are better than mine, but look at that, man. He is cramming in the moves, and Soto bringing on the heat here. He's in third position at this point, trying to make sure he makes it through this heat. 1:30 to go. We're still waiting for scores to drop from PLC and Aitor Ojeda's last waves, and things are going to change here. This is a very tight heat. You see a 10.25 for third place and 11.25 for first place. So very close. A little bowl section. Roll in the bowl, as I like to say. Joaquin Soto roll into the forward spin. He's going to try to get that one last hit, and he does indeed with the Rolo there. So scores coming through, and yet another one. So just cramming it in, folks. So many waves ridden in this heat. A 4.45 for him on that wave. And Ojeda gets a 5.5. PLC with a 6.75, the highest score of the heat on that last wave for PLC. So PLC continues to lead this heat as we close out the heat. Second place, Ojeda, and Soto now really scratching. 5.76 is what he needs to have a chance to stay alive. He's running out of time.
Bueno, la última de Joaquín, 4.45, no fue suficiente. Hubo un par de movimientos con las últimas olas de Héctor. Aitor está segundo y ahí viene Joaquín muy bien porque no descansa. Let's see, yeah, the heat it's actually about to end and there you see it. Se acaba el heat entonces. Los resultados oficiales después de esta ola, esta es una ola de 4.45 para Joaquín Soto. Si bien la ejecución de las maniobras fue buena y la aprovechó hasta el final haciendo muy buen trabajo, la ola era de las pequeñas, era la del inside y no la alcanzó para poder subir. Una gran felicitación a Joaquín, que viene de un gran año, quedando segundo en Iquique. He has actually had a very good year. He's holding right now a 7th position in the World Tour rankings, and there's a lot to come from Joaquin Soto. And there's a lot to come from this event. We're going to hit a hit recap and a quick commercial break. I'm going to be back super fast after this. Well, welcome back, everyone. Third day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. And if you haven't done it, check out this beautiful bottle and beautiful merch that we have for the event and the Maldives Bodyboarding Association. You can buy everything here, or if you wanna, buy to be sent to your country, you can contact the Maldives Bodyboarding Association, and they will, get it for you. Very nice merch, and it's good quality, so it's worth it. Let's hit the water and check the last heat of this round.
Yeah, here we go. So there's high action in the last heat, and here we go. We've got some top players in this one as well. So Uri Valadao from Brazil, Clement Lodho from France, Alexander Montes from the Canary Islands, about to do battle. So these three-man heats usually mean high octane action because there's endless waves caught. These guys are clocking up such high wave counts. That gives us plenty to look at. And speak of the devil, here we go. Got yellow up, bottom turning, just about to hit the lip, and just a nice little projector roll. So Clement loves this wave. You can tell I was surfing with him last night. He's got such a cool style for it. Then we've got straight into Uri, gunning down the line, project through the lip. He was looking for the flip section, I believe. Pushes through the white wall, gets to the the end shoulder, and then decides to pull out. And then not to be left out of the fun, we've got Alexander Montes gunning down the line, in and out. Decided not to do anything on that one. So the knives are drawn, the guys are in the mix, first waves are taken, and let's see how those scores settle. So we currently have in first place Uri Valadao, 4.75, and then we've got Clement with 4.25, and then Montes with a 1.0, and that means that we've got heat leader Uri Valadao, seasoned competitor, vet of the tour, who is ready to, here we go, Bego, talk to us.
All right, Clement Lodejo right here is looking to get that first position early in the heat, and of course a backflip. One nice roll. So yeah, Clement, very good, very solid, and looking for a nothing, 0.5. And Alexander Montes, right? I mean, the straight answer for the last wave, unfortunately not able to complete. Right, we'll see.
That is exactly the wave that suits Clement's style. He seems to be able to just sit in the pocket and bust move after move in the pocket. But here we go, live action out the back. So Uri answering straight back. Here he goes. He's got the bowl that he was looking for. It's a little bit embedded in the lip, but nice roll. He's now going to just unfortunately have that wedge coming together, kind of bent out to sea, and didn't allow him to get a second maneuver. But he would have, I imagine, been expecting a little bit better on that first move there. He is such a dynamic rider. He's got such a solid skill set with such a good mixed bag of maneuvers that he would have been hoping to get a flip or an ARS on that opening section. But here we are, Clement. Let's have a look at it. Off he goes, bottom turns.
All right, Clement, the last wave, I actually did this.
Sorry. Yeah, up he goes and busts another roll. So good combination of maneuvers there from Clement. First ARS, straight off the bottom, back onto his rail and rolls out of it, and lovely. And then Alexander Montes comes back and just has one of those strange scenarios where you kind of land going too much down the line on your rail and you bog on the landing. And then Uri, as I talked about a second ago.
All right, yeah, this, he used that kind of backwash there in his favor and actually projected that roll. Wasn't the cleanest one, we know that, but it's enough, to get a 5. And, the previous wave, the last wave, I'm sorry, for Clement Lodejo a 7.5. Bien fait pour les réunionnais. Et je sais pas si c'est qu'il a quelques réunionnais ici, mais merci à tous pour le soutien. Et bienvenue à le 3e jour de compétition ici à Visit Maldives Pro. And it looks like we have Jay ready for the interview, so go ahead, Jay.
Thank you so much, Bego. I'm with PLC. Another heat win in a long list of heat wins for PLC, but you just shared with me that you are not feeling well. We saw Tristan struggle earlier physically, but we didn't see it in the water. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, I give it 100% right now in my heat, like try to find my inner strength. But yeah, it's things that can happen, I'm not feeling really well, I probably ate something, or there's a virus going around. I mean, everyone got sick at one stage. it's not the best when it happens before such an important day, but I think I'm kind of feeling a little bit better, like hour by hour. So yeah, happy to make that heat and just rest for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's good that you have that chance to rest. Now, so many waves ridden out there. Were the smaller waves making it easier for you?
Yeah, I mean it's hard. The wind is not the wind is not really helping as well, but there is scoring opportunity more on the inside, I believe. Like the one that double up are the best one. To be honest, I struggle a lot in that heat, finding the good ones and just to be physically ready for that heat. But yeah, in the end, I got the job done, and yeah, just need to think about the next one.
Okay, we're going to let you get back and rest. Any thank yous to your shout outs to your friends, family, sponsors?
Yeah, for sure. Like, thanks to my family, thanks to my sponsors, thanks to everyone watching and supporting me. Like, yeah, it's been a good year. I want to try to have the best year I can, and yeah, definitely need everyone's help.
All right, our defending champion at this event, he's going to go back and get some rest, and we're going to go back inside to you guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Jay. So sorry to hear that Pierre's feeling rough. I mean, his surfing was certainly on point. You wouldn't have guessed it from the riding that he displayed in that last heat. But, yeah, you could see he was feeling pretty deflated there. So a little bit of rest. I'm sure he'll be back for more tomorrow. So he did the job. Hey, Bego.
If that's a struggling, man, I don't know what feeling well is. All right, so Clement lo dejo right here in the first, no, actually, the fourth wave. Yeah, but that's not going to help his account. But yeah, a lot of riders have been saying that, people. It's just because I have to tell you my theory about it, because it happens to me a couple times, specifically every time I go to Mexico. I get very, bad in my stomach. My theory, it's what the doctors told me there once that I went to emergency. They say every country has different bacteria, and the people that lives in the country has that bacteria in their stomach. So when you travel, it's normal that if you get one of those, that it's not, the usual bacteria for your body, you get, ill. But right there, this is the graphic that we have been showing you. This is the IBC World Tour graphic that we came up for this event because we wanted to show the event wins of each athlete. Actually, you know who did that file? It's amazing. Pierre-Louis Coste put together that file and sent it to us with all the event wins. He worked with a number of people that helped him. But yeah, 39-year-old, 2008 world champ, Uri Valadaun has taken 9 wins in the World Tour event, and I would like to call him the Sintra King because check that out, 4 wins in Sintra.
What a monster. That's amazing. And such a it's not a challenging wave, but Sintra is a beach break wave, and that means that to win it so many times, you just have to have such incredible consistency with your riding. So paddling now, Uri, speak of the man of the moment, he's lining up, and that's why he's had so many wins, because he can bang out moves like that, and that was so gymnastic. He's looking for the inside, jams a reverse, and then looks at that little roll section, but there it doesn't come, but he doesn't need it. He's busted a big move outside, which is what the judges want to see.
All right, so one more look at this one. That was super impressive. Check that out. We call them the Baiano Voador, the flying Baiano, which is where he comes from, Bahia. And yes, I mean, he's so used to using perfectly those sections, and a big number is dropping for El Baiano Voador. Obrigada, gente. Obrigado a todo o Brasil que vocês estão lá conosco. Eu sei que é muito, muito cedo lá, cedo ou tarde. São as 2h40 da manhã. E vocês estão aí com a gente, então obrigada. E aí o Uri, ele tá quebrando, você sabe como que é. Ele acabou de pegar um 6.50 e aí ele tá pegando a segunda colocação. Não foi suficiente para pegar a primeira, mas ele está precisando apenas de 5.26, uma nota muito possível para ele, né? All right, so just saying a couple of words in Portuguese for everyone that is tuning in. It's 2:45 in Brazil, and people is there for Uri.
Yeah, 2:45 a.m. Well, there's never been a question about how patriotic and how incredibly enthusiastic Brazilian supporters are in every sport, and it's great to see that extends to bodyboarding, as we're not surprised to hear. So they're up, they're burning the midnight oil, and they're supporting their main man, and he's delivering. So it's great to see that. And we're looking at a slight position change there. We've got Clement first, 11.75, Uri with 11.5 in second, and then Alexander with a 7. So Alexander really waiting to display his skills here. You know, he's not really had a wave that's kind of given him the opportunity to deliver. So let's watch this space, but a little bit of interesting information. So this spot is called Varunala Ralugande.
Oh, that was good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I did a little bit of research, and I found that it actually means effortless place of waves. So consistent waves. I've chatted to some of the local guys, and they said that it's because this wave is so consistent. You know, they're so consistently have waves in this place. Whilst they come in different angles and they come in different shapes, there just always seems to be waves here, and that's what makes it such a fantastic location to have a bodyboarding event. And these guys are making mincemeat of it. You know, these small peaks are getting shredded apart, and 12 minutes to go in this heat. It's all to play for, and we're going to see Alexander Montez having to make a challenge for that second place with Yuri. But here's Yuri.
Urivala down. One more of those, of course. I mean, that technique. I would like to, you know, understand how he get that projection. I think he uses his body a lot. He projects his body a lot. He has the technique, perfect. And check that out.
Yeah, for sure. It's very gymnastic, isn't it? Up he goes. Didn't really have any speed off his bottom turn, so he just used the drop from the lip to move his body into the flip position. Takes a lot of practice, you know. These guys, he's surfing beach breaks time and time again. And going back to his results at Sintra, you know, 4 wins there. He's got such a bag of tricks that can so consistently land. But here we are, Alexander from the Canary Islands. What's he got for us? Bottom turning, looking down the line. This wave's not cooperating. He needs to keep a positive mindset, because I know how it can feel at this stage of a heat if you haven't had any scores and the other guys are sort of streaking ahead of you a little bit, and then you finally get priority, get a wave, and then it backs off. You need to overcome the demons in your head. You need to resettle, restart, and recalibrate so that you can start the approach again. Because really, he's got one decent score of 5.5, and then he needs a backup. So it's all to play for. You know, this is not out of his skill set. He's right in the mix.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You know, Clement Lodejo this year, it's the first year that he is following the tour in full. We discovered him last year here. He did a couple of events. But this year he's following the whole thing. And he is in the 17th position. He didn't go to Morocco. He was in Iquique, got a 9th, an equal 9th in Antofagasta, and an equal 9th in Itacoachara. So in the South American leg, Clement is not in that ranking, because that's for the top 16. But he's holding the 17th position. So how important it for him? These points are right here. We can see right there. Yeah, this is not really his best wave. I don't know. That's double row. I don't know. I don't see more than the 4.25 that he has. But yeah, people, something to keep in mind.
Yeah, it's chosen a really nice shaped wave, but it just gets a little bit foamy for him. Doesn't get into the bowly section of that wave until the second roll. And when he does get into that bowly section, those nice loopy rolls that he does are something that the judges love. So, yeah, he's an expert on these lefts. We'll see more of him this contest, I'm sure. So yeah, watch this space for Clement. He's trying to make his mark on the world scene, and I'm sure that he's going to crack that top 16 soon.
No, I mean, for sure. Whatever happens here, you know, and with the fact that a couple riders from the top 16 they're not present in this event, you know, it's going to give him the opportunity to climb those steps and get himself a privileged spot in the Fronton King, which is, or maybe in Sintra, I'm not really sure. You see, John Aymar, Isaias Ravik, Moises Silva, they're not in this event. And, you know, we have seen, all right, so speaking about him, he's coming in this wave. We'll see, trying to better his score. He is going to better his score with this one. Oh, my. We were expecting something like that, but check that out. That's Uri in the back.
Uri coming straight back to answer. Wow, I didn't see the first move, but he did a nice flip on his second and a nice roll on the third. So I'm guessing he busted something on the outside. If that was a free move combo, that's going to really help his situation and serve notice. An immediate answer back to Clement, who busted a beautiful ARS. Paddling now, we have, that was blue. Poor Alexander again. I feel sorry for him that these waves aren't quite delivering for him. He's just got to keep an eye out for those bowly ones. They're a little bit tricky to pick. When you get them, they just keep on delivering section after section for you to bust moves on, as Uri did just then.
Yeah, I agree with you. So, well, if you're just getting here, let's just see this one again. Clement Lodejo looking for important points to, you know, continue the tour. First time that he's following the tour, but yeah, that was a 5.25. And yes, he does get a best result. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was watching a different wave, actually. This is Uri's. Uri's last wave. Is that the score? Is that drop right now? We're waiting for the Clement last wave, I think.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for the Uri last wave as well, yeah. So the judges have got a lot to think about at the moment, Bego.
Yeah, we don't have those scores.
No. Don't hurry them. They've got a lot to chew over. It's when a set comes like that, anybody that's unfamiliar with judging, and here we go again, more waves. Wow. More action, more judging to do. These guys do not get to rest, you know. When a set comes, all the riders get usually one wave of the set, and therefore the judges go from 0 to 100 really quickly, you know.
Well, I mean, these guys in daily basis, they serve more than 4 hours, you know, or something like that. I used to be like that. And, you know, there's a point that you don't even feel any tired, you know, but competition has a different glimpse, you know. You are stressed, you have only 25 minutes. So sometimes, you know, that desperation of trying to show the world what you can do and that will of doing well. And, you know, some riders even go to water thinking on the money they had invested.
Here we go. Nice roll. Oh, no, sorry, nice RS. Pings it round. Sort of a flip. He kind of had a foamy section, didn't have much launch on that one. So smoothly landed it, though. Got a little bonus bowl on the inside. Wow, and a nice air roll to finish as well. So that'll be a really nice score. Clement is really owning these left-handers. He's just really typical of this French crew, the French boogie crew. They all seem to be super technical on these left-handers, well, on waves in general, but this left-hand style that they've got of banging out move after move, ARSs, flips and rolls, super stylish. So there we are with our social media handles on the screen. We've got IBC World Tour on Instagram, on TikTok, on YouTube, and you can follow our website. The website has a more detailed scoring system on there, so you can see all of the scores that are coming through wave after wave. If you want to geek it up and see exactly where the competitors are, that's the place that I view. And yeah, super handy so that you can see the total heat positions and who's getting scored for what. But currently we have the scores dropping. So Uri Valadao, as expected, recognised for a fantastic wave. 3 manoeuvres, big roll out back, then the flip, then another roll, 7.25. We've got action in the water, speak of the man of the moment. One of his patented forward spins, frog leg styly, just like Guilherme Tomega, super smooth. But going back to the heat positions and the wave scores, we've got Clement in second. He got a 6.15 for the good wave that we saw, not last wave, the wave before. And then Alexander Montes is having a heat that I think so far he would like to forget. You know, this isn't something that it's not working for him at the moment, and it's a real tricky scenario to fight your way out of when the cards aren't falling your way. It almost feels as though sometimes the harder you try, the harder it gets. It's one of those sports, bodyboarding, can be frustrating if you don't get the waves. If you don't get the canvas to paint on, then you can't deliver the scores that the judges are going to be able to give you so that you progress.
All right. 3 minutes and 40 seconds, and situation in the water is Uri Valadao in first, Clement Lodejo in second, and Alexander Montes, who is the current junior man ranking leader. It's in the third position, and he is the wild card for this event, for the IBC World Tour Sometimes you get like event wildcards and IBC World Tour wildcards, and he's got the wildcard from the IBC.
Nice.
So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, he's not having the best probably in this one. So, Joanna Schenker there with Teresa Padrela getting ready. The ladies are going to be... actually, no, they're not going to be surfing today because they advanced. What we're going to see, it's the repechage round.
Oh, got it.
Yeah, we're seeing the repechage round. And it's coming up after this heat right here.
Yeah, perfect. So we'll love seeing the ladies in the water. They'll be able to bust some tasty moves on these peaks. And I was surfing with a gang of them this morning, and they were commanding this left-hand wedge. I was picking off the odd one, but enjoying sitting back and watching the show. The next heat we've got is going to be Namika Yamashita, Nicole Calheiros, Luana Durado, and Mariana Rosa from Portugal. So, yeah, following that one, we've got obviously more women's heat, but live action. Alexander, my heart goes out to him at the moment. That was another wave that didn't cooperate, and I can read his body language. He's sort of saying, what's going on here? Give me a break. There's only 2 minutes left. At least give me what. This is the sort of scenario where in the last 10 seconds he'll just get a sick wave, but it just won't be enough, But who knows? Let's see,
Yeah, going back to the women, we're gonna see two heats for the round number 4, which is the repechage round for the ladies. We have big names there: Namika Yamashita, Nicole Calheiros, Luana Dorado, and Mariana Rosa from Portugal, Kira Shirahase from Japan, Mayla Venturin from Brazil, and Pamela Bowren from South Africa, and Luna Hartman from Brazil. So I'm telling you, these ladies are not going to leave anything behind. They are going to destroy this spot. The spot is a little bit complicated at the moment due to the lack of waves, but there's always some waves there to surf. And we're gonna see the 7.5, the best wave of. Is that so?
Wait a second, we got live action here. So Uri again. I didn't get the section he was hoping for. Wow. Yeah, just punctuating this performance. Clement handspring straight back. These guys have just gone blow to blow. It's been a slugging match between them. And Uri has come out on top with 36 seconds to go. And with, his final wave, it looked as though he'd blown it. Bottom turned. We'll have a look at it in a second. The first section didn't offer anything up to him, but then he made absolutely maximum use of the final section. Took flight. And, for a big guy, he showed that big guys with the right technique can fly just as well as anybody else. So.
Oh, no. We want to see the invert itself. It was just the icing on the cake for, Uri. I believe it was a 6.25, not really affecting the total scores. But, yeah, official results is Uri Valadão in first and in second, Clement Lodejo. And congratulations to Alexander for making it all the way till here. It's already a good effort to be there. So, you guys at home, don't go anywhere. We're going to come back right after this commercial break and heat recap.
Welcome back to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We've got round 4, heat 1. It's a ladies repechage. So the ladies are hitting the water. We want to hit the water and get a view of what's going on. Jay, you ready for the action?
Let's get straight out there. This is do or die time for our 4 ladies out in the water right now. Top 2 will advance. The other 2 will be sent packing. Our lineup looks like this from Japan. Namika Yamashita, Nicole Calheiros from Brazil, Luana Dourado, the little 14-year-old from Portugal, and also from Portugal, Mariana Rosa.
Nice. Ladies are ready to do battle, and here they go. So yellow, Nicole Calheiros jams a nice reverse. So lovely. Ooh, just gets caught by the backwash, but makes something of it. You know, that was a tricky thing to manage there. As she went to do the roll, it just backwashed, and she jammed the roll. So we just got a little. Yeah. So this isn't Nicole. This is Luana, I believe.
Okay, so we're going to try to get the colors correct on our score sheet here.
A little color correction.
Yeah, color correction indeed. But Luana, the young Portuguese rider, getting a wave there. 22 minutes 35 to go, so 2.5 minutes old is this heat. Nicole Calheiros, actually, I believe that's Luana Dourado that should be in the yellow jersey. A 3.6 for her opener. And, again, folks, sorry about that. Always, you know, a challenge when you have so many heats and many hours of competition lined up. You know, there's human error that happens, so we're going to get that corrected shortly.
Quickly resolved, and, yeah, no problems there. But we've got a set coming. Ladies are having a look, seeing some lines. They've got their priority, and they're going to let this heat take shape. So everybody likes to get an early wave, as we've talked about many times before. And with just under 22 minutes remaining, we've got red paddling. So Namika, one of Japan's finest. Unfortunately, that wave just backs off. So wedges up, then backs off. That's sort of something we've seen a few times so far. So wave selection, more important than any of the previous days, I'd say. Wouldn't you, Jay?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we had smaller surf, but you know, we've seen so many waves ridden in this event so far. It's just crazy how many waves are ridden. Look at that, bailing out through the back. That was, I believe, Mariana Rosa. And another wave being ridden. This is Nicole Calheiros here in the white jersey, okay? Ooh. So she gets the roll off and a nicely done maneuver there, and she's going to ride this one all the way in and try to get back in that current. Rob, you've alluded to that on many occasions. There is an inshore current that moves from left to right as you're looking out at the lineup. And you can actually look on the bottom of your screen. You can see the water moving from left to right. So on the outside, it moves right to left, and you get back inside and get that, we'll call it a conveyor belt, back to the peak.
Yeah, Nicole will be absolutely stoked with this. She's been hunting the right sort of event. She makes it up to the lip and gets airborne on the lip projection, which is really good to see. So so she's in white. So Nicole Calheiros, even though it says yellow, she's in white, and she's had a great start to the heat. So fair play to her. We've got a interesting heat shaping up. But like Jay says, she's going to track across to the right of the screen, head out in that current. Imagine having a surf break on your doorstep, which had a current that took you out back like a conveyor belt, Jay.
Well, they call it a wave pool.
Yeah.
So, yeah, wave pools have that, man. You can just, if you know how to use those currents, you can use them. You know, it's work smart, not hard. That's the whole thing out there.
For sure. So here we go. Ladies are looking. So we have paddling in blue. That's actually Mariana Rosa. Just an in and out. Didn't like the look of that one. Before we move on from wave pools, I just want to tip my hat to my good friends from the Bristol Bodyboard Club, who surf the wave pool at Bristol all the time. And yeah, I've spent some time with them recently. It's a great club. They had their club meet-up night, not last night, night before. Inland bodyboarders from all over the world who are igniting the stoke on a regular basis with some freshwater fun. And I know you are a big fan. You are, in fact, the wave pool master, Jay.
I don't know about the master, but I do love a good wave pool. You know, I rode my first wave pool way back in 1989, a flow rider, and that just got the stoke going. Yellow taking off here And yellow getting a wave. Bouncy went across the middle here. Luana Dourado, our 14-year-old from Portugal, gets the Rolo, and she's looking for one more move, and that's going to be it for her. So Luana Dourado actually in the yellow, folks. So please bear with us as we try to get the graphics on the screen sorted.
Yeah, there we go. So Luana showing experience beyond her years. She's hunting that lip, regulating her speed. She fades down to the bottom of the wave as she lines it up, gets up to the lip early. Kind of get a little bit hung up on the landing. But if you're a 14-year-old and you weigh next to nothing, you're likely to get hung up. You know, you haven't got as much power, but she makes up for that with technique. So, yeah, she's a big name to watch for the future, and especially with performances like this. But over to you, Jay.
Well, there's Namika bottom turning on this right in a frothy backwashy section, plaguing her right there. One maneuver off the lip for Namika, and we are sorting out those colors as we speak, folks, so hang in there. 3 nations represented in this heat. 2 Portuguese riders, our Brazilian and our Japanese rider, all battling it out, trying to get in those top 2 slots. Again, reprecharge round right here. So these are the riders that did not have the best day yesterday, let's just put it that way, to be kind. And they're getting another shot at it. They lost out in the non-elimination round, and this is their second shot and their final shot, to be honest.
Yeah, it's do or die at this stage. It's like make it through or make it your way to the airport, or better still, make your way onto a boat and travel to some tropical islands that are only an hour away and score some of the best bodyboarding waves of your life. So whilst you're a loser in the competition, you may not be a loser overall. Paddling, Nicole just misses that one, unfortunately. We've got a sort of heat swinging in from the right here, perhaps, but that one's passing by. So I'm going to pass out to Bago now, who's got a post-heat interview. Bago, thrown out to you.
Thank you so much, guys. Well, Uri, very good performance. Everyone has been saying that the conditions are difficult, but I saw you watching that wave and saying, oh, the wave is really good. So how was it?
Yes, it was really hard because against 2 amazing riders in water, and it's not easy in outside. It's like in beginning of the heat it was super slow, but I just tried to connect with the waves, the best waves, and in the final of the heat I get good scores. So happy.
Well, Bahia is a very hot city and a very hot area. Are you feeling very comfortable here? Are you feeling like you're surfing at home, or this is actually more, warm at home?
Yeah, I think it's more easy for me because the water is the same, is warm too, and to choose my board is more easy for me. I think I love my boards. And super happy, super comfortable.
What, do you want to speak some Portuguese for your people?
Muito obrigado, gente. Tá na madruga no Brasil. Muito obrigado para quem conseguiu estar acordado assistindo. Vamos mais uma. Degrau por degrau, um pouquinho de cada vez aí, a gente vai focando e tentar fazer o nosso melhor. Valeu, tamo junto.
I just love the fact that every time you interview him, he said step by step. You know, they celebrate the little victories, and step by step only. Congratulations, parabéns, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Okay, thank you so much, Bego and Uri. A true class act out there. Here's the action that took place while we were gone here, and Blue getting a forward spin, working her way to the inside. Mariana Rosa, and another forward spin. And nothing too exciting for her on that wave. One more look at this one, Rob.
Yeah, she's fending her way through the chop, trying to make the best of it, making it difficult to deliver a smooth spin, but she maintains through both, battles through that foamy section on the inside, and then bottoms turns back out for more. So, yeah, back to Uri. I noticed one of his sponsors there is a sports bar. So he's sponsored by a pub.
Sweet.
Yeah, many boogers sponsored by a bar, so pretty cool.
Well, if he gets another world title after this many years out of the top of the rankings, they're going to have a big party there, I guess, right?
Maybe rename it after him.
That's good. I like it. Even better, man.
Classic.
Ooh, Uri's Gold, they could call it. Uri's Gold. That was a movie, I think, wasn't it?
Maybe.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Love
classic.
it.
So here they are, the Peanut Gallery, enjoying the show. Multinational contingent of fans watching on their phones or watching the action straight on. So filming. Some of the competitors have coaches, girlfriends, wives, husbands, boyfriends who are filming them so that they can reflect back on the action. But you can reflect back on the action by visiting the IBC World Tour YouTube channel. All the footage is on there. If there's a heat that you've missed, recapture that gold by tracking back and visiting, day 1, day 2, day 3, etc. And you can see the best bodyboarding action from this year and previous years. So there's plenty of stoke to be garnered from that, Jay.
Love the segue there. You got a good segue into that phrase going on there, Rob. Good stuff, man. 13:07 left in the heat, and we do have all the colors corrected at this point. So the standings right now, the young Portuguese rider Luana Dourado holding down court in this heat with first position. Nicole Calheiros, just one wave, a 5.0, but that's enough for second position. And our Japanese rider taking the next wave, and that is Namika Yamashita. Kind of a not too exciting right-hander for her. She's struggling to back up that 0.85, or I should say erase the 0.85. And we see a couple riders sitting up in the stands there. I believe that's
Hey, guys. Yeah, you
How's
go.
it going?
How you doing?
Luciano. And yeah. Boa
Thank-
tarde. Actually, it's not tarde yet. It's still dia. Bom dia.
Got it.
I got to get my words right here in Portuguese.
Well, you're doing good. But yeah, that was I think actually for Namika that was a little bit of a missed opportunity. I think if we saw it again, we'd see there was potentially a little launch ramp for her on that right, but she just didn't get up to the lip quite early enough. So yeah, all to play for. 11 minutes 51 seconds remaining. Luana Dourado leading the heat, so she's got a joint wave score. She's got a 3.25 and a 2.5, which equate to a 5.75 wave score. We've got Nicole Calheiros, as he said, is actually in a really strong position because she's only had one wave. If you remember from the previous heat, she's been very selective throughout, hasn't she, Jay? She's looking for a very specific type of wave, but live action.
Mariana Rosa, bottom turning. Oh, and she comes unglued. A little bit of chop hits the tail of her board mid-spin and just buries it, and she submarines on that one. So that one's going to be a throwaway score for her. She has so far a 2.35 and a 0.8. Actually, I spoke a little too soon. I didn't realize her low score was a 0.8, so that won't be a throwaway score, at least initially here, as we wind down under 11 minutes to go. Rosa needs a 2.66, so not much needed for her to move into advancing position right now. So this is actually a pretty tight heat. I mean, we got 5.75 for the heat leader and a 3.15 for the fourth place person, so less than 2 points. Actually, just a touch more than 2 points, about 2.5 points separate all four of these ladies out here in this heat.
Yeah, if it's to if it's to go by all the heats that we've watched this morning, this final 10 minutes will be absolutely important as anything in regards to who gets through. And here we go. We've got Luana, bottom turning, and then hits the lip and makes it. Super powerful effort there. Board seemed to come away from her body a little bit, but she didn't have much speed and had to power her way through that. So here we go. We've got a rerun. So she paddles in, doesn't really get much chance of getting any speed off the bottom, and then she launches off the lip. So she's the wild card for this event. So she's found her way into the event by the IBC, giving her a place in it, and she is delivering on that expectation.
Well, last time I was outside, before I sat back down here in the booth, the wind had swung around to the northeasterly direction, so 180-degree change from early this morning, and that's enough to put some ripple on the surface. And this wide shot, you can't quite see it. When we get a little tighter sometimes, and there you see that tight shot, you can see all the chop and bump here. And Namika Yamashita bottom turns nicely through all of that chatter and gets the roll off. So Namashita trying to work her way back into the top 2 spots here. She doesn't need a whole lot here. Let's take one more look at this, Rob.
Yeah, up she goes, blast through the lip with power. She gets the nose pointed towards the shore. That means that the judges who are right in front of her get to see the full radius roll that she's doing, which is great technique. That'll be a keeper for her. Score's just dropped. She's got a 5.5 for it, so that moves her straight up into the first position. So critical, but live action there, just riding away from us. It's kind of difficult to see, but it's our lady from Brazil, Nicole Calheiros, who's sticking to her guns on those right-handers and then heading back round in the rip again. So I'm sure we'll see a replay of that in a second. But as predicted, last 10 minutes, high action, Jay.
Well, Nicole Calheiros, really a completely different approach than anyone's taken so far today. Only her second ride here. Bottom turns, rolls it, and lands kind of in the barrel, which was pretty cool there. So Calheiros with the 5.0 as her high score of the heat, the second highest score of the heat, and now she's going to back that up with this wave that you just saw. But, I mean, to only catch 2 waves in a heat, that's really rare this morning. We've seen, I mean, upwards of 7, 8, 9 waves per competitor in most of the heats. So she's really going against the grain here.
She's got laser focus on the type of wave that she wants, and then she's got a delivery of maneuvers that she likes to show. And here we go, live action. So up she goes. Wow, nice section. Gets a little bit of boost off that foamy section. Gets the board above the lip line, and that nice coloured slick bottom flips over, and the judges will see that. A tactic which has been employed by many pros, the nice coloured slick bottom. Jay, do you want to talk through this heat?
Dorado bottom turns into the lip here, launches it off that foam ball, and comes around. And she is slight of stature, but heavy with the maneuvers out there. And Luana Dorado, they're in third position. We see Nicole Calheiros. We saw her get that right earlier. That moved her into first spot. So 4.85 on that wave. Just 2 waves under her belt, but she is leading the heat with a 9.85 heat score. And here we go.
Here we go, Namika, bottom turning up. She goes, wow, beautiful timing. Hits it off the bottom. And now she's got another section. Decides to pull out, but not happy with herself. She punched the water there, so she should be happy. That was a really cool opening maneuver. Perhaps she could have backed it up with another one, and then it would have really gone skyward with a score. But yeah, nice roll. Lands with a nice green face. Bottom turns out of it. The judges will like to see that. But yeah, just punches the water as she comes out the back of that. So maybe what can happen, Jay? I've been here before. You do a maneuver, you bottom turn after the maneuver, and then you just automatically pull out and you miss a section, and then you're like, wow, why didn't I stay on that and bust another move? You been there?
I really thought she would bust the extra Rolo here. You know, in a competitive situation, you have a good outside move, you got to back it up with the finish, and it's almost like she just had a temporary lapse in judgment and kicked out and then realized. But you know what? She still got a 6.5. That's her highest score of the heat, and in fact the highest score of any of the competitors. And so even though it looked like she was hitting her board, maybe that was a stoke move. She was like, I'm stoked, because she's now in first position. So second place, Nicole Calheiros, she needs a 6.56 to move into first slot. But as always, as we get down to the 5-minute mark, the battle here is to stay out of those third and fourth positions. So third place, Luana Dorado, needs a 5.76. Mariana Rosa has had a bit of a struggle in this heat, really hasn't gotten off the blocks yet, and needs a 7.51 if she wants to have a chance to stay alive in the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro.
Yeah, I feel as though Mariana Rosa has only had the opportunity to ride, well, she's only given herself the opportunity to ride waves that have been super choppy, you know. She hasn't had any clean open face waves, so hopefully in the last 4.5 minutes or so, she'll get that opportunity because she's got the skills. It's frustrating when riders don't get the waves to display them. But yeah, just revisiting a point that I began to talk about, those coloured slick bottoms in these small wave scenarios really can accentuate a move, which might sound a bit random, but The judges from distance, maybe not so much in this event, but see those brightly coloured boards, it does make a difference sometimes. So talking of Luana, up she goes with a roll. She's been really consistent with her rolls throughout the event. But again, a chopped up wave. I feel for her. She deserves a clean one, you know.
Yeah, so that was actually Mariana Rosa in the
I
blue. Yeah, so she's having a struggle. Her best score, 2.35. She's really, really not having the best heat of her career, we can assume. Obviously, she's a very well-versed professional bodyboarder, but sometimes the ocean doesn't go your way. Things can change, though, and here we go. Dorado clawing into this left-hander, trying to get around the bowl, kind of missed the best part of that. Actually spit right in front of her, and she had to go around that, and she'll kick out. She's in third position. She's going to have to hustle her way back to the peak and try to get one more with 3:20 to go.
Yeah, she's now, here we go, red live action. So this is heat leader, Namika, up and down. So she's had priority 2. So she's now bottom turn. There seemed to be the opportunity there for a score, but she didn't like the look of it. So she's surfing clever, you know, because she's got a 5.5 and a 6.5. She realised, why bother going on that wave and riding any further when I'm unlikely to better any of my 2 scores. She's not new to this game. She knows how it works. She wants to get back out there and keep busy for the next 2.5 minutes to make sure that she gets through this heat. But she's in a strong standpoint. First place to her at the moment. Second to Nicole, who's just got this interesting strategy of taking 2 waves. Third, Luana. And fourth is Mariana Rosa, who, yeah, is just really... I just hope she gets the opportunity in these dying minutes to show her wares.
So, yeah, that was an interesting take on it. Namika was on the outside. She did have priority. She is in first position. If I'm her, I would have held on to that first priority and make sure that Nicole Calleros and Luana Dorado don't get another good one. But at this point, here we go. It looks like Mariana Rosa takes off on that wave, and down the line, Luana Dorado picks off the wave as well. So we got a priority situation here that's going to come into play, and we'll see if this affects the outcome.
Yeah, it didn't look as though there was any infringement on the ability to score. The Mariana Rosa didn't pass or reach the takeoff point that Luana Dorado was at. They both completed maneuvers, but that's in the hands of the priority judge. So they are actually from that angle nearer than they looked from the front-on angle, interestingly. So 2 perspectives, 2 slightly different views. It will be interesting to see how that plays out, and we'll wait for that decision to be made by the priority judge, Jay.
Yeah, well, of course, the judges have a straight-on view, so the angle that we looked, there's a bit of a depth of field issue there, so they look closer than maybe they actually were. I'm not seeing any interference call, at least at this point, so, it was just speculation on our part based on what we could see on the screen. But at this point right now, Namika Yamashita with the heat lead. And here's one more view at a little more straight-on angle. And, yeah, that's, it's not a done deal. I don't know. We'll see if that affects things, if the judges make a call on that or not. Namika Yamashita leading the heat. Luana Dorado in second position now with a 6.0 on that wave that she went on the shoulder there. And that was a good wave, her best wave.
Super interesting. Yeah, super interesting. So Nicole Calleros needs to get another wave. She needs to get a third wave, and there she goes. So, oh no, this is white. This is Nicole Calleros, sorry. Just did the right thing to try and get a wave on the buzzer, because she just dropped from second to third in what must have been the last 30 seconds of the heat, didn't she, Jay? So that wraps that one up. We're going to now go to the highlights package, but stay with us. We've got more high action coming back to you soon, so stay with us.
And we're back with the voice of the IBC, Begonia Martinez. Welcome back to the booth, Bego. Lots of action, plenty of waves ridden in this women's Reprecharge round.
Yeah, I want to see the second heat because, it's the last chance that these ladies are going to get all or nothing here. We had a wave there. It looks like it was, there's a situation with the colors there because we have yellow for 2 yellows there. So maybe they can revise that because, we have Kyra Shirahase in red. We have Pamela Bowring in yellow, Luna Harman in blue, and Mayla Venturin in white. So, yeah, thank you for the presentation, only that it has a little mistake. And check that out. These waves are rare these days. Today. And nice looking one for Mayla. 2.5. The judges are, keeping the biggest numbers because they know what we can get. So, Luna.
So Luna, crumbly surf out there this morning, and Luna gets the roll off. And one more look at this wave from Pam Bowren from South Africa. Another crumbly section, really close to identical waves from all of these riders. So little subtle differences there.
I was going to ask you, actually, good that you tackled that. I was going to ask you, in your eyes, which one of those rolls could get a little bit more points?
Yeah, it's all about, I think, in this case, from the judge's perspective, it's the wave size and what point on the lip they actually hit it. As we see the scores come through, Pam Bowren, they're all going at it. Pam Bowren gets a 4.0, Mayla Venturin with a 2.5, and Luna's score yet to post, but Kyra Shirahase with a 5.0. So they all have fairly close scores. Mayla Venturin at the lower end of that range. But, it's going to be a case as the tide fills in and the waves get smaller where it's going to really be splitting hairs for the judges. They got to find those subtle differences between the maneuvers.
For me, in my eyes, non-professional judging eyes, I saw that Pamela was going to get the best of that exchange because her wave had a little bit more, the section where she hit it was a bit more critical and the execution was a bit more extended and powerful. So, yeah, a 4. And then in the case of Luna and Mayla, I also saw a better execution in Luna's roll compared to Mayla's. So, yeah, it makes sense. And definitely, Kyra, she got the highest score because, she is the one that got the best out of the exchange. So, yeah, pretty similar scores. There's no way we know at this point what's going to happen in this heat. Here comes Mayla Venturin, truly a veteran, as you have been calling her, in bodyboarding. And that's a good roll. That's going to make a little bit of a difference. And she will be the only one with 2 waves, so she's going to take the first position.
And Luna Hardman, bottom turns into the lip with the Rolo and throws the hand up to show the completion of that maneuver.
Interesting.
So it's getting harder and harder for these riders. You can see the surface conditions pretty tattered at the moment. The wind increasing a bit from the northeast here, and things are going to get a bit more difficult. We're going to hold off on moving down to Rob Barber because I see a wave happening outside, Bego.
Yeah, it's a right. And it's Kyra. She's going for those. And that's a very nice roll. And she is really making a difference in her performance, with the rest of the competitors. Her maneuvers have been way more critical, way more powerful. And I think that's going to be showing, I'm super sure it's going to be showing in the scores. So now I think, because we are waiting for scores for Mayla, for Luna, and for Kyra, we're going to see these replays.
And there you go, bottom turn into the lip, Mayla Venturin. And Mayla was out there early this morning giving a little practice run out there. Luna Hardman struggles through that Rolo, but she's happy with it. She throws the hand up there. And Luna's score is still coming through. Meanwhile, Kyra also had a wave in that exchange. And she kind of gets the best of that exchange in my eyes. She got a little bit of loft out of the lip and got the board out of the water. And we'll see if the scores, reflect what we saw on the screen. Of course, again, we don't have the same perspective as the judges. And this heat off to a rousing start. All 4 competitors with points on the board. And Kyra does get the best of that exchange with a 5.15. And she's looking pretty solid so far this heat.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I also believe the same. All right, so we have Rob waiting there with the interview and with another Japanese. Go ahead, Rob.
Thank you, Bego. So, Namika, you killed it in that heat. It was great to see. That right-hander that you got, you did the air roll. You came up and you were bashing your board. I thought you were angry, but...
No, I'm so happy.
That's so good to hear. Yeah, and what do you think of the Maldives as a place?
Yeah, Maldives, I like it. So good place, good people, I like.
Good. And looking forward to the rest of the event?
Yeah, I'm felt so good last heat. I catch good wave.
Perfect. Well, we're really impressed with your riding. Good luck for the rest of the event, but could you thank your sponsors or your family?
応援してくださる皆さん、昨日はあまりいい試合ができなくて悔しかったんですけど、ちゃんと切り替えて今日、勝つことができたのでとっても嬉しいです。明日以降も頑張るので応援よろしくお願いします。
Thank you, Namika. Good luck for the rest of the event. I'm going to throw it back to California's finest, Jay Reel, and Bego, the queen of world bodyboarding. Back to the studio.
Yeah, right. You guys have to stop that game that you have between you two.
We love it. And she called you the queen of world bodyboarding.
All right, the queen is this lady right here of this heat, Kyra Shirahase. I tell you this, when Kyra started the, competing that we saw her, I remember, I think it was last year we saw her,
in this event.
I think so, right? It was the first time that she showed.
I believe so. Yeah,
Same.
But yeah, I mean, it was great to see that little contingent has grown into a bigger contingent of Japanese riders this year.
But I was going to say, I don't know about you because you know way more of bodyboarding than me, but I can sense she has improved a lot in her riding.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, these riders are all getting better and better. And the level gets raised every year, and you see just horrendous kind of wind conditions out here. But, man, you wouldn't know it by watching Kyra. She's just absolutely blasting off the lip and leading this heat so far.
Yeah, good job there. Well, we don't know what's going to happen. People, this is a full elimination round. Only first and second will continue in competition, so it's now or never. There's no way back. I mean, it's right now. And as you see in your screen, we have the women rankings, and we have Maida Viana leading there. Maida with the high pressure of trying to win this event, but also to beat Sari. And there's a chance that they meet in the semifinal. That's going to be super intense if they meet in the semifinal. And if Maida eliminates Sari and takes the event, Maida will become, for the first time ever, world champion in this event. But that's what it has to happen in order for her to be a world champion here. She has to win, and and Sari cannot advance further than the semifinals. If Sari just gets to the final, even though if she wins and Sari gets the second place, there's no more chances for Maida to become a world champion here.
Wow, that's some serious pressure.
Serious.
And the wave conditions, are the question mark here because, I mean, you look at it right now in this wide shot, it is looking gloomy and dark and onshore. A little better in that shot, of course, a little brighter. But, yeah, we got some funky winds and higher tide and decreasing swell. So all things conspiring to make it even more challenging for these riders to show their stuff out there. Current standings right now, Kyra Shirahase in first position with Luna Hardman in second. And right now, Pam Boweren and Mila Venturine well within reach of that second spot, just needing a 3.31 and a 3.21 respectively. Myra Venturine, 48 years old, still on the tour since 1998, but riding this wave right now. Pam Boweren from South Africa, she's really been sort of a giant killer the last couple years.
I have a nickname for her. I call her the Dream Slayer.
Yeah.
She actually spoiled the dream of a couple riders to become a world champion, and this is why. She really serves super good, especially to these lifts. But she has been showing good skills to the right as well. So there you have it, a double roll, the first combination that we have had, because everything else has been only one maneuver that we had today. So Pamela quiet there, sitting on the 4th position. And she is looking for a 3.31 to advance to the 2nd position. And also, I would like to say that Luna has a chance to become world champion for the first time in this division as well. And Mayla as well. Mayla is holding the 3rd position. Well, this is the event's win. She won. It's been a long while since Mayla Venturin don't take a win in the World Tour. As you can see, last win was in 2008. Previous to that, it was in Caracas, Venezuela in 2007. So, yeah, Sopelana in the Basque Country. Those events are not in the tour anymore for a number of years. But, yeah, going back to the rankings for the women division, there is a possibility for the rest of the ladies are holding a spot. Even Joanna, even Namika, what I've been told, even Yuka, Mayla, and Luna had a chance, depending on what happening here, depending on what happened with Maida and Sari. We'll see. It's basically hit by hit that we have a different scenario and, seeing who's leaving, who's staying. But, yeah, this is the current rankings right now that we have for the women division. And it's been a great year. We started the year with the only women event in Wahine. That was it's always an event that we can't forget, the ArcelorMittal Wahine Bodyboard Pro, an event that brings all the ladies together, that always brings new divisions. We had the PWD division this year with 3 different heats, different disabilities, cancer survivals, blind competitors, and amputated riders. That was really impressive to watch. As you can see, that's the calendar. We started with Tagasube. I'm sorry, I stand corrected. I said we started the year for the women in ArcelorMittal Wahine Bodyboard Pro, but it's actually we started in Morocco. And then the ArcelorMittal Wahine Bodyboard Pro, of course, the 2 events in Chile. We're going to get back to that after this.
Mayla Venturin quickly in and out of that wave. Crumbles in front of her, but more waves out the back. And let's see if anybody is going to take off. And here we go. Red. Kaida. Sidahase. Coming unglued on that section. Doesn't work out for her, but you were saying the rest of the tour. Oh, hold on. Yep. Continue. What were you going to finish with there? There you go.
Yeah, we had the 2 events in Chile. It was a huge, pleasant surprise to watch, Maida Viana taking those 2. And check this out. Maida took the richest events for the women on tour. Because in Iquique, they equal the prize money for the women, and she got 8,000 for the first place.
Wow.
And in Antofagasta, she got 5,000, I believe. So very good prize purse there for her.
Mm-hmm.
And, for the first time in her life, she took 2 wins on the World Tour, and that's what put her on the first position in the rankings. So this event right here is critical for the women division, key for the men division. And not so much for the juniors, because in the case of the juniors, how happened is that, for the women and the men, your best 4 results is what counts. I'm going to get back to that after this.
Luna Hardman carving hard off the bottom and quickly out the back as backwash just demolishes what was left of that wave. So the riders now really finding it hard to find those multiple maneuver waves. You can see things just closing out in front of them. Yellow, Pam Boweren, struggling to get to the shoulder of this wave. She does so and punches through the roof in a nice Rolo. That's power bodyboarding right there, just really holding on that rail until she found that open section to punch through. So good riding there from Pam Boweren, who is currently in 3rd. She only needed a 3.31, and that is probably going to help her situation.
I have to tell you, Jay, exceptional performance here for Pamela, because it's so hard to understand that you have to pass that section and connect with that and be able to, use the section and perform a maneuver. So for me, that's exceptional. Not everyone can read the wave in that way. So Pamela, who actually achieved to get the 3rd position after her, previous wave, not this one, the previous one, she's looking for a 3.31 to keep advancing, and I'm telling you, I see those numbers there. It's a 4.05, and she gets the 2nd position. And let's say this one for Luna.
Luna bottom turns and hits the roll and pulls it off nicely. So Luna finding some gold there on those right-handers And Luna Hardman currently in third needs a 4.26. Hard to see from our angle how much loft she got on this, but we're going to see a more front-on view here.
I think it's dangerous for Pamela, who just got the second place. I mean, I see it there. I see the number there, and I'm seeing bigger numbers. So there is going to be a twist right now. I think it's coming something around the 5.5 for Luna Harman, looking for a 4.26 to get the second position. I think it will be possible for her. Mayla, on the contrary, she has been not in her best run. Yesterday she served super good, and we'll see if she can. 8 minutes, Jay. It's fairly not so little time. Something could be done for sure. And Kaida, she has been the woman of the hour, I believe, in this heat, because and the two first wave that she took, she got the first position, and she has been keeping that throughout the whole heat. So very good performance for Kaida. She has been doing something that I believe it's what you need to do when you're competing, especially in difficult conditions. Just try to get that spot in the early moments of the heat and then keep it.
Yeah, I mean, you basically set the bar, you set the pace at the beginning of the heat, and everybody has to play catch-up. She has had a slow go on the second half of the heat here, but so far she's hanging on with tooth and nail to that lead. But I'll tell you what, the three remaining competitors all within reach of that first position, and this is yet another heat that's going to come down to the wire here as far as which riders will be in those top two slots in advance. 7 minutes and change to go in this heat. Less waves ridden now as we see the conditions get a little rougher, a little more wind, a little more tide. Earlier heats we were seeing up to 7-8 waves per rider. This heat we got 3 to 4 waves per rider so far. So a little less action in this heat, which makes sense. You have to be pickier as the waves deteriorate.
Also take into consideration that the previous and the men heats, we had three men heats. So, we have one more person here, so it's a little bit more difficult. But yeah, asking for a situation, Pamela Bauren, we'll see. Yeah, actually, her last wave, is there? I think so. Right, so just for you to know, we're jumping to the junior men division after this. We're going to see the non-elimination round for the juniors. And yes, we will see Guilherme Montenegro, Abdi Mohamed, Sami Labi, and Jai Taylor in the first heat. Then we're going to see Alexander Montes, Hugo Naudia, that's right, I remember now. And Ethan Perez and Drake Kinhorn on the second heat. And then we're going to have Michele Arriagada from Chile and Jorge Hernandez from Canary Islands, Milo Lotier. That's incorrect. It's actually Lotier from France. Ian Ahmed from the Maldives. And him is the last chance for the Maldives to get a podium. Ian, we'll see. And I've been told we're going to have the Secretary of the Ministry of Sports present here to watch that heat.
That's some pressure.
Yeah, I mean, that's some pressure.
Yeah, but you know what? He'll rise to the occasion. Kaida Shirahase with a solid move right there. Nice Rolo, clean execution, gets the finish. And, now it's down to these one maneuver waves and how clean can you get that maneuver. Well, Kaida Shirahase, I don't know if she's going to replace the 5.0, but let's see. One more look at this.
I especially enjoy that one, I'm telling you, because I think that technique and that execution was really nice. I don't know if it's the look that we're getting. Maybe if we get
angle.
up front, yeah. But let's see this one. Oh no, Mayla, you can tell. I can sense her, desperation to try to find those waves. She doesn't need much. Any of the riders need much, actually. Mayla Venturin. She is a super strong competitor, and she is right now in one of the best moments of her career lately. She is in the third position in the World Tour rankings. She needs these points. She needs to get as far as possible in order to try to, get closer to the main goal, which is getting the world title for her first time. And Pamela Bowren also, she is in a very good position. She has had a very good year also. So these two are capable of much. But check that out, Luna.
Luna on this right-hander gets the roll. Can she get the second maneuver in? This is a big deal right here. She can bang it one more time and hold on, and she does indeed. So she gets the two-maneuver wave. The really the holy grail out here in this heat is the two-maneuver wave. And Luna Hardman, with a solid ride, moves into second position with a 6.0.
Yeah, I really like this wave for Luna. Very complete, it's only a few can, have the strength of performing a maneuver, just squeezing a maneuver actually in that section after just perform a roll. Because I think we had this conversation before. When you hit a leap, you put a lot of effort on it, and then you have to catch up with your breath. And sometimes it's hard, to find the strength of, just, I don't know, go and perform one maneuver. And I just love to see that. So, yeah, pretty sure the judges are going to like it. And they did. It's a 4.5, and Luna is taking the first place right now.
Yeah, so Luna backs up that 6.0 with a 4.5. So her last two waves are her best two. And she now moves into first position, bumping Kyra Shirahase to second spot. And right now, third and fourth, Myla Venturin and Pam Bowern, they need to get hustling here. We are down to 2 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Pam Bowern needs a 6.11. Venturin needs a 6.06. Possible scores for sure, but we haven't seen a really epic wave in this heat, but it can happen. I mean, we saw Max Castillo get an absolute barn burner, one of the highest scores of the day in the closing minute
for
of this
sure.
heat, so it can happen.
Well, Myla right now, she doesn't have the priority. Pamela, she does. And both of them are desperate to find a wave. But, yeah, a lot in stake for Myla and Luna. They are world title contenders. They need to keep advancing. They have a chance. We only have one more event left, is Sintra. And the thing with Sintra is that Sintra doesn't have too much points, So this is the last event with the most of the points. You do want to advance here. So this is beyond stressful for these two, Myla Venturin and Luna Harman. And I'm telling you, for Myla, just to be there in the fourth position, after she has been doing great this year, in the Brazilian Championship, she has been, either getting a second position or winning events back-to-back with Maida Viana. It's been weird. I don't know if you follow them in the social media, but you see they go to an event and they see either Maida takes the win or she takes the win. They have been super strong, and it's, that's Brazil is one of the best places that you want to train if you are a woman bodyboarder, because there is where the most of the women in this sport are, and they are very capable and they're super good. There's names that you don't even know. Every time I go to Wahine, I find out about someone else or 10 different riders that I didn't even know that existed, and they have like 10 regional titles, So
yeah,
that's a place you want to be if you're a woman bodyboarder.
All right, here's Pam Bowern with a last-ditch effort on this wave. What can she do? Ramps it up into the lip. Nice rollo off the lip with power, and she needs a 6.11. Was that enough? But here we go. Kaida getting one more wave here in second position here. Gets the forward spin. No outside lip maneuver, and I think she knows this one's not going to be one of her best, and she's going to make her way in. And that heat is a done deal, folks. Looks like Luna Hardman taking the win.
We're waiting for
right now,
Panos.
Kyra in second, but Pam Bowern, we're waiting for the scores to drop. Did she get a 6.11? That is the question mark. I think what we're going to do is go to a commercial break, take a little highlight reel in, and then we'll come back and we'll see what happened. Stay with us.
Yeah, what is that? Well, welcome back, everyone. If you're just getting here, this is the third day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we are about to start the non-elimination round for the junior men division, where we're going to see the top 8 riders, the riders that are seated there. So it's going to be a great show. Let's hit the water, Rob. And we're going to check out who do we have in this first heat of the round of non-elimination for the junior men.
Totally. This is the young bucks. This is the future of bodyboarding right here. I love watching these heats. And we've got a stacked one to start. So we've got Brazilian Guilherme Montenegro. We've got Morocco's represented twice in this heat. So Abdi Mohamed as well as Sami Labi, who's had a really great event so far. And then Jai Taylor, so get that one right, Jai Taylor.
Jai.
Yes. So Jai,
Love it.
Jai was feeling rough yesterday, but nonetheless surfed pretty good. So here they are. Here's the guys on the screen. So that Grom that we've seen so much of on Instagram, Guilherme Montenegro from Brazil. And then, as we've talked about the names and the places so far, so Speak of the Devil, straight up into the action.
Yeah, not the smoothest execution, but yeah, you want to do that. You want to do something. We already had a wave, actually, from Jai. Maybe we can see it. There's a 4.5 in these conditions. 4.5 is probably something good.
Jai must have busted out on that one, so we'll check out in a second. We've also had Guilherme with the wave we just saw. And then here we are, Jai. So wipe, take off spin. He's been using that technique throughout the competition. Then jam the roll. So the judges have gone, average score for that, which is a great place to start. And then on to red.
Yeah, this one right there, he got a bit stuck, but either way, he found a possibility of complete that maneuver. So, yeah, not a big score. Actually, it's going to be pretty small for him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jai again in this one, stalling there, going for that section. That's a good roll, good work there, Jai. And one spin and one more roll. So yeah, that's gonna put him in a good place. And wait a second, that's Abdi Mohamed.
Groms are going crazy. Gee whiz. So we're only down to just under 22 minutes remaining. So only 3 minutes into the heat, and the guys are all off the block. And oh no, sorry, Sami Labi yet to have a wave in blue. But yeah, Abdi Mohamed from Morocco just flew into our screen there with a series of maneuvers. We'll get a better view of that in a minute, no doubt. The judges they have a lot to think about. So here we go. Speak of the Devil. Sami Labi busting a nice roll. Wow, that's a great combination of rolls there. A lovely clean roll off the lip, landed, bottom turn, and then nice through the lip roll to finish. Impressive performance. He's been impressive for me all event and free surfs. He seems to always be in the water, as these Groms tend to be. But back to Jai.
Jai right here, yeah, this is...
yeah, so spin takeoff, sorry, that was on your watch. So up he went, nice roll, really whipped it quickly, which seemed to give him more speed, and he used that speed to go into a spin and then a roll. So yeah, super combo-licious, that one. And then we've got yellow, Abdi Mohamed, pushing into that one. He didn't actually really drop down the wave before he had the opportunity to bust the roll on a right, and then spin on the whitewash before going to Sami Labi. Who busts a nice roll on this.
I mean, this guy has been impressing me throughout this event, doing great in the men division. Unfortunately, he has already been knocked out on the men, but, still good points and good performance, and now giving it all in the junior. And right here, Guilherme Montenegro, also known as Guy. I used to call him Pulga, which is flea. But he's not a flea anymore. He's very big at the moment. He has been grown. You know how it is, the kids, you see them 1 year and then the next year they're totally different person.
Yeah, they're young men. Yeah, for sure.
You have that at home, so.
Yeah. Okay, so we're going to, we've got a little lull in the action. Oh, wait a second. Sorry, we're going to hold fire. We've got Abdi Mohamed from Morocco. Wow, ARS through the foam and he makes it. So yeah, definitely glad we stayed on for that one. He did a little spin in the white water as well, so he has announced that he has intentions to bust through this heat in style. But we're going to go to the we've got a replay of that one. So bottom turns, he lines it up, lunges down the line, hits the lip, and then confidently jams that ARS and comes round. This guy's got style. I like it. he's a man to watch, or a lad to watch for the for the latter parts of this heat. So we're going to go to the interview now with Jay Reel. What have you got for us, Jay?
I didn't think I was ever going to get a shot at this. There's so many waves being ridden out there. And speaking of which, Pam Bowen with a buzzer beater there to take the win. I mean, how did that all happen at the end of the heat?
I'd half given up. I was like, no, there's nothing on the horizon, and my time here in Maldives is over. And then out of nowhere popped this wave, and I was like, oh, it's now or never. And sorry to everyone back home. I hope you took your heart rate pills before the heat there.
It seems like this happens a lot with you, Pam. You are sort of a giant killer on the World Tour. I mean, you've had so much success, particularly here, but in other events as well. I mean, is this just like your quiet, unassuming way of attacking the world's best?
I think so, in a way. Just bodyboarding is my passion. It's something I do because I love it, and being able to do the tour these past 2 years has just been phenomenal. To everyone back home that supported me, whether it was donations or sponsorship. This heat was for you guys. Thank you.
Right on. So she continues to progress ahead. And do you want to thank your sponsors or anyone at home?
Yeah, just thanks to Handpicked and Lapaside. Thanks for your continued support. And again, friends, family, loved ones, just really appreciate it. And yeah, hopefully onwards and upwards, and I'll try not leave it till buzzer beater moments again.
Right, Pam from South Africa moving ahead, and we're going to move into the booth right now. Take it away, guys.
Super proud of Pamela, but check that out. That's the Aussie legend. I mean, young legend, I will say. Yeah, Kai, right? I mean, I'm sorry, Jai. Kai is another Aussie from the West Australia that, the twins are wearing Kike. But yeah, Kai Taylor right there.
Jai.
My God, again, I'm so sorry. Jai Taylor. The previous wave was a 6, and I'm seeing something like another 6 or maybe 7 in this wave. So great job there for the Australian champion in the junior division.
Jai Taylor, yeah. So, here he goes, Jai Taylor. So he's lining this one up, banging down the line. Off he comes. Perfect timing, tweaks that innie. That invert shows the bottom of his slick to the sky and then lands cleanly and bottom turns out of it. So he is on a tear this heat. He's really showing his true form. Off he goes, off the bottom, wallop. So that right-hand bowl is something that's been elusive to many contestants throughout the heats, but he's sniffed it out and shown that he's got a real sort of great style of banging out big moves on right-handers, as well as combos on left. So he's having a great heat so far, showing his true form.
All right, look at the Brazilian ladies, Maíra, Neymara, Luninha, Heather, and Bianca Simões. There's, of course, cheering up Montenegro, Guilherme Montenegro, but yeah, Jai, oh my lord, with a 6 and a 7. Great performance. And Abdi,
He's got a throwaway score of a 4.5, he's doing good. He's yesterday, like I said, he had a couple of heats and did what he needed to do to get through, got a couple of seconds, but now he's announcing that he's fully recovered from being a bit ill, I'm presuming, by his performance, and back in the game. So keep him busy, picking off the best rides and posting some top scores. So currently we've got Jai Taylor in first, Abdi Mohammed. Oh, live action. So on the subject of Abdi Mohammed in yellow, he's just looking for a section. Jams a reverse, nice tightly crossed legs, and then straight into a duck dive, the pull-off duck dive technique. And now we've got blue, so that is Sammy Labi. Unfortunately, that one turns into a foamy nightmare, so he bails out of it. But yeah, as I was saying, Jai Taylor in first with 13 points. Abdi Mohammed, second place with 8.25. Guilherme Montenegro, 7.75, so just on the tails of Abdi Mohammed. And Sammy Labi with a 4, but Sammy Labi has got the skills, He's only got a 4 and a 1. So it's just gone up to 5. So yeah, he's only really got one real wave. He needs to get another solid score on the board, and then he'll be challenging for a second or maybe even the first place.
Abdi right here. We'll see last wave. It's actually this is at 1.75, I think. So yeah, that's what it is. Super small score there. He is in second, but he has to be careful because, the other riders haven't really, being able to show what they can do. You know, 14 minutes and a half. It's a lot.
It is, yeah. 14 minutes to go, all to play for. The heat's still wide open. Jai is, you know, he's got 13 points, so that's very respectable heat score. We've got some action here. These guys don't rest for a second. Wow. That was, as I just said, Samuel B, do not count that boy out, you know. That was a big bust. Probably the move of the heat for me so far. I'd like to take a second look at it, as I know we will in a second.
Kind of knew it.
But yeah, he busted it. He busted it big. He did really well yesterday. He's the guy that lost a fin, unfortunately, in his man-on-man heat in the Open. And he still surfed on without a fin. Did you see that? Oh, here we go. Live replay.
All right. Yeah, no, I mean, we were expecting this kind of things. You know, he has been doing it throughout the whole event. So, of course, he was going to do that. So, yeah, one more look to that. Yeah, I tend to think that was a backflip. I don't know what you...
Yeah, no, he's got a penchant for the old backflip. He's a machine. He keeps on busting out every time. Every time I look up, there's another Grom on a wave. So, Jai Taylor, spin takeoff. Now he's looking for another section. A little through the lip foamy roll. I don't think this will replace any of his scores, and he needs to surf sensibly now. You know, he needs to be thinking, when he takes off on a wave, is it likely to deliver the opportunity to score above a 6 or a 7? To be honest, that probably wouldn't, but the Grom-like enthusiasm is running deep into his veins. He wants to get as many waves as he can, and he's obviously enjoying the surf. So he's got another backup score there, so that's about to drop. That's probably going to be his worst score of the heat, maybe, but nonetheless, he's got another score on the board. So yeah, we've got 12 minutes, 30 seconds to go. Samuel B's score's just dropped, so he's now got that second decent score that he was looking for, so 6.2. So he moves straight into second place, relegating Mohammed to third, and then Montenegro stays in fourth. So these guys are battling hard.
Yeah, I mean, the good thing about all these is this is a non-elimination round, but you know what's not so good? That if you end up in the third and the fourth position, the reprecharge is going to be now, today, after this heat. So it's always good to have the chance of resting, you know? So the people, whoever gets the first and the second position will not compete today anymore. And that's a big benefit. And of course, it's going to be seeded in the round. This is the round number 3, so it's going to be seeded in round number 5.
Yeah, going to jump around, which is, you know, what all the riders want. So, yeah, looking at the heats that we've got coming up in the next one, we've got Alexander Montes from Canary Islands, Hugo Norde from South Africa, Ethan Perez from Spain, and Drake Hinkhorn from USA. So that one is absolutely stacked. And I know that Alexandra Montes will be so keen to get his fins on getting back in the water and push aside the slight shocker that he had in his last heat. But just see the graphic on the screen there. We've got a QR code. You can use that to link with us through the IBA channels. So grab your mobile phone, take the QR code opportunity, and get connected. It's got a little bit quiet out there at the moment. We've got a paddler, actually.
Well, I'll tell you what. All right, what happened in there? Sammy and, well, Montenegro had the priority. I don't know what, I don't know. I don't know what happened. We're going to see what the judges think. But I wanted to say that Abdi Mohammed, he actually had a very good result this year. He ended up third in Morocco, you know. So he's coming from a good place. He has 14...
paddling, here we go.
Yeah. Oh.
So they're both on the same wave here. That's interesting. Blue Jam's a nice ARS. So that's Sammy the B. Just seems to be able to do those in his sleep. But the interesting thing is that we had 2 riders on one wave there, and 2 riders on one wave is generally not what we see in these heats, because we have a priority system and the riders essentially take turns to get waves. And if somebody perhaps takes off on a wave and doesn't realize that somebody is already on that wave or is a little bit further down the line from them and has caught that wave, then that can be called as an interference. We don't know what the call will be on that, but here we are. Guilherme on another wave, so that's a nice roll. Fends himself through fights his way through the backwash on the landing, and gets another score on the board. But yeah, nothing's been announced yet, so perhaps there was no infringement. White up, just a nice rollo from this lovely angle looking down the barrel, and then switching angles for another roll. That is Jai Taylor, who is just concreting up the foundations of his lead, you know. So yeah, then we've got blue straight in, Sammy Labi. These boys have got endless energy. It's boundless. So we'll get a better angle of that, and say no more. There's another rider going, so that is Abdi Mohammed from Morocco. That little check stall, and now he's got a reverse spin, and he's lining up the inside. Another reverse spin, doesn't quite make it round Bego.
Well, we'll see. I mean, the juniors are making it look easy. Making it look like actually the conditions are really good out there. But, you know, this is the thing. The juniors are always so full of energy, you know. They will make the best out of whatever conditions they find. So it's always going to, you know, make it look very good. So, yeah, right now, I'm going to check the height, the tide. Do you know the tides exactly? I'm going to check them here.
I think it's 2 today, isn't it? But yeah, I think just going back to the point you made, it's a couple of things, isn't it? It's endless energy, and it's reduced recognition of strategy, perhaps. So, you know, they're more likely to just want to catch more waves and just bodyboard their way through heats rather than do what they need to do and then, you know, protect their lead. So that's something that comes as you get a little older, for sure. So got a nice couple of peaks, but I mean, one thing that they have proved, as you just said, Bego, is there's plenty of competitive waves out there. They're busting ARSs. Joe's done a nice invert. Over on the right hand side now, looks as though that is Abdi Mohammed, a fan of the rights by the looks of things. Nice little forward spin, dropping down the wave, looking for a little bottom turn on this one, and then gets a nice little launched roll on the inside, makes a lot of that section. So combination of maneuvers, which seems to be something these grommets can do easily. The standard bodyboarding's good. I'm loving the aggression from these riders, never ending. They want to get through, you know, they want a life as a pro bodyboarder. Who wouldn't? And this is the stepping stone to do that, isn't it, Bego?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I believe this is we have been saying that. I'm sorry, I'm going to get back to that idea after this replay. Bumpy section there for Abdi, the Moroccan revelation of the junior division, coming from being third in the Tagasut Bay Morocco Pro. And that's a nice execution. We are waiting for that 2 waves actually for Abdi. He is looking for a 6.36 to get the second position. That's not there for sure, but it's okay. I mean, he wants to, he has to be active, you know, he has to start, keep doing some stuff. But, you know, this guy, Sammy, he is great. He's not going to get a big score for that neither. You know, Sammy, he's in second, and he's looking for a 6.81 to take that first position. And check that out. We have a 7.25 for the last wave of Guillermo Monterrego. So the whole thing changed. Right now, everyone is in need of bigger scores, you know, because, of course, Guillermo just got the first position. So difficult moments.
Yeah, it's all going down, So 5.5 minutes to go. We've got Guilherme Montenegro with a score of 13. Jai Taylor also on 13. So it's a joint first scenario, but they're looking at the highest individual wave score to deem who takes the lead, and that is a 7.25 for Guilherme. Then we've got Sami Labi coming up in third place, and then Abdi Mohammed in fourth.
We're looking to see the replay of the last wave of red, the 7.25, and to see, you know, once again that. Yeah. But yeah, thank you everyone that is tuning in. And there you have it. There it is. Guillermo Montenegro, very good. And that's not it, huh? Is that it?
I don't think that was the one. No, I don't think that was the one. I think there's another one since then. Yeah, here we go. It's another score drop in. So that was Abdi's right-hander that he got a second ago. He's just been awarded a 3.1, so that doesn't affect the standings at the moment. But we've got a interesting situation for Sammy. So Sammy it would be, I feel, as though Sammy would be confident to get through this heat.
We have
He's
a
just had a
rider.
roll there. I believe that was Sammy, actually. He's getting desperate. He needs to get another second wave score, which is more like a 6-point ride, and that will get him up into second, just about. Yeah, 6.81 he needs. So back to Abdi. So that looked as though his fin came off mid-ride and he pulled it back on again. So interesting. That's the we've had 2 heats throughout this contest where riders have lost fins, and we've had another situation there where a rider's fin came down. So are these riders using fin strings or connectors to keep their fins on their feet? I wonder. But
this is what I always say, that happened to Joaquin Soto in Morocco as well. Guys, please use fin tethers, use fin strings. You don't want to lose a fin and lose a heat because you lost a fin. So good, actually very good roll there for Abdi. Just milking whatever opportunity he has in there, just adjusting his fin in there. But see, that actually makes you lose concentration. So
yeah,
some riders are even stubborn. They want to just put their fins without the tethers because they say the tethers are annoying. They have to have an extra moment to tie them up and stuff. And when they have, I have heard that.
Wow.
And they also want to take the fins fast when they get out of the water.
Right.
So they say it's annoying to have to, untie the tethers and stuff. But hey, you are competing. You don't want to have a bad result just because you're not using a saver, a tether, or a string, however you want to call it. It's one of the accessories that you really want when you're competing. It's like competing without a leash,
Totally. Yeah, 100%. I mean, it happens. People lose heats because they lose their fins. Simple as that. But Abdi had a little wardrobe malfunction there. Managed to rectify it mid-ride. And speak of the devil, he's back on again. But yeah, I remember Dave Hubbard calling a heat one time from the booth, and he was saying that he just strictly. Oh, here we go, live action. So this is Sammy. So this is important. He knows he's got to get a good score. Nice, quick ARS flip, and then a nice Rolo at the end there. So yeah, I'd like to. Sort of sat on the fence there calling it an ARS flip. I'd like to get a second look at that before I make a clear call. So, Abdi is just all over it. Nice little air roll there, a spin in the white water just to make it clear that he's landed that move. But we've got 1 minute 45 to go. So for Sami Labi, the score from his last wave could be critical to whether he progresses or not. I'm not sure whether he'll get back outside in time to then get into a position where he can get another wave and therefore fight his way back up into first or second position. Jai Taylor, here we are paddling, so let's have another look at this. So paddles, it's an inside wave, it's got a bit of backwash running through it, but he makes the most of it by getting up to the lip and yeah, just ARSing round and then does a through the lip roll. So it's 2 strong moves. Will the size of the wave be a consideration of the judges in order to keep the score capped? We've got yellow up.
All right, one more look to this last wave of Abdi. This is the 5.30 for Abdi. Mohammed, it's not enough. We have Sami also looking for a 6.81. We're waiting for one score of his. But so far, is Guillermo Montenegro dominating the heat with a 7.25 and
Whoa.
maybe is that the one? I think that's the one,
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe it is. Here we go.
That's a
Another
7.25. I mean, did you see how projected he got?
Yeah, hit the lip crisply there. Managed to fend through some backwash action on the landing. But we'll come into the last 20 seconds here. And yeah, Sami Labi has sort of served notice to the bodyboarding community that he is a shredder indeed and holds a lot for the future. He's done well. He hasn't progressed through this heat in the current standings. But yeah, notable rider of the future. And he, with Abdi, is going to go back to Morocco now. But they can hold their heads high. Some great bodyboarding performance. And then Jai's just wrapping this up. So yeah, that rounds this heat out. We're going to stick with us, please, guys and girls. We've got plenty more action to come. We've got a super stacked heat next. But now we're going to go to the highlights package. Welcome back, everybody. We're returning to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. I'm here in the booth with Jay Reel, and we're going to be calling the heats of the Junior Men's Round 3 Heat 2. And the competitors couldn't be any more, high-octane skilled, could they, Jay? You've not heard that term before, have you?
Well, especially in the juniors division. Check the lineup here. Alexander Montes, one of our wild cards in this event from the Canary Islands. Hugo Naudia, who was here last year from South Africa, back again for another stab at it. Ethan Perez from Spain, and Drake Kinghorn, the Cali kid, 14-year-old from San Diego. And that kid, 6'3", if he's not more than that. That kid is like giant. So we'll see if that height actually helps him or hinders him as we get these 4 competitors underway out here in this heat.
He was out in the water with us this morning, Jay, wasn't he? He got a couple of beauties. I like his style, you know. So for a tall guy, it's not always easy to have a good style. And, yeah, he's got those nice extendo rolls and these nice tight spins and things like that. But yellow, up and riding already.
All right. Yeah, Hugo Naudia gets a little caught up on that forward spin. And he's kind of the anti-Drake in that he's like short and compact and thick. And then we got Ethan Perez and Alex Montes, who are kind of more slight.
Yeah, for sure. So to speak of the devil, we've got Ethan Perez on this one. So he did a little roll there, but couldn't really capitalize upon it. He doesn't need much of a section. He'll bust an ARS in the blink of an eye. But here we've got White. Wow. So this is a nice extendo roll from Drake Kinghorn. And a nice boost on the inside as well. Didn't quite make that one, but the judges would like that outside move. Lovely launch above the lip line. And then we're on to Hugo, who had a wave that he'll be very happy to forget. So, and then we've got Ethan Perez. So nice little roller there to start.
Yeah, so these guys getting super busy already early on in this heat. And rough conditions, we pointed that out many times. We're still a couple hours out from that high tide. So it's going to be rough going here as the tide continues to fill in through the middle of the day here. And here's Ethan Perez. Huge sky roll on that one. Can he punch through? And that backwash just dashes any hopes of a second maneuver. But Ethan Perez cramming in another epic wave here. And we are only 4 minutes into this heat, and these guys are really turning up the heat on this wave here.
Wow, Ethan Perez has got that timing down to a T, hasn't he? He kind of gets a bit exploded by the whitewash on the landing with the backwash, but yeah, he's got style to burn. I like him. I like what I see. I think he's going to potentially go a long way in this event. But Drake Kinghorn leading the heat now. The judges like that first wave that he had where he launched that roll. Perfect start to the heat. But we've had a position change already. Ethan Perez now gone first, Drake second, Hugo third, and Alexander Montes fourth.
All right, let's take a chance to get a word or two with Miss Bego Martinez with our heat winner from the last heat. Take it away, Bego.
Thank you so much, guys. We're super excited, Guilherme Montenegro. I mean, your first appearance because it's an all-elimination round, and he, of course, is seated. He's a top part of the top 8 of his division. How are you feeling about advancing in this heat?
I'm really happy to pass my heat, and I'm feel good. I train a lot for this in Brazil to prepare it for all conditions, and I'm really good, happy, and.
How are the trainings in the Instituto Neymar Carvalho? I know you train there. What type of trainings do you do?
No, I'm training a lot for this and Instituto Neymar Carvalho. Muito preparada, a gente treina na areia, no mar, em qualquer situação e é isso, estou muito feliz. E bora. De manhã, de tarde, né, que eu estudo de manhã no Instituto Neymar Carvalho, aos sábados também, e sempre treinando para os campeonatos e bora, vai dar certo.
What is that? Actually, you want to say some words for your family and friends?
Eu queria mandar um alô para minha mãe, para minha irmã que está me assistindo agora no Brasil, que é de madrugada, elas acordaram para me assistir. E eu estou muito feliz, queria mandar um salve para a galera lá do Brasil, que está todo mundo me assistindo, do Estúdio Neymar Carvalho. E é isso, meus patrocinadores, e bora.
Parabéns, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Bego. Go grab yourself a glass of water. You're getting a little husky there, but it's all good. So we're back to the live action in the water. So since that interview was taking place, Drake Kinghorn has capitalised on his lead even more. 9.25 he's sitting at now because he backed up his first score with a 5.25. Oh, live action, Jay.
All right, here we go. Looks like yellow. That was Hugo Naudia, unable to get into that wave in time. Drake Kinghorn with two pretty solid scores there, a 4.0 and a 5.25. He did briefly drop out of that lead position, but then he got that backup wave, and he's sitting in a good spot right now. Second position, Ethan Perez needs a 5.26 to overtake the lead, and right now third and fourth place between Hugo Naudia and Alex Montes.
So this is the state minister sat watching the bodyboarding action now. So we've had lots of members of senior members of parliament and other government departments visiting the competition over the last few days, which has been awesome. Just so fantastic for bodyboarding to be recognized so well in the Maldives, and thanks massively to the Maldivian Bodyboard Association for the work that they're doing, which is helping the sport get recognized. But back to live action, Jay.
All right, Cali Kid, Drake Kinghorn leading the heat so far, gunning it down the line, looking for that lip section. You see him almost driving for the lip about 2 or 3 times before he finally gets up there. Cannot get the finish on that one. And these competitors continue to struggle through these waves.
Yeah, this is a tricky one. Hugo is not having a heat to remember at the moment, but it's not too late to turn it around. He needs a bit of power, you know. He's only a junior, but we surfed big waves with him on the first day, and he was really one of the top riders out there. You know, he was sitting comfortably amongst Tristan and Pierre and Brahim and the guys, you know, didn't look out of place whatsoever. I'm not sure if it's playing to his strengths, the wave's dropping in size a little bit. He's quite a chunky dude. But back to Blake Kinghorn. Drake Kinghorn, taking the high line on this one, sizing it up. He wants to hit that lip, but by the time he gets to hit it, the wave is kind of dissipated in power, and that won't be one that will go into his scoring collective. But here we go, Hugo.
Yeah, so this is a replay of his last wave. He does get that roll, but can't complete. And that one, actually, he doesn't have any high-scoring or even medium-scoring waves at this point, so that turns out to be his highest score so far, the heat. But he still sits in third spot, and here goes Alex Montes.
And Alex Montes, who wants to put the skeletons of the last heat to bed. Yeah, he's glad with that one. He's happy with that one. Nice big roll on an outside section. Hopefully this is going to turn the corner for him and bring him back into this heat. So yellow up. So Hugo again, very similar to his last wave. Jams it forward in this time, lining it up. So he's got a little bit of bump and lump to deal with, and then blast one on that like double up inside section. So yeah, whilst there was no huge moves on that, there was a series of flowing maneuvers, which the judges will take into consideration when applying their score to their scorecard.
Yeah, I think in the scheme of things, you know, just getting off even basic maneuvers is a win-win. And if you can do 2 or 3 basic maneuvers in a single wave, you're ahead of the game here. Here goes Alex Montes with a nice solid roll on one of the bigger waves of the heat, and a 6.25. That is the high score of this heat. Hugo Naudia rolling where no lip exists, but he made it look good into the forward spin. And this is the key here, this little inside banger. Hard to stay in front of these, but somehow he gets pushed in front of the wave. And that one turns out to be his high score of the heat, a 3.85.
Keep chipping away, Hugo. It's coming. But yeah, I've got a question for you, Jay. So we've got Drake Kinghorn. I mentioned a minute ago I really like his style. Here we go to a replay. I'm just going to talk through this one. So this is Ethan Perez. Wow, blasts through the lip and does a nice ARS. And they're not easy, Jay. They're not easy. And that's his patented landing celebration, isn't it? Chest up, front arm straight, showing the judges that he's made it. And that will be Recognised by the judges with a reasonable score, I think. Probably going to go into his top 2.
Yeah, we're waiting for the final scores to drop. Ethan Perez gets a 5.85 on that wave. So that is one of the higher scores of the heat and bumps him into the first position now. Drake Kinghorn now in second spot needs a 4.91. But you were saying your thoughts earlier. You wanted to ask me a question.
Yeah, so Drake Kinghorn has got a really nice style, as I was saying to you. Very upright on his board. He looks good even though he's a tall guy. The nice extendo rolls. Spins are really tight, legs are really crossed up. Are you born with good style or can you create good style?
You're asking the wrong guy. I hate my style, Rob. No, you know what? I think you can create it. Honestly, it's really mimicry in a lot of ways. You watch the best, and if you're analytical in your approach to bodyboarding, you can actually tweak things about your body position that are aesthetically pleasing, I think. And, so I think it is something you can teach to somebody who's reasonably athletic.
Got it. Well, speak of the devil here. Here's Drake, the style master himself. Up he goes. And that's what I'm talking about, Jay. You can see it. No, poor guy. Didn't quite make that one. Feeling for you, bro. But nice extendo roll. And another extendo roll. Love to see that. So this is Alex Montes showing what he can do. And he hasn't had the opportunity to show what he can do in the last couple of heats that he's had. So he's back in the game. That was really stylish. Yeah, the young Spaniard's going to like the score on that one. He's trying to just erase a 0.5 wave. He only needs a 3.01 to vault himself into the lead position here. And this is going to be a seesaw battle between these competitors as we get down to the 12-minute mark in this heat. And I got to tell you, man, it's we've said this before. It's do or die. But this is a non-elimination round, I believe, right? Yeah. So here we are back on Drake. And, that looping roll, he just doesn't get enough projection in front of it to hang on. And one more look at this one from Alex Montes, the Spaniard. Beautiful roll, probably the best one we've seen in this heat so far. And Alexandra Montes gets a 5.10 on that one. Solid score. He's literally jumped from fourth to first. So, all change again. We've got Drake Kinghorn, who was sitting first for the first half of this heat, now slipped down into third. We've got Hugo Norde from South Africa in fourth. And then the first two spots are filled by the two Espanol guys. So, live action. So, speaking of the Spanish man, Ethan Perez punches a roll off the lip and then punches another roll off the closeout. So, he doesn't want to be forgotten. He hadn't had a wave for a little while. Wait a second. Just caught the end of something there. So, didn't actually see what colour it was because I was just looking down at the scores. So, perhaps we'll get a rerun of that from our camera team. So, non-stop action yet again. Lots of waves being caught, keeping the judges busy. Even though as you look at that lineup, if you pulled up in the car park and you looked at that surf, you'd be like, maybe I'm not going to surf today. But then these guys are blowing up, getting scores, edging towards the excellent range with some of them, in the average and above average range. But these Groms are showing what's possible. Loopy rolls and nice stylish approach. All right, rerun on this one. This is White Drake Kinghorn. And he had to hop over that little hump, and you see he gets that roll off. And this was one wave from earlier where he just got upended in the whitewash. So Kinghorn chasing down a 4.91 to move back into advancing position. Yeah, and as if to kind of rub it in, the wave immediately after, Alex does exactly the extended roll that Drake Kinghorn would have liked to have done. So, and then back to Perez in blue, bottom turning. Guy's a machine, there's hardly any lip here, and he just manages to find enough to blast off it, and then not wanting to be left out of the fun. Hugo Norde lines one up, looking for that roll section, and no doubt he found it. But now we've cut back to live action, so we're just going to chill here for a second and take stock of where the riders are. Oh, look, this is the athletes area, so this is where me and Jay got changed in the dark this morning. Go for our session, but the guys are listening to the action, watching the action, Just to the left of that area is a really cool sort of gym area where the top riders are using that area to warm up. Very professional approach to it. And then we've got Drake Kinghorn, who's just hitting a lip, so he's fighting back. He wants to get back in that top two. He wants to have a day off, you know. He doesn't. Oh no, I think he'll end up surfing later. But here he goes. Does he make it? Keep on pushing. It's becoming a little bit of an Achilles heel for Drake. He's not landing that final inside maneuver, which is probably costing him 1.5 points each time, maybe more. So that's an aspect of his riding that he needs to work on, is punching that roll a little bit further out in front of the wave. Maybe striking it a little bit lower down. What are you saying, Jay?
I think what we can't see is how close he is to the tetrapods. He probably doesn't want to lose his teeth. And there he goes again on yet another wave. Beautiful air roll from Drake Kinghorn. I'm actually kind of surprised he didn't continue further on that wave. But, of course, more waves out the back. Action never stops. Hugo Naudia with a launch off the lip of his own. And Hugo still looking for that big boosting section to back up the 6.75 score that he has, which happens to be the highest score of the heat so far. So Naudia looking to erase a 3.85 here. He's in second position. He needs a 4.61. That one's not going to do it, just a 2.75. And currently our wild card from the Canaries, Alex Montes, continues to dominate the heat as we see another look at Kinghorn's wave, which he gets a 4.10 on, and Nadia's wave, which he got a 2.75 on. So rapid fire wave riding out here for these junior competitors, with the top two pushing ahead around, and the third and fourth will go to a reprecharge round. Look at that athlete zone. It's looking like really like a paradise in there. I want to go hang out there.
Yeah, totally. The guys are chilling. They've been very well looked after. The Maldives stay. Visit Maldives, looking after us incredibly well here. Incredibly grateful. A smattering of bodyboarding stars and new faces there. And back to the action. Ethan Perez. Wow, he made that roll even though that lip just clobbered him. That was super hard to do. Didn't look super impressive. I think he's just going to battle on. Yeah, he knows that wave wasn't going to fall into his top two high scores. But this is so here we go again, Jay.
All right, yeah, it looked like it was a failed maneuver, but he somehow salvaged it. And you see his elbow. It's cocked and ready to spring him into action here. And even on a tiny section, he utilizes it. It looked like he almost tried an ARS there at the end in that little foamy half-inch closeout. And check it out, man. That's where I want to be right now, getting a massage.
Guys are living the dream.
Yeah, that might be on my next break. Head down there and get a little work done. And that's what the athletes get to enjoy here. The Wellness Club, one of our sponsors here, making it happen and keeping the athletes limber and loose.
If I don't show up for the next heat, Jay, you know where I am. Okay, so we've got Hugo, little tunnel, rolls out of it. Just gets pushed out the back, unfortunate, because that did hold some high scoring potential. Super unlucky there, so he'll battle back out. But yeah, I'm just looking at the tide time. So we've got 14:20 as the low tide, the high tide to be specific today. So this tide's going to keep marching in for another hour and a half or so, which should mean we've got a decent swell size running. There'll be some lips to hit, and yeah, looking back at the position. So final 5 minutes now, 5 minutes 20 seconds. It's a typical juniors heat. Everybody has been in every position throughout the heat. It's kind of toe to toe, bashing it out, wave after wave, swapping the first place, second place between them. And here's the next Grom squad getting ready to hit the water. That's a little mini beach there. As I understand it, the only little sandy beach on Malé, and that's where the guys jump in to paddle out, and that's where we were this morning, wasn't it, Jay? You jump in there, then you sort of drift in the rip current to the right hand side, end up by the China Maldives Friendship Bridge, where you drift up the side of the bridge, and then you can paddle over to the lineup. So super cruisy. There's our camera team. So we've got 8 cameras getting angles. And that's the angle that looks down the barrel, so that's one of my favorite angles. There's also a viewing tower from there where Jay and I checked surf from. The first day when it's absolutely pumping, we were looking into these pipeline-like kegs, weren't we, Jay?
Yeah, No doubt about it. Definitely different this morning than it is right at the moment here. So we're going to have to just struggle through this high tide. 26 waves ridden in this heat so far. Absolutely astonishing. You combine 4 competitors, kids 18 or less, with smaller surf, and you're going to get a lot of waves ridden. And think about it as a judge. You've had to record 26 scores in the time this heat's been going on. Hugo Naudia pulling up under the hook there, and that thing just cascades down around him. My gosh, that was like the Phantom of the Opera chandelier falling on his head right there. Craziness. So Hugo Naudia struggling his way through the latter part of this heat. He is holding on to second position. Ethan Perez needs a 4.76. We got 3:20 to go. Kinghorn needs a 5.36 if those two want to move ahead around. Otherwise, they're relegated to the repecharge heats.
That's right. So Hugo just showing that an onshore wind makes waves behave much differently to an offshore wind. So we've been blessed with offshore winds for a lot of the time that we've been here. But while the wind is onshore, it will make those lips crumble. Doesn't matter if you've got a sucky one or not. If you try and pull into it, it's likely just to cascade down on your head. But yeah, thank you for the dramatic description there, Jay. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Well, hey, musical theater, I'm a fan, so I had to do the Phantom of the Opera reference out there with the chandelier.
Love it. Love it.
Speaking of chandelier, man, a lot of chandeliering tubes out there with that onshore wind. We got a northeast wind, which was forecast for today, so we kind of knew it was coming. And, I told you yesterday, everybody was talking about this huge swell that was on the way, but it's southwest, and that just passes right by. It's blocked by all the islands to the south of us, so we're not getting that swell in here. We have had a decrease in surf today.
Hugo with a little gift from the gods here. Opportunity to bust out. He's got a nice Rolo section there, and he makes the most of it. So you can see the bottom of his board. Evidence that he's become disconnected from the wave face and managed to roll that round nice and clean. And landed. I thought he was going to go for the flip or the ARS. It seemed to be a section that was presenting itself for one of those moves, but his decision was to do a roll, and it turned out nice and clean. And from this angle, let's have another quick look at it. Up he goes and over and lands it. So he's trying to claw his way back into the game, Jay, isn't he?
Well, he is indeed. I mean, he's in second spot, so he's looking good for now, but he really has to work on holding off Ethan Perez and Drake Kinghorn. Does not want them to move ahead of him, so unfortunately he used up his priority here. Another competitor up and riding on yet another wave. This is Ethan Perez with a beautiful arm extension on that Rolo. Hugo Naudia picks off a 5.0, so that turns out to be his second best wave. And now that puts Perez in a spot where he needs a 5.51. Was that Rolo the 5.51 Perez needs? And the situation is changing rapidly here.
Yeah, another reshuffle of the pack. But here we go. Perez spots that lip. He's got that nice extendo thing going on. Lands it cleanly. Painting to claim. Claim, no claim, I'm calling it. And then we've got red. So Alexander, what's he got? Wow, will he make it? He does another move maybe. Claims it. Well, he struggled through that one, and then here we go. Hugo answering straight back. So negotiating the backwash, lining up this inside section. Here we go. Potential ramp. Didn't fancy it. So, reflecting back on Alexander's wave. Oh, wait a second. More live action. So we're going blue. Guys were hungry. It's the last 10, 20 seconds. That it was all to play for. And it looks as though the unofficial results are Hugo. Are we waiting for any scores? AJ, we're waiting for a score from Ethan. And we're waiting for a score from Drake. So Drake got a score there in the dying seconds of the heat, which might just edge him back into it. But the heat is finished. So what we're going to do is we're going to reflect back on this in a minute. But for now, we're going to go to the highlights package, come back, and we can fill you in on the scores then.
All right, Bego Martinez back in the booth with me here today. Welcome back, Bego. And that last heat, I got to tell you, a half a point separating first from fourth place. It was such a tight heat and something like almost 30 waves ridden out there. It's just insane.
Well, that's right. If you're just getting here, welcome to the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We are in the third day of competition, and we are in the non-elimination round for the junior division, and we just did 3 heats of that, and we are right now in the heat number, we're in heat number 3, where we're going to see Michele Arriagada from Chile. Wait a sec. Actually, this is Jorge Hernandez from Canary Island. This is the IBC World Tour wildcard for this event. Jorgito, who is the defending champion of this event in this division. So that's why he got it. Oh, there's a drop in the lens. You want to take care of that? Oh, your lens is going to, that's bad for the cameras, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think moisture is good for cameras, but yeah, we got a high-powered heat out here. We also have Milo Lautier from France. There's our lineup right there. I like Mikel's picture there. It's really
like
getting
the guy
jiggy,
of
getting down.
Offspring song. Got to keep it separated. Michele Arriagada from Chile in red. Jorge Hernandez from Canary Island in yellow. Milo il m'a dit qu'il a changé ça, Milo, excusez-moi, Lautier et Ian Ahmed. All right, yeah, it's changed the scoring system, but not in those graphics. His last name is Lautier from France.
All right, already some waves being ridden here, and this is going to be another heat of just nonstop ride after ride action. And competitor on the outside there, it looks like Jorge Hernandez. I have to give him the edge as the odds-on favorite. He has a history of success in this event. Of course, he is a junior world title holder. He is doing the juniors division for his last year. He's aging out of the juniors division, also competing in the men's, and he is coming off an injury, which he sustained at the Fronton King event in 2023. He did some rehab, re-injured it again. And so it has been an up and down year for the Canarian rider. And let's take another look at this wave from blue. Milo Lautier is bouncing around. It's like a bucking bronco in there as he gets knocked around on that wave. And a rough start on that wave, 2.5 for him. Ian Ahmed is the local favorite out here. He's the final Maldivian rider still alive in this competition. And Ian had a great day yesterday. He is the hope of the local bodyboarding contingent. I'm sure they're all down here ready to see him do his thing out there. And Jorge Hernandez on another wave here.
Jorgito from Gran Canaria. Nice. Oh, he actually was taking a breath and saying, no.
Oh, man.
Oh, that wouldn't be good. All right, so one wave here for Ian Ahmed, the last possible card for the Maldives, and we have the pleasure, the honor of having the State Minister of Sports, Mr. Rias, and present here to cheer, to root for Ian. But we have the interview ready with Rob and the winner of the last heat, so take it away.
Thank you, Bego. So, Hugo, South Africa's finest, you did so well out there. That was such a close heat. Less than 1 point between first and fourth. How did you do it?
Yeah, I steered away from my original game plan to just wait like two big waves, but it was quite slow in the beginning, so I was just trying to build a score, and I knew I just needed one good one and then just try to get it back up from there, yeah.
Perfect. Well, it worked out, buddy. You showed some nerves of steel there. So, yeah, who do you think is going to present the biggest problems to you in the event going forward?
It's tough to say. Like, the level of riding this year is so high, but I say Michael Janse, Guy, obviously Jorge is a weapon. Yeah, I think anyone can really win because the level of riding is so high, yeah.
I agree. It's pretty mind-blowing to see the future of bodyboarding coming. Thanks. But yeah, would you like to say any thanks to sponsors or friends?
Yeah, I wouldn't be here with my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, my family back at home. I just want to thank my sponsors, M-Star, Kuko, Firewave. I want to give a big shout out to Laura and the Van Rooyens back at home, and HBU for helping me throughout the way, especially Vaughan Harris guiding me through Maldives. And yeah.
Perfect, that's great to hear. Good luck for the rest of the event. Back to you, Jay and Bago in the studio.
Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay, Bago. Thank you so much. And Hugo Naudia turning it on there. He kind of struggled at the beginning, but really came on strong towards the end there for the heat win. And this heat is well underway. We've got, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 8, 16. Hold on, let me start that over. I got to take my math again. So 8 waves ridden so far in this heat, and down at 1840 left in the heat. So it's going to be another affair where we're going to see a lot of waves ridden. The highest score so far, a 5.0 from Jorge Hernandez. And Milo Lautier, not too far behind with a 4.65, holds down the lead because his second wave, a 2.5, is one of the better second waves ridden so far. So all these guys hunting down a backup wave to move ahead. And right now, things remain very tight. It is early in the heat, and things will stretch out as we continue on. Right now, Ian Ahmed in third position, and here we go, yellow up and riding. This is Jorge Hernandez keeping busy. Nice Rolo here, bit of backwash hits that wave and ends his hopes of getting another move off, and the Canarian takes another turn to head back out to the lineup.
All right, so if you're just getting here, juniors, we're going to do this. Wait a sec, we're going to see this wave again. This is Jorgito waiting for a score for this one, and that's a completed maneuver. And I'm telling you, he's ditching that 1.55, getting a 4.95, and also getting the first position after that. So good job there for Jorgito.
All right, so right now the standings, Jorge Hernandez in first, Milo Lautier in second. But as you saw on the screen briefly, a lot of local support for Ian Ahmed, and we'll see him catch some more waves. But right now it's all about Milo Lautier on that wave with a solid Rolo. And Lautier trying to push into first position. One more look at that. It drops over the ledge here, has to quickly get on the rail and up into the lip. But a nice roll on a meaty section there, relatively speaking, for what we got out there today. And I think we're going to see Milo Lautier's low score of a 2.5 get erased with this wave, and this may potentially turn out to match his current high score. We'll have to see. The judges give him a 5.75. Meanwhile, outside, Mikel Arriagada from Chile.
Oh, my Lord, Arriagada.
Oh, boy. We're going to have to work on that one. So here he goes to the inside cutback reverse. This is a really good wave for him. He even gets another move off on the inside, and he's showing his hands to the judges like, hey, man, that's a 10, that's a 10. So pronounce his last name for me again.
Arriagada.
Arriagada.
Oh, actually, there's an extra I in there.
Yeah.
Ok, una ola bien buena de Michele para lo que tenemos disponible hoy. La verdad que la supo correr bien. Él que estaba comentando que estaba medio enfermito, pero la surfió muy bien, la verdad. Bonito estilo. Bueno, un rolo con un reverse más un rolo. Ahí, bueno, levantando su mano diciendo que la completó. Otra vista de esta ola.
So, yeah, one more look at this. He carves back, waiting for this thing to stand up, and it does so on the reef. Quickly on the rail, up into the lip, and bouncing across that backwash. He's going to find one more hit on the inside, but he gets a reverse in as well. So a solid wave for him. And the Chilean racking up some points as this heat progresses on. So far, 9, 10, 11 waves ridden in this heat, 15 minutes and change to go. And Ian Ahmed, our Maldivian rider, yet to really get off the ground with a good one. But check this wave that he had just a second ago. We're going to get some scores for him. Punches through the roof, hangs on through that turbulence, and a nice completion for Ian Ahmed. And a 4.0 for him. So that moves him now into third place. And he's going to be hunting down a 5.96.
All right, I'm just going to throw a bit Spanish if you allowed me to, because we have Jorge and we have Michele. Maybe I can throw a little bit of French for Milo. All right, so Jorge Hernández desde Canarias está segundo. Michele, esa última ola no le alcanzó, fue un 3.75. Recuerden la importancia de las olas que son tomadas desde arriba, si bien él la surfió muy bien, o sea, digamos, la exprimió, la utilizó bien, tiene que tomar las olas desde esas que están corriendo de ahí arriba, como está haciendo el actual hit líder, que es Milo.
All right, here goes Milo across the inside section. A lip to hit, and he does so nicely, and he is cramming in the moves on this wave. So a great wave for Milo Lautier, who currently sits in first position in this heat. That's only going to bolster his first spot here. And one more look at this as he comes across the inside.
Tellement bien surfé pour Milo. Je pense que ça c'était très très bien. Il a profité de toutes les vagues. Il a surfé très bien. Il a fait trois maneuvers. Oh, je ne sais pas comment on dit ça en français, excusez-moi. Mais oui, Milo Lautier de la France, il a la première position maintenant et je pense qu'il va rester là-bas parce que c'est un 6.65 et ça c'est bien, ça c'est très bien pour lui. Very good for Milo. You know, he's going to stay in that first position with a very good score.
Yeah, 6.65, solid heat score so far. 12.4 points in this heat, holds down the lead. Second position, Jorge Hernandez chasing down a wave that's going to help him replace a 4.95, which is actually a decent score for most of the heats today. But this score, or I should say this heat, a fairly high-scoring affair at this point. All four of these riders getting some pretty solid waves. Of course, Ian Ahmed needs another good one. We're waiting for him to pick off another wave. We saw him work over some of those right-handers yesterday, but those aren't really too abundant out here today as we get into the high tide zone and the middle of the day. So we'll see if he can find a little gold out there.
Una más para Michele Regá. I'm sorry, disculpen gente, estoy tratando, aquí estoy un poquito mal de la garganta, así que por eso me trabo un poquito, pero bueno, una más para Michele. Michele, que está tratando fuerte de conseguir las notas, está buscando un 6.21, vamos a ver este replay. Esa técnica muy buena de comenzar con un giro desde el principio de la ola sin ni siquiera hacer bottom, es lo que el australiano, que es el actual campeón nacional de Australia en la categoría junior, ha venido haciendo en esta categoría. No se preocupen, es una ronda de no eliminación, independientemente de si quedan en cualquier posición, ninguno se va a ir de competencia, pero sí es cierto que a todos les conviene avanzar primero o segundo, ya que si lo hacen, hoy no van a competir de nuevo, porque hoy vamos a hacer la ronda de repechaje, que es la que viene después de esta ronda. Entonces, definitivamente siempre es bueno tratar de, en la ronda de no eliminación, pasar primero y segundo, saltarse una ronda, sentarse tranquilito, descansar, ver a los demás competidores cómo surfean y también obviamente no competir en un mismo día. Entonces, hasta ahora es el francés y el canario quienes están consiguiendo ese beneficio. Michele está trabajando, no se está rindiendo, quedan 11 minutos, hay tiempo y bueno, si no lo consigue, va a tener otra oportunidad hoy mismo en la ronda de repechaje.
All right, thanks for that update in Espanol. Much appreciated there. Of course, we got some viewers from all around the world. We have a Chilean and a Canarian in this heat, so I'm sure their followers benefited from that. And you also busted out some French. Milo Lautier, our French rider out there. Now you just have to learn Divehi so you can update our Maldivian fans for Ian Ahmed. So far this heat continues on, just about 10.5 minutes to go in this non-elimination round. The top two advance forward and the bottom two go to a repecharge round, which will happen later on today. And we do expect improving quality of surf in the afternoon. At least that's what we're hoping for as the tide drops. Low tide after dark tonight, but the afternoon heats should improve somewhat over what we're going to see for the midday.
Alors, Excusez-moi tout le monde parce que moi je suis mal de la. Ay, j'ai oublié comment on dit ça. I'm sorry everyone. I'm a little bit, I have a little bit of a deepness in my throat. Right, so Michele.
Okay, here he goes. He decides that one's not going to do what he wants it to do, so he ducks out. And Michele Arraigada, I see Arraigada. I'm pronouncing it as best I can, folks.
The I is extra there. Actually, Arraigada.
Arraigada.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Okay, so the young Chilean really far removed from his normal environment. Of course, Chile known for sort of desert landscape and chilly water, and here he is in a tropical landscape with boiling warm water. The water temperature here, folks, right around the 85, 86 degree mark, which is around 28 Celsius. I mean, you can jump in there in the middle of the night and there's not even a chill, so it feels great if you like warm water, which I do. So I'm a huge fan of coming to the Maldives, and again, thanks to Visit Maldives, our title sponsor here for this event for the third year. We're here back in Male at Varunala Ralugandu.
That's right.
Yeah, it's the bodyboarding, I'll call it, I'm going to step out right now on a limb and say it's the bodyboarding epicenter of this country. Just an amazing crew of bodyboarders here, the Maldivian Bodyboarding Association, making this thing happen every year, and we're so stoked to be back.
Yeah, yes, completely stoked. Bueno, si están recién llegando, gracias a todas las personas de Chile que se han mantenido despiertas. 4 de la mañana en Chile en este momento, y está la gente sintonizando. Un saludo para Nelson Flores, para María Freitas, que es la mamá de Michele, para Benjamín Fuentes, para Jimena Berríos, para Alex Castillo, Paulo Ryder, Felipe Muñoz, bueno, Rorro Cuevas, todo el mundo que está sintonizando, apoyando a Michele Arriagada, que es el único rider que tenemos en la categoría junior. Tuvimos un rider chileno por categoría nada más, y bueno, la verdad que un placer tener siempre a gente que venga desde tan lejos. En mi caso, que vine desde Chile, me tardé 48 horas en llegar para acá. No sé cuánto se tardaron los chicos. Yo tuve unos vuelos y unas escalas un poco difíciles, más largas, pero sí es un esfuerzo grande para quienes vienen de Chile. I was just saying that it's a big effort for whoever comes from Chile. You know, it took me, I come from Chile. I'm not Chilean, but I come from Chile. I'm going to get back to that. And this is our last Maldivian in competition, the great Ian Ahmed, a rider that has a bright future ahead of him. And that's actually a very good combination for him. Looking for a 5.96. That might be there.
I would not be surprised at all. That was a solid wave for Ian Ahmed. And take one more look at this. He drops in one of the bigger waves of the heat, actually. It holds up nicely. He gets the spin around the bowl here. He's looking for that lip section, and it stands up nicely on the inside with that oncoming right-hander. He gets the roll off, and we're waiting for scores to come through. You could hear outside the booth here the local fans cheering him on. And, he's looking for that 5.96. So it'll be tight here as we wait for the final score to drop on that wave. He could move from fourth to second position with the right score, but still 6 minutes to go in this heat. Even if that score is not enough, he can make it back out and get another wave. So you can see the cheering section right there, the local fans all down there supporting him. And I'll tell you what, man, this is another situation where the heat could come down to the wire. A few less waves ridden, actually quite a few less waves ridden in this heat versus the prior one. So that a testament to the wind, the tide, and the dropping swell here, making it a little more difficult, and the riders having to be a bit more picky.
And you know what? I thought Milo was from France, but he's from Reunion Island, actually. You know, I was checking here. He's 18 years of age, so this is his last chance in the junior men division. And he said the community there had a large crisis, but it grown up even though of the sharks. And he is twice French champion, I guess, in this division. And this is his first competition, and he wants to come to El Fronton. Merci Milo, merci à tout le monde à la réunion. C'est toujours joli d'avoir plus de compétiteurs qui viennent de là-bas parce qu'il y a beaucoup de bons niveaux là-bas. Et oui, c'est un plaisir. Right, one more wave here for Jorgito Hernandez. Jorgito, who is looking for 7.41, and that's a very explosive maneuver. I tell you what, Jay, that score might be there for Jorge. He might change the situation now.
Yeah, that was pretty dramatic. Hard to find those kind of waves out there. It does not surprise me that Jorge Hernandez managed to pick that one off. He's really in tune with this spot is what I'm getting out of him. And look at this little lip section, throws the ARS, gets completely airborne on that one. That was a solid wave from the Canarian as Jorge Hernandez, our junior men's world champion, shows how it's done out here. And I think we're going to see some pretty high scores. One of the best moves I've seen in a few heats, to be honest with you. He's currently in second spot. He's clawing his way into first spot, but he needs a 7.41. And, you know, it's going to be tight, folks. And, yes, indeed, he does get the score he needs, an 8.0. He moves himself into first. Lautier now chasing a 6.36. And now the hole is a little deeper for Ian Ahmed, but here we go with another wave from Milo. Rolls it off that oncoming section, and that one not offering anything further for Milo Lautier. And Ian Ahmed needs an 8.06 now to move into one of those two advancing spots and avoid the repcharge round.
All right, one more look to last wave of Milo, because Jorge, he did take the first position.
And indeed he does. He's looking at a 13-point heat score. Milo Lautier, 12.4 heat score, still within reach of that first position. But again, you know, this is a non-elimination round, 2 minutes 30 to go. So Jorge and Milo looking pretty solid out here. Ian and Mikel are in deep at this point. They're going to have to really hunt down the right wave because they're probably going to just get one more shot. And unfortunately, priority may come into play here. So we'll have to see what happens as this heat winds down.
Oh, people, I would like to apologize because I have this throat. You know, I've been sick since I got here. I'm so sorry for my voice and the coughing and everything. I've been trying to hide it, but I think it's pretty obvious.
You are only human. People understand. And here we go. Wave coming up for Mikel Arraigada. Bottom turning on this section. A long, slow bottom turn. He's waiting for the wave, and he hits it right with the backwash. Can he pull that off? No, sir. He gets upended on the inside. Another wave here for yellow. This is Jorge Hernandez. Another sick ARS, and Hernandez is about to extend his domination of this heat. He has a 8.0 and a 5.0. And hold on, one more from Milo. So he is not done yet either. Beautiful Rolo from him over this bouncy inside section with the cut back into the forward, but can't quite complete the forward. And, man, rapid fire here as we close in on the 1 minute mark in this heat.
You know, I'm watching Milo, and I'm thinking, you know, it's another discovery that we have here in this event from the Reunion Island. I remember last year watching Clement and say, wow. All right, so all eyes on this guy, the last Maldivian. Ian, nice looking roll. Oh, wow. 8.06. Is that there?
Well, Ian Ahmed just trying to really, you know, get his last shot at this. And 8.06 is what he was chasing down. Not really a super hollow, pitchy section, but he's really just trying to get a victory lap here in this heat. And he's, you know, he's not done yet. He moves to the repcharge round, so he will get another crack at it. Hopefully get some better waves in that next round. I don't see scores coming through for that wave that are going to bump him out of that third spot right now, and he's kind of stuck on the inside at this point. So with 10 seconds left, it looks like his heat is done, and he will move to that repcharge round. Will this wave count here? We got a wave coming from Milo Lautier. He's gunning down the line, and he bottom turns, and the backwash just ruins him. It takes his edge out of the water, and he loses all his drive to the lip. So right now it looks like a done deal for Jorge Hernandez, who dominated the latter part of that heat. Milo Lautier in second, and the other two riders will go on to the reprecharge round. We're going to take a quick break for some highlights and commercials. Stay tuned, folks. Come on back.
Well, welcome back, everyone. The third day of competition for the Visit Maldives. The 2024 Visit Maldives has been on fire. Even though the conditions dropped a little bit, we have seen amazing waves. So we don't want to waste any time. We want to go straight to the water and check this heat of the non-elimination round, the last one. And we have no one else than this defending world champion of the IBC World Tour, the 2023 world champion, Michael Janse in red, Hugo Medina from Spain in yellow, Federico Castelo Branco in blue from Portugal, and one of the revelations of this event, Vicente Campos in white from Portugal as well.
Yeah, revelation indeed. I mean, for me, he's my favorite rider of the event.
Oh man, I know, he's so cute. We shouldn't have any favorites, but
he's just
we can help it.
He's just a pocket rocket. I love everything that he's done so far. He's such a little professional dude, and yeah, I love his style. So we've already had some high action straight to it. So that's an up and down straight into a roll for yellow. So that's Hugo Medina getting the score on the board. He's got just settled in with a 3.0, and then we've got a quick one from Vicente. He's just a little spin, then just gets gobbled up by that avalanche of water. To him, that's double overhead. So, yeah. Okay, so there we go. We've got heat positions already. Yellow, Hugo Medina leading the heat from Spain and with a 3-point ride. Oh, straight back to it.
Michael Janse, el peruano. Vamos a ver. El actual campeón mundial, por supuesto, un gran ARS como si nada, viene con la sangre en los ojos porque ayer perdió en la categoría hombre. He is coming, with all the strength from losing yesterday in the men division, so he wants to take over the junior for sure.
Totally, his little fire inside his belly, you can tell. He blasts his lip, nice, quickly into an ARS, spins out of it cleanly, and serves notice to the rest of his competitors for the rest of this heat. So I'd imagine that's going to be rewarded with a considerable score. I can see the judges dropping their scores now. It's a pretty easy one to give. It's pretty impressive comparing to what's gone before it. They can quite quickly smash a 6.25 down. So he takes immediate leads. That's not surprising. For me, he's probably the event favourite. From speaking to the other competitors, he seems to be the man that they fear the most, or should I say the junior that they fear the most. So yeah, I would say that he's got all to play for. We've got young man Vicente Campos with 2 scores on the board now, so he sits in second place, but he's going to be looking to replace his lowest score, which is a 1.0. But he's got a 4.75 and a 1.0, so sits quite comfortably there. Federico, who seems to have grown throughout the event. I've loved his bodyboarding. Quite diminutive stature, but has a high-tech riding style. Hasn't got a score yet. And then Hugo Medina, he's got a 3.0. So yeah, looks as though Ocean's got a little bit sleepy at the beginning of the heat, which can be frustrating as a competitor, can't it, Bego?
Yeah, definitely. Well, there's a lot of time, 20 minutes and 23 seconds is a lot. The only thing that I'm seeing is like it's glacier, a bit glacier. Right now it's weird because we see that texture in the water. It makes you feel that it's so choppy, and it's kind of choppy though, but when you see the waves breaking, it's pretty contestable. People, we have to keep going. That's what it is. We won't have waves. Okay, so there's a set approaching, and there's someone taking this wave, and it's Federico Castelo. Let's see, Federico from Portugal, from Porto. He's being trained by by Joel, and doing good. One more for Michael Janse.
Michael Janse sizing it up. So that's the ARS that we saw a little earlier.
Oh,
so that's his 6.25. So good to see that one. But now we're going to go straight over to Jay, who's got his post-heat interview. What's happening down there, Jay?
Well, this man is so in tune with this spot year after year. He's doing so well. And the end of the heat, 2 huge ARSs. Talk about that.
Pues sí, la verdad que ARS al final de la manga. Al principio de la manga estaba un poco desorientado, no sabía dónde estaba la ola buena, pero al final esperé. Y al principio no me cuadraron olas, pero al final, como te digo, cogí la del ARS grande que me dieron un 8. Y después, al final de la manga, casi terminando, me hice otro y me dieron un 5,90, creo. Así que estoy súper feliz de que me haya cuadrado esas olitas.
Is this spot similar to any place that you surf at home?
Pues la verdad que se parece mucho, en mi opinión, a la guancha, a la izquierda de la guancha. Y tenemos la suerte los canarios de poder tener horas similares a esta y venir aquí y poder hacernos horas buenas.
All right. ¿Palabras para su familia y sus amigos?
Sí, un saludo a toda mi familia, a mis padres, a mi hermano, a mi tía Katia, a mi primo Luquita, y mandarle un saludo desde aquí abajo a mi bisabuela Domi, que siempre vas a estar en mi corazón y que te quiero mucho, y esto va por ti, te quiero.
All right, gracias y felicidades. Gracias. All right, back to you guys.
Oh, that's so beautiful. All right, so Vicentito coming here, Vicentinho. Nice looking roll, very well executed. Gorgeous second roll. Got into the barrel there, but yeah. Oh, he's frustrated. He wanted more.
Totally, he's an angry little man for sure. So, yeah, the way that he can take that line and just hold in, even in the smallest pocket, he can slot in there. And Jag's a nice roll, beautiful style, very, very round roll technique. And then another one, and the reason he's frustrated is because that was a very straightforward maneuver for him to land, but he just landed and the lip went over his head, which made the nose of his board dive under. So frustrating, because that would have been another backup wave, I think. But he's sitting in first place at the moment. He's got a 4.75 and a 3.75. Michael Janse is in second position but has no backup wave yet. And we've got Federico Branco third place, and then Hugo Medina sitting in fourth place. So it's not just the skills that Vicente displays, it's the strategy. Straight out the blocks early, he's got a couple of scores and now he's building on them. You can't ask for more than that. Nice forward spin on the takeoff from Hugo Medina, then rolls out of that and then just kind of gets swallowed up by the white water with that 180 spin, and then he'll head back out, head down. He knows he can do better, and he's looking for a better wave to display his skills.
Well, I mean, just thinking about Vicente, he has a good school, he has good coaching. All right, so yeah, right there, Hugo Medina, just using, I think everyone was watching what the Australian rider was doing, about doing that take-off spin and seeing that it's actually a functional thing to do in this kind of conditions. And check that out, Vicentinho, he's right now in the first position, and actually not too comfortable, I have to say, but it's really nice to see him there. And Hugo's looking for a 4.36, and Michael Janse nothing, mainly like 0.91. Yeah, nothing is actually deciding this heat. With that type of scores, everything can change.
Super open, but here we go. We've got Hugo Medina. Oh, lovely ARS. Really made a top use of that section. I thought maybe he could bottom turn and go into a roll, but probably just didn't have chance. But yeah, that ARS was nicely elevated, landed smoothly, and all in control, so the judges will like that. Bego, what are you saying?
Yeah, I mean, just getting the job done, and actually in a very well way, you know. He hasn't been able to show too much so far, and I think he's going to get more than the 4.36, and it dropped. Hugo Medina right now gets the first position after that last wave with a 5.10. And check this guy out. I mean, he is looking for a 2.26 to get the second position. Goes for the roll, and we'll see. We'll see one more. I believe that score is definitely there, and he's going to get that second position. We'll see. If he gets the first.
And endless action. Here we go. We've got another rider up. Wow, something went skyward there. I believe it is
Federico, no?
Yes, it was blue. Sorry, Federico. So, and then continual action, Vicent. Wow,
Ooh.
big roll for a little guy. Love that. So we're gonna probably get a rerun, a little replay of a couple of those waves now. But yeah, Michael Yancey is really putting himself in a solidifying position. We're waiting for his second wave score to drop, but starting the heat with a 6.25, he has set the pace. You know, everybody's following him, trying to catch up. Here we go, replay. So see that one, Bego?
No, that was actually super impressive. You know, Luana Dourado, for me, it's training him, and he's super young, and she is super young. But I believe they just give it strength to each other, because it's super nice to have a rider coming from the same place that you're coming, and, you know, having a similar age. I believe they're just having... What happened?
It's just changing the scores. There's so much action going on. The judges are inputting their scores, and it's like constantly changing positions all the time. It's like a... here we go. Nice second roll. So he landed his first one, and the judges have given that a middle of the roads 4. He knows he can do better than that. He's got the skills to pay the bills for sure. So we'll watch the heat unfold, and he'll be able to build on that now. But the beauty of having 2 scores that are solid with 13 minutes remaining is you can improve on them. The little man pulls out of that one. That hasn't got the scoring potential that he thinks is going to improve his situation, so has the experience to pull out. But here comes the set, Bego.
All right, one more chance here for Hugo Medina. Hugo, he doesn't need too much. It's a 5.01. Yeah, not with that one, because it wasn't, you know, a leap maneuver, and the judges want to see that. Mini Vicente, unstoppable there. Wait for it.
Wow.
Oh my.
Swallowed whole.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
But still, you know, good effort.
He knows what he's doing, you know. He knew that there's no point in doing a roll, because if he does a roll, it's probably going to get an equivalent score to one of the scores that he's got already. So time to take risk, you know. He's got 12 minutes remaining, sitting in second place. He wants to solidify his score by improving on his first or second wave score. And to do an ARS in that section would have done so, but unfortunately he came unstuck. But, you know, good strategy. He's thinking. He's a strategic player for a little man, and let's bear in mind that he's only 13, was 12 up until recently. He's only just turned 13. It's an incredible thing to get your head around.
Yeah, I agree with that. Well, you know, like you said, this is changing at all times. The judges will have a lot of work in this heat for sure. And I'll tell you what, we are going to see a lot of action too in the repecharge round with the juniors, because, you know, juniors usually are unstoppable, and in repecharge round it's all or nothing, you know. They have to definitely empty their reservists. They have to just do all they can. They have to, you know, give it all, give their best shot, because it's the last chance that they will get in this event.
100%. And I tell you what, breaks like this, these scenarios where you've got a smaller surf and an easy paddle out, means that there's so many waves caught. It's really great to view, you know, and it's really great to see so much action. Just unfolding, speak of the devil. Michael Yancey proning across this one, looking to get a high line so that he can line something up. He knows he's got a big move in his locker, and there it goes. A nice roll above the lip line, fangs a reverse with a nice spray, and then pulls out. So a two-move combo, but both moves were nice and clean, and it was on a good size wave, all in control, all well, good style and good power throughout. So that's what the judges like to see. He's showing age beyond his years, Bego.
Yeah, I would like to say hi to all the Portuguese crowd that we have in the chat. Thank you for being there. We have Tony Cabrera. No, actually, that's for Jorge. We have Alicia Mendoza tuning in for Hugo, supporting Hugo. We have Raquel Oliveira, Vera Esteves.
Got it, cool. Felipe Maya, supporting Vincent, and yeah, the whole bunch of people joining the chat to support these Groms. So I imagine that it's parents, friends, teachers, everybody that they're sort of growing up with at home, backing them 100%. Nothing more excited than watching somebody that you know on the webcast and supporting them from your bedroom or your lounge. It's really great to see. So yeah, like I was saying a second ago, so the beauty of events like this is even though these waves may not be picture perfect, they are creating a continual rally of waves being caught by the riders, and that's giving the judges a bit of a headache because they're having loads to judge, but it's giving the viewers loads to see. So to reflect on the Olympics that we've had recently, there's heats in Tahiti where waves weren't being caught for like 6, 7, 8 minutes, and it's just like kind of makes the sport quite hard to follow for somebody who's not super clued up with it. I mean, no doubt they've had some killer waves in that event so far, but they've also had some quiet spells, whereas today we've got endless waves, so the bodyboarding fraternity love to see riders of this age blowing up, and that's what we've got happening. So Michael Yancey is in first place. We've got just under 9 minutes gone. We've got Vicent, Speak of the Devil. He's tracking across a high line. I like the way he keeps his hands at the front until he steadied himself. Then he does a nice roll, just trying to stay in the pocket, projects another roll there. And yeah, shows the judges the slick of his board. He lands literally in front of the tetrapod, so the concrete sort of hoardings at the edge of the beach there, he's pulled out just in time to save his skin, and he'll power back outside to get another wave.
Well, I'll try to see here how many hits we have in the recharge round. It's likely that you guys can do the same thing that I do if you want to know. The progressions and whatever is happening in with each division. Yes, we are going to have 2 hits for. Oh, wait a sec. No, is that? Yeah, 2 hits for the repecharge round. It's the same as the women. We'll see in the first heat Sami Labi, Drake Kinhorn, Abdi Mohamed, and Ethan Perez. Yeah, on the first heat of repecharge.
Yeah, that is stacked. Sami Labi, Drake, Abdi Mohamed, and Ethan Perez. That is, yeah, I mean, there's high intensity in that heat.
And in the next one as well, because whoever.
Yeah, it's going to be the 2 from this that don't get through.
Whoever finishes here in the 3rd and 4th position, it's going to be there with Michele Arriagada and Ian Ahmed. So
yeah,
it's going to be tough.
Hectic, yeah, for sure. So. Yeah, plenty more to watch today. So we've got back to the heat now, 7 minutes counting down. Michael commanding lead still, so living up to his reputation. He's got quite a reputation as a shredder now, putting his country on the map. Vicent, 13-year-old shredder from Portugal, from Porto, which seems to be the hotbed of bodyboarding from that country at the moment. And then Federico just in his wake with a 9.45, so it's very, very close between all 3 competitors, but especially 2nd, 3rd and 4th. There's only 0.76 between them, so literally the blink of an eye, or 1 extra maneuver, or 1 extra turn, or an extra sort of slightly bigger wave would be the thing that would make the difference there. So here we go. There's a little set over on the left hand side. There's a rider paddling for it. Looks as though it's Federico. We know that he's got what it takes.
Yeah, this is Federico Castelo. He's coming from a very good place of the world right now. and I think he is going to give it all. There's still some chances for him. Federico, it's only looking for a 5.26. I don't think that he's going to get that in that last wave, for sure. But he still has more chances, you know. I think I see some people also from Portugal, you know, tuning in for him. I think Lopez.
Yeah.
Because he says Bora Naval. And, yeah, that's the club. Clube Naval, no? Clube Povoense Naval, if I'm not wrong, which is the club that also supports Joel Rodriguez. Yeah, very good area, you know, from Portugal. It's the same close area, not the same. I know perfectly. I learned that already. It's not the same area as where Luana comes from, but it's super close. I hope one day. Have you been to Porto?
Yeah.
It's beautiful, huh?
Yeah. One of my really good friends, Joao Vega, lives there, and he runs a lot of bodyboard coaching.
Oh.
Yeah, loads of takes young groms from his area and takes them on trips down to Sagres and other areas, and yeah, really focused on their training. Joao works with me as well, and yeah, he's always reporting to me about the hot new talent that's coming through. And you know, right in front of our eyes, we've got Vicente Campos and Federico. And Hugo Medina doesn't want to be left out of the conversation. Here he is dropping into a wave with a nice bottom turn, spinning around the section, gets engulfed in the white water but maintains an edge. Decides to pull out. So, yeah, conditions may be taking a turn for the worse in the second or the final third of this heat. Seems as though there was more opportunity in the first sort of 10-15 minutes. There was just an abundance of sets coming through, and that's what was keeping the judges busy. But now, perhaps related to the tide, so just looking at my watch, we've got only just under an hour until high tide, and sometimes these breaks can go a little bit sleepy as that tide gets too high, so the waves stop gripping the reef as much, and so the riders need to adjust their strategy accordingly. And as if hearing me, Hugo Medina spins round and takes an insider. He's got a little launch bowl, nice round radius roll, ducks out of it. And that's the final. Oh, here we go. Paddling, dropping in. The mini man. Unfortunately getting
the mini champ.
So, yeah. It's turned into a pretty overcast day in the Maldives, which is something we aren't worried about whatsoever. We've had some scorching temperatures over the last couple of days. Bit of a breath of fresh air for everyone, just to be chilling and not sweating. Not that we complain about the sun, but sometimes when you're working it gets a little bit tricky. Here we go. Michael Janssen has been quiet for a while, but he likes to make himself known regularly. Lining it up, you can see he's just looking for that lip. Wallop. There we go. Oh, ARS, but he doesn't quite land it. Just got buffed off the top. So he kind of landed in the top third of the wave. With an ARS, you need to be landing from the sort of mid level of the wave to the bottom level of the wave in order for that wave to have enough push to keep you moving forwards towards the beach. Nothing wrong with this technique. I think it was just the wave backed off a little bit as he landed at the top of it, so a bit unlucky there, Bego.
Well, yeah, you know how it is, all right. So there is a change of situation. Hugo Medina with the last wave, he gets the third position, 4.75. You know, a little bit of more chances for Hugo to try to get that, classification and the possibility of not competing today. Remember, the repechage round is coming right after this. It's only 2 heats. We're going to resume the day after doing that round and continue tomorrow. So you don't really want to compete if you have been all day in the beach, and it's always good to try to skip around. But so far it's Michael Janssen, which of course has a 6.25 and a 4 leading, and Vicentito. Oh, thank you for that. Michael Janssen, our world champion from last year. He's 18 years of age. Last year here in the junior man division, and he's got 4 events win. Lurin Pro, which is there in Peru, close to where he lives, in 2022, in Iquique 2022, Antofagasta 2023, and El Frontón 2023. And you know what calls my attention super strongly? That those 4 waves, I will say, those 4 waves, those 4 venues are super different. And this kid, he can surf very good in all conditions. First time I saw him in fronton, I was like, yeah, I mean, this kid is coming from Peru. It's all beat tricks. I don't know how he's going to surfing. He impressed us all.
Really? How cool. How cool. Yeah, so there we go. It's just quick up and down for Hugo Medina, trying to make something happen. But here we go. Federico wants to go from 4th to 2nd or 1st. He's got a big through the lip roll there. Powers through it. Can he make it out? Wow, that's super rare for him not to do that, and kind of spells that these waves must be much harder to surf than they look. We've got Michael. He's deciding to come in on this one. His work is done. Potentially, 30 seconds to go. Riders could still get waves and in theory surpass him, but let's see who's going to get probably the final wave of this heat, and it's the pocket rocket himself, Vicente Campos. And up he goes, launches one through the lip. This could change things. He's got another roll if he makes it. Didn't quite make it, but that was a nice roll, one of the better rolls that we've seen in the heat. So there might be a little change there, but we'll see, and we'll report on that when we come back. But now we're going to go to a highlights reel, check out the action, and then be sure to come back to us. We'll be back with you in a minute or so for another heat and a post-heat interview as well. So yeah, catch up soon. Back again, it's the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we're down to the repechage of the junior men's division, and they are stacked, Jay, aren't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, all of these riders caught so many waves in those first heats, and some of the heats were super close. Now 3rd and 4th in the last heats are going to have another crack at it, and we go straight into the water, and we're going to see 4 riders out here clawing to get into the top 2 slots to stay in this competition. You know, we use that hackneyed phrase, do or die, but it truly is the case here in our lineup looking like this. Sami Labi from Morocco is going to be out there in the red jersey. Drake Kinghorn, the Cali kid from the United States, in the yellow jersey. Blue, Abdi Mohammed, also from Morocco, and Ethan Perez from Spain. Action already happening out there.
I see it, Jay. Yeah, I mean, running through those names, they all seem to be, standout performers from the event so far. So just goes to sort of stand testament to the high caliber of riding that's required to get through the heats here. And here we go. We've got Red Sammy, been one of my favorites this event. You know, his style, his commitment, and his selection of maneuvers have been fantastic. Had a little bit of bad luck yesterday when he lost a fin, but 2 rolls on that wave. And then we're on to Drake Kinghorn. Busts a nice roll, doesn't quite maintain, gets pushed out the back on that one. So scores have dropped, and as the dust settles, we've got Sammy in red, representing Morocco, got a 5.5 for that wave, so he leads the heat. And then Drake from the US of A We're just waiting for his heat score, for his wave score to drop. There it goes, 1.5, so he sits in second place. So Abdi Mohammed and Ethan Perez yet to open their account, but we know that they've got a ballistic arsenal of skills to share.
Ooh, nice military reference there. Huge backflip from Blue Abdi Mohammed. That was absolutely off the charts, folks.
Yeah.
Given what we got out there today, man, that was some serious action right there. Another rider up and riding. Oh, gets stuffed there. I think that was Ethan Perez. Maybe, hard to tell from this angle, maybe Drake Kinghorn. Take one more look at this one.
Mohammed sees the bowl and there's no holding him back. You can see how he wants to get to it. That was a tricky one, you know. When you've got the barrel folding over as you get to the air section, it's really easy to get a bad connection with the launch ramp. But as he goes up, just gets there in time, nothing's going to stop him. He goes straight over into the flip and then maintains it. What a dream start to the heat for him. He's gone straight up into the above average zone. 7.0 takes him straight to first place, Jay.
Yeah, man, that's a solid way to start a heat, man. He is just well out into the lead here. And if he can maintain this momentum for the next 20 minutes and change, it's going to be a good day for Abdi Mohammed. But, you know, we mentioned so many of these heats have had 25, 30 waves ridden, and it has come down to the wire with buzzer beaters galore today. The conditions are really sort of a great equalizer. You know, as the surf gets worse, it makes it really hard to find those diamonds in the rough. And the riders that can get lucky or just pick the right one that happens to throw and get them off into the flats, that's the one that's going to be the heat winner. So, yeah, they have to be super picky.
Yeah, I think they're looking for one wave with a nice launch ramp or a running or another or a different kind of wave which has got a running wall that's going to allow them to do multiple maneuvers, isn't it? You know, that's what it's come down to. If you were out here, Jay, what would your strategy be? Keep catching loads of waves and hopefully stumble across a diamond in the rough, or sit tight, hold your nerve, and wait for one that's kind of showing good?
Yeah, you know, it's tough. I mean, you know, I don't really compete much anymore, but I find myself leaning towards waiting for the gems. So here we go. Sammy Labby finding a little wave gem on the inside. Gets the ARS off on a really tough section there. And the Moroccan pulling off a move that shouldn't have been pulled off. But, yeah, you know, I think I would just try to play the patience game and be in the right spot for when the sets come.
Totally. So a nice line. He's keeping high, wants to get to the lip. If it's going to give any pitch opportunity at all, he'll find it. So he does, and spins out of that nicely. So the two top-placed riders in this heat are on a Moroccan roll, Jay.
Ha ha. Yes. I love it, man. Let me hear your take on that. Like the same question to you. What would your strategy be on a day like today?
If I was in a heat, good question. I mean, I spoke to a few of the riders when I've been doing my interviews, and they said their strategy was to go out and sit and wait. But once they got out there, they were like, no, I just need to start filling my boots and, you know, taking the opportunity. It was Max that said that him and the French guys were trying to do that, and then they had to switch it up. So, yeah, I mean, it can all change during a heat. I'd like to think that I'd have the confidence to sit and wait for a left bowl, and that would perhaps play to my strengths. But then if I saw all the other riders catching waves, I'm hearing the commentator saying, you're now in fourth place and you know, haven't got a wave.
Yes.
You probably switch it up, you know. Yeah, it's tricky. It's tricky. But, I mean, the other thing to take into consideration is when there's waves, you've got to get them, haven't you? It's not as if there's like an abundance of endless sets during this last period coming up to the high tide mark, which we're sort of nearly at now.
Well, I think it takes a bit of mental strength if you're the type that likes to wait for the set waves. When you see your competitors catching wave after wave and you're sitting there waiting patiently, you almost feel like you're missing the boat. Like, oh, maybe there's some opportunities on these smaller waves that I'm missing. So then you sort of feel like you need to jump in and just catch anything that comes through. I don't know. That's my take on it.
I totally agree, Jay. So whilst we've got a lull, we're going to throw it out to Bego Martinez, who is about to deliver a post-heat interview. Over to you, Bego.
I'm with the cutest and more professional rider of this event, Vicente Campos. How are you feeling about advancing?
I'm feeling very good to win my heat. The waves are difficult, but we can do some good maneuvers.
Tell me a little bit about your club. You know, there's a lot of people tuning in right now.
Yes, my club is Clube Naval Povoense. We are from Portugal, Povo de Varzim, and we have many people training with us. We serve many times, like we train a lot.
Who is your favorite bodyboarder in women and men?
My favorite bodyboarder is Pierre from men, and from women is Sárgio O'Hara.
All right, you want to say some words in Portuguese for your people?
Sim, eu queria agradecer aos meus pais por estarem aqui comigo a apoiarem-me, à Luana e à mãe da Luana, ao meu clube por me ajudar a fazer isto possível, aos meus patrocinadores e a toda a gente que está-me a assistir em casa e a mandar-me energias. Obrigada.
Parabéns, Vi, and best of luck for the rest of the competition. Back to you guys.
Chuck E. Cheese's, where a kid can be a kid. Okay, I'm taking him to Chuck E. Cheese. It's settled. He's just so cute, man. Reminds me of when my kids were that age. So cool. Love his passion. And here we go. Speaking of passion, Abdi Mohammed cracking the lip there with the Rolo. He's going to get another hit on the inside, I think. And he does indeed. And look, still has a little open face, but he's literally right on the beach, man. That is heavy commitment from the Moroccan Abdi Mohammed, really taking it to that wave, and a solid effort from him.
Abdi Mohammed is having a solid heat. He should get extra points for danger on that one. But
Yeah.
here we go. Oh, so we've got white now. So that is Ethan Perez, who's had a slower than usual heat for him. Manages to push an ARS through on that wave, which was kind of like through the foam. I don't know how he managed that. He kind of got projection from nowhere, which is probably those youthful muscles and bones enabling him to do that. So good work. He's opened his account. And yeah, so the current heat standings are first place Mohammed, second place Labi, third place is Perez, and Kinghorn from the USA is sitting in fourth. So here we go, Perez again.
All right, he goes for the ARS off the foam ball. Probably one of the hardest maneuvers in the sport to try to do that. I don't even know if you can call it an ARS, the A standing for air. It's just an RS, a roll spin. And scores popping through right now. Each rider has 2 waves on the board right now, with the standings staying the same as you just mentioned them. And, yeah, a 1.0 for Ethan Perez's second wave with that no-make roll spin attempt. And we're under the 15-minute mark now.
Yeah.
And we are looking for some waves out the back here. Double arm paddle attempt there from Sami Labi. And he's unable to pick up that one. So we're pretty close to the high tide mark here. Maybe in about 25 minutes we're going to pass the high tide mark. And the winds have laid down just a little bit, still blowing in from the northeast, which is kind of side onshore at this spot. And you're looking directly out at the China-Maldives Friendship Bridge, also known as the Sinamale Bridge, about 1.5 kilometers long. That's somewhere around 0.8 of a mile, almost a mile long, and that leads to the airport island where Valana Airport exists. And this faces due east here, so the swell has to wrap in from the southeast or south. South swell wraps in on full 90 degrees into this beach, creating those wedgy peaks. And you know, there is a bit of backwash, though. You were sharing with me in the water this morning that part of the artificial beach they built kind of had some effect on the quality of the waves. Is that right, Rob?
Yeah, where the mosque is just down the coast from the event site is on a piece of reclaimed land. Some feel that creates a bit of a refraction, but yeah, this spot's known as it's oh, just a second, we got a little bit of action going on here. So paddling is Sami Labi. He's wanting to improve his situation. Nice bottom turn. Just jams a roll, kind of a power roll, but uses the backwash on that one. He seems to be able to make things happen even when there's hardly any section to be able to do it. So that's often the hallmark of a successful competition bodyboarder. What are you saying, Jay?
Yeah, I mean, you watch him right here. There's not really any lip, right, where he looked to go up to the lip right there. It backed off with the backwash, and he just kind of rolls in the middle of the face there. And again, kind of this time goes up to the lip a little bit and gets us some help from the backwash. But he manages to hack out 2 rolls. I'm not sure we're going to see those replace his 5.5 and his 5.25, to be honest. And in fact, he does get just a 3.3 for that wave. Another wave out the back, having a look, is Drake Kinghorn in the 6'3" Grom from San Diego is on the hunt here. It's a real struggle out there, and he's in 4th position right now. He needs a 9.26 to move into advancing position before he's sent packing.
Here he goes, the man of the moment. Oh, poor guy. So one thing that you don't see in high-level bodyboarding very often is riders paddling for waves and missing them, and that's been a frequent event in this heat. So that must mean that these waves are not really peaking up so much. They're kind of standing up, then perhaps the backwash is causing them to kind of lay back down again. So it makes it tricky, but Perez has got it sussed out straight into basically a takeoff ARS. It's a hard move to do with no speed. But he just seems to have that movement absolutely dialed, whether it's a closeout section, whether he's going through the foam, through the lip. He just seems to be able to land them with a crazy amount of consistency. So here you go, Jay.
Ethan Perez, yeah, I mean, that's a super tough move. You don't really have the speed yet down the line. You're literally just coming off a bottom turn as soon as you catch the wave. And he does well to pull that move. Gets a 4.5. That is his high score of the heat. Joins his 3.25 to give him a heat total of 7.75. Puts him in 3rd place. Abdi Mohammed sitting in the lead right now, and Sami Labi right behind him. So the two Moroccans leading the charge in this heat right now to determine who's going to advance on, who's going to pack their bags.
Yeah, totally. They've kind of got it on lock, the Moroccans at the moment. But speak of the Moroccan force, we've got Sami Labi again pumping a power roll, using the backwash to his advantage, and again, and gets over that little hump. So needs must, yeah. You know, sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do to get through a heat, and if you're not being presented with air bowls that you want to be presented with, you've got to make something happen. So each to their own on that one, you know. So something happened over on the right-hander there. I think there was maybe a flip of some kind. And now we've got White taking off, just going out the edge of the screen. New angle. Wow, lofty air roll. Claim, no claim from Ethan Perez. It's his standard move. So chest out, arm straight. Wanted to show the judges that he made it. It felt good and he showed it. And things that feel good usually score good.
So, yeah, I like the claim, no claim thing right there. And even the call of the power roll, man, that's going way back in the archives. There is one of my good buddies, Dave Kniff, was known for that move. The no-lip roll is essentially what it is. And there you see it right there from Sami Labi. No lip at all, and he's getting the roll off. And there he kind of gets a little lip action with the backwash, trying to reconnect with this little end section. He's getting right up into the shoreline there, so he has to bail out. And check it out. Here's that right-hander that we missed earlier, a backflip, and he pulls it off Abdi Mohammed once again, getting a good wave, and he's worked those rights to his advantage. And one more replay from White.
Up he goes, the man of the moment, Ethan Perez. So he's trying to fight his way back into this battle. You know, the Moroccans have got a stranglehold on this heat. But Perez wants to bring Spain back into the mix, you know. Times that to perfection. That is a lush little launch ramp. And the judges will recognize that because that's the cleanest air move of the heat so far. It's not an ARS or a backflip, it's a roll. But nonetheless, the quality of that roll was so crisp. I can see scores are beginning to drop. And it's going to be a score which is going to fall into one of his top 2 scores, I believe. But at the same time, the scores dropping for the other riders. Abdi Mohammed has just had another score drop, and that was Sami Labi. But we're waiting for Drake Kinghorn to step back into the game. You know, he's gone a little bit quiet, Jay.
Well, there he just had a wave. We missed that wave as the camera was kind of trained in on Sami Labi, and yet another competitor picking off a wave. So 3 waves in rapid succession. Kind of hard to keep track, you know, as our cameramen look around. There's 3 guys riding in the space of 10 seconds. You know, you got to pick one rider and hope for the best. So we'll see. Hopefully we get some replays here. Here's Sami Labi's his wave.
Nice.
And gets the roll off, just a 1 maneuver wave. And, you know, that one's not going to be probably one of his best.
It's not going to be one of his best, but further down the line, interestingly, on the same wave, Blake Kinghorn, he's getting frustrated because he wants an air bowl, and then he decides to wrap into a nice fang in reverse. It's really difficult not to let the frustration take over, you know. He's been ripping since he's been in the Maldives, and now he's probably feeling a little hard done by that he's not getting the opportunity to display his silky skills because he's just not had the waves to do it. But the other competitors have had that opportunity, you know, and Drake just hasn't. I'm feeling for him at the moment. But here, White's paddling.
Yeah, here we go. He's driving across the inside of this wave and gets the ARS off, and beautiful maneuver there. He's getting a little push on this inside wedge and gets another roll off and has to bail out. I hope he didn't get pushed. He's getting pushed into the tetrapods there, so there is some hazard here at the super high tide.
Okay, paddling. This looks like it's Drake. Yeah, it's yellow. So nice roll. Will he get another one? This could potentially bring him back in with 6 minutes to go. Spin. Oh, poor guy got bogged down. So more action. So it's all or nothing, Jay. Super quiet, or there's endless sets and endless waves being caught. So the cameramen are really being put to the test here. Let's bear with them whilst they track back and find the waves that are making the difference in this heat. But I would be saying that there could be a change of situation. Well, there has been a change of situation. Ethan Perez has jumped straight up to the top of the leaderboard with the 5.5 and the 6.25 that he's got in his last wave. He's got another score to drop. So it just goes to show that these heats often go down to the wire, and you've got to keep your focus.
Well, Ethan Perez gets a beautiful ARS on the inside there and gets that foam roll and pushed into the tetrapods, and he has to dive off to avoid certain disaster. But check this wave out from Drake. He's gunning across the wave. He gets the roll off. Now he's looking for some more open face. And you know what? I kind of think if he hadn't have come unglued on that spin, maybe, I don't know. Well, obviously he could have gotten a better score, but more waves out the back. We got to just keep moving ahead.
Yeah, Ethan Perez has got on a tear. You know, he's got the bit between his teeth now, and he's hearing the scores coming in. He knows he's first now, and it's building his confidence. That one was a little bit distant for me to spot. I think that was Blue Abdi Mohammed, just trying to boost the roll there. But whistle change, you know. The Moroccan stranglehold has been loosened. Spain has chipped away, jumped straight into first place now, and now Sami Labi is trying to fight his way back into second place. But the Moroccan roll continues for Abdi Mohammed.
And there he goes, rolls it. That one kind of crumbles down on his head, pushes him out the back. So that one's going to be a throwaway for him. And, I mean, he's, been the least busy out of our competitors in this heat, and he's had 5 waves. So that tells you how things are going here today. It's just an absolute wave-catching fest out there. Under 4 minutes remain in this heat. Ethan Perez, one more look at this wave from him. Bottom turns into the lip. Rolo gets some more down-the-line action in front of him, but it doesn't appeal to him, and he heads back out. So right now, Perez from Spain in the first spot. Abdi Mohammed from Morocco picking up the second spot, and third and fourth go to Labi and Kinghorn. And we see right now Perez waving to the shoreline. I think he's asking maybe to hear what his situation is, what scores there are, or maybe the priority situation.
Yeah, he wants to make some strategic decisions as we come into the 3 minutes to closing time for this heat. Here we go. So Blue's taking a right now, just going out of screen. Up he goes. I mean, that should not be possible to do a backflip on that section, should it, Jay?
Well, it's not for me, that's for sure. But
same here.
Wow.
But Abdi Mohammed just makes light work of it. Wow, lovely roll from red there. So that's Sami Labi trying to fight his way back into contention. I'd have imagined he might have tried to bust a move on the end section there as well, just to back that up. He wants more. He wants another big move. So this is not going to help his spirits to see Ethan Perez jam an ARS and then another power roll. He is just concluding that he's having a fab heat and that he's got skills to pay the bills. As I mentioned before, this is a guy that I've hotly tipped from the previous round. He seems to be able to land these ARSs with his eyes closed.
Yeah, he's pretty solid out there. And, you know, he started out the heat a little rough. He came into his own in the middle of the heat, and he's got that 6.25 and the 5.5. Right now, red, Sammy Labi, getting another one of those mid-face rolls and getting a little lip action on the inside with some backwash. Can't quite hang on for that one. And Labi right now chasing a 6.06. I'm not sure we're going to see it from that wave. Kinghorn needs a 7.56, so he is kind of deep in the hole. Only a 4.0 and a 1.5 for Kinghorn. Just a minute and 40 seconds to go.
Yeah, so here we are. We're going to see it again. Achieving the impossible. So, you know, a waist-high wave, hitting it a little bit late, having backwash to deal with and still nailing the backflip. And then we've got a lovely roll from Sammy Labi. I don't know why he didn't. Maybe he just couldn't get the right angle to bust a move on that one. And then Perez, nice flip. So that cements the win for Perez. I can quite confidently say it's going to be very difficult for any of his competitors to catch him with a minute to go. Who knows? Competitor's curse right there. But then we've got red. So we've got Sammy Labi power rolling over his competitor and then jamming another one, but then getting biffed off by the backwash.
He actually gets, excuse me, a 3.10 on that wave. Ethan Perez, his last wave of 5.8, his second best wave, and this heat's just about to wrap up here. We're down to 30 seconds remaining, and some more waves out the back.
Perez just can't stop. Man, you don't need any more waves. But he's just too hungry, you know. If you've got the talent and the energy, you may as well keep shredding, I guess, you know. But he probably could have just chilled out there and sat tight for the victory. But I guess he just saw the potential. 7-6. We're down to the time is just slightly out on the screen there. But here comes the horn. It's going to wrap it up, I believe. So there we are. So maybe we just got a little bit longer in this heat to go. So the time has just gone a little bit out, but there you go. So we're just wrapping this up now. So red's wave won't count, but this situation here was Perez doing a ARS on that one, and then Sammy Labi just kind of having it in and out. So without further ado, we're going to go straight over to the highlights package and then come back and join us shortly.
Well, what a day it has been, and we're down to the final heat of the day. These junior men's heats are really ramping up. So much action happening. Bego Martinez back with me. Welcome, Bego.
Yeah, I'm very looking forward to this last heat of the day to see what's going to happen with the junior men division, the future of our sport in that division. Let's hit the water and we will check it. Thank you, Director. So, yes, next heat is no one else than Ian Ahmed from the Maldives, the last guard of the Maldivian bodyboarding here. Hugo Medina from Spain in yellow, Michele Arriagada in blue from Chile, and Federico Castelo Branco from Portugal in white. So, very stacked heat.
That looked like DJ Lil Meek. the photo of Mikel.
DJ Meek.
Yeah. He had a little hip-hop action going on there. This heat.
I'm going to say that in Spanish. All right, so first blood here, Hugo Medina de Spanish. En español les cuento. Jay está diciendo que la foto de Miquel que parece un DJ. Que se puso esos lentes y la gorrita. Ok, justamente Miquel Arregada en esta ola, bonita ola, un rolo redondo proyectado. Miren, yo ahora salí al baño, tuve que pasar por ahí y la ola está bastante pequeña. Está la marea subiendo todavía y de verdad que la ola está pequeñita. Entonces es un poquito diferente como se ve allá afuera de lo que nosotros vemos aquí en pantalla. Porque en pantalla obviamente está amplificado y pues se ve diferente. 4.75 la primera de Michele. Una buena forma de comenzar el hit. Nadie más tiene otra nota. Ya sabemos que hay que tratar de marcar las mejores notas en los 5 primeros minutos.
All right, another look at this wave from Mikel. Bottom turns, beautiful round Rolo. Nice extension on that one. And those are hard to find today. He gets a 4.75 on that wave, off to an early lead in this very stacked heat. Hugo Medina from Spain. Ian Ahmed, our Maldivian competitor, with his last shot to stay alive in this competition, and Federico Branco. So here we go, white up and riding. Here goes Branco across this wave to the inside, hits a little backwash on the roll. And again, another one maneuver wave. So all these guys just trying to get something on the board just to get some momentum rolling as we get down to 2 minutes into the heat, 23 to go. And one more look at this one.
That's why for Federico, it's also been showing a lot of skills, and check that out. A very good roll. 4.75 is the first year of Michele, and I think this coming around the 4 as well, 4.5 maybe for for Federico. And I just ran into Federico when I went to the bathroom, and he was like, hey, thank you for what you guys say on the streaming. It's a pleasure, Federico. We just love to see new names, and we are a fan of, the work that it's made in Porto, in bodyboarding, and of course Joel is doing a great job with him. So Ian Ahmed, local hero, right there, representing the Maldives. Unfortunately, he was not able to complete that one.
Okay, 2 riders splitting the peak. Blue taking off on the right, Michele Arriagada.
Oh my God, it's Michele because
Michele
Arriagada.
Arriagada? I don't see the first I.
How about you just call him Michele? Forget about the last name.
Lil Mick, based on his photo. I like that better. Lil Mick. Okay, I will call him Michele.
That's right, Michele.
Okay.
Oh, look at that. A wave, a rare wave.
That's like the best wave I've seen, and there's no one on it. It's a shocker, Betty Crocker. Here we go. A peek out the back. Will somebody be in position for this one? And again, another one gets by unridden, but the deep peak is being taken off by Michele, and he gets a beautiful roll off there before the thing cascades down around him. And this young rider having a stab at it. Already 3 waves under his belt.
Una mirada más a esta última ola de Michele. Está siendo bastante inteligente en encontrar estas olas con pocket, con un espacio para hacer las maniobras bien ejecutadas. Con esta ola va a conseguir una mejor puntuación, se va a poner un poquito más cómodo en la primera posición, recordando que esto está empezando y los otros riders no necesitan mucho Por eso es importante que trate de cambiar sus scores, trate de buscar algo más fuerte para poder hacer una distancia que lo deje quedarse en la primera posición lo más posible. De todas formas, la estrategia está muy buena. Es lo que siempre se recomienda, de tratar de en los primeros 5 minutos marcar 2 olas medianas, 2 olas de score promedio, para poder después tener espacio para inventar, para hacer alguna que otra maniobra más radical. Creo que eso es lo que está haciendo Michele en esta oportunidad. Que a veces es bueno que los riders cargan en repechaje. Hemos visto grandes riders salir del repechaje y ganar eventos. Es bueno porque es como un poco una forma de despertar, como decir, bueno, tuve esa oportunidad, no lo hice como quería, ahora viene el repechaje, mi última oportunidad, me voy a replantear las cosas, voy a estudiar lo que voy a hacer y voy a hacerlo mejor. Lo mismo con Hugo, lo mismo con Federico y Jan. Todo puede pasar en realidad porque estos chicos tienen un nivelazo de bodyboard, así que vamos a ver qué pasa.
And here we go, wave out the back here, and it is Michele taking off on another wave, and bottom turns up into the lip. Nice vertical climb up the face. One maneuver wave for the 16-year-old. He claims explosivos.
No, you're reading Michael Jansen.
Sorry, El Quisco.
All right.
And here he goes. Is his El Quisco training going to come into play? He bottom turns up into the lip. And did I say the name of the place right? El
That's
Quisco.
perfect, El Quisco.
Okay, perfect. He claims Punta Dos.
It's his favorite wave.
Favorite wave in the world. Well, that's good.
I mean, he just won there.
Yeah, that's that's pretty understandable if it's his favorite place. Good on him taking a win. Likes spearfishing and does some free diving training. So this guy's he's a busy kid. Keeps pretty busy. He says, how big is the bodyboarding community in his town? 10 to 30 people. That's an interesting range.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's claiming that at some point he's going to take a break. I'll get back to that in a minute. One more replay of Federico Branco with a roll of his own. Michele is saying he thinks he's going to go train for a few years and come back to the tour when he's 21 years old. That's pretty interesting.
All right, that's because the question is, are you going to continue the tour after you finish the junior men division? Are you going to continue straight away to men? So that's the answer of his.
Well, we have answers from Rob Barber, who is down there ready for our interview. Let's hear it, Rob.
Ethan Perez, you absolutely killed it in the last heat. Super impressive. Seemed as though you were catching lots of waves, doing lots of ARSs and things. Talk me through it.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Yes, it was a difficult heat because my other competitors were very good, very talented bodyboarders also. In my heat, I try to be relaxed, catch my waves, and do my scores. And that's all I do.
And it was enough, believe me. It was really impressive. So you're marching through to the next rounds now. What are your plans for the rest of the contest?
Now I am full focus on my next hit. I don't care who is, but I'm going to do my best, or I'm going to try to do. And we're still alive in Open Division and Junior, so we are going to give everything.
100%, super impressive, bro. So would you like to say thanks to your people?
Yeah, for sure. Quisiera agradecer a todas las personas que me están apoyando, a mi familia, ahora que me estarán viendo mi mamá, mi aitite, bueno, puede tal vez, mi aita, a mi tío David Pérez, a Gaiska Guring también que me está viendo y a más gente que me está viendo. Muchas gracias a todos y también agradecer también, por último, a mis patrocinadores por el material. Muchas gracias a todos.
Gracias, amigo. Keep going, yeah? Back to you in the studio, Jane Bago.
Thank you so much. And I can hear the crowd going crazy for Ian because he just got a wave. And of course, they have to, support him as strong as possible. Check that out. This is a replay of Ian that happened while we were in an interview. I like his style, he has good shape, good reaping there. And yes, it's a complete move for the local, and I believe it's coming around. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how much he gets. But one more wave there, backwash. Just killing the dream for Hugo.
So Hugo Medina gets another wave right there. And again, rapid fire succession here. 16 minutes to go in this heat. We're waiting for some scores to come through. The local crowd on the seawall there cheering for Ayan. And meanwhile, yellow, Hugo Medina picking off another wave earlier. We saw this wave partially, but here's the whole wave, and he just gets out of there before getting thrown up onto the cement tetrapods there. So a good wave for him. Scores still coming through from that one. Ian Ahmed, 3.50 on his last wave. He's still holding firmly in fourth place. Frederico Castelo Branco from Portugal in second position. Miquel Arraigada, Michele. Geez, I'm gonna get a lot of flack for this one. 6.5 on his last wave. Pretty amazing. Highest score of the heat by far, and he's in first position. And Hugo Medina now needs a 3.56 to bump himself into advancement position. Again, third and fourth are out of the competition, so they do not want to end up in those spots. So you're going to see some clawing and some, crazy moves happening out here as we get down under 15 minutes remaining in this heat.
Bueno, este es el último hit del día, last hit of the day. Michele acaba de tomar un 6.50 sólido en la primera posición con un 6.50, un 4.75. Y la última ola del local, 3.50, sigue en la cuarta posición. En la segunda posición está Federico, que necesita un 6.76, y Hugo, que necesita un 3.56 para tomar la segunda posición. Importantísimo, esta es una ronda de eliminación. Hugo tiene que darlo todo. Esto es un buen momento para él, que está tercero, para tratar de conseguir ese 3.56. Es bastante sencillo para alguien como Hugo, que surfea muy bien, ya lo ha demostrado, y debe hacerlo ahora porque los otros riders pueden empezar a cambiar las notas y hacer más distancia. Vamos a ver qué pasa. Let's see what happens. I'm saying that it's a good moment for Hugo to try to get that 3.56 because the other riders are going to start getting more waves and, changing those scores and, of course, creating more distance for him.
All right, here we go. Blue taking off. Michele. Bottom turns up into the lip. Nice rollo. Very nice clean wave. One of the better waves we've seen for a while. Reverse into the forward. Nice combo of maneuvers. Throws another reverse. Looking for that finish with the forward, and he has not stopped maneuvering all the way across this wave. Crammed in about 4 moves on that wave. Michele looking really solid. He's trying to replace a 4.75. He may do it on this one, folks. I think this could rival his highest score of the heat, the 6.5. You can see him just back and forth, move to move, forward, reverse, with that big roll on the outside. A solid wave, right?
Very good wave, yeah. I was expecting to do the replay. No, muy buena ola. Muy buena ola de Michele. 6 puntos, mejora su sumatoria. Era lo que estaba diciendo, crea más distancia con el resto de los competidores. Vamos a ver, Federico, no. Mira, qué lástima, era una ola buena para Federico. Pero sí, está haciéndolo muy bien Michele. I was saying in Spanish before that, sometimes it's very, very good that the riders fall into the repechage round because it's kind of like a slap in the face, It's like I did everything wrong in the previous round. I kind of screw it. And right now I have to do my best. I have to get my things together and, restart and just try to, bring the best out of me because this is my last chance. And I've seen, and I'm pretty sure you too, riders coming out of the repechage and winning events. So, I think it's actually pretty cool that that's happening. And it's a case of Michele, he's completely aligned with the wave, doing what it has to do. It's surfing really good and, bringing big scores. So, yeah, sometimes repechage is a very good thing for the riders.
Well, that's what the non-elimination round is all about, really, right? It gives people a second chance because everybody has a bad heat now and then. Just get unlucky or just, something happens out there. They get another shot. They can dig their way right back into the mix. And, like you said, they can go on to win or make the final or whatever. So good for them to have this second shot. So right now, Michele winning the heat at this point, 6.5 and a 6.0. His last 2 waves were his best waves. So he's seeming to find a rhythm here in the closing stages of the heat, or at least through the middle part of the heat. And Branco from Portugal in second position. 2 sort of lower end scores, a 4.5 and a 3.65. So not a dramatically high score, and certainly within reach of our third position, Hugo Medina, who needs a 3.56. And right now, Ian Ahmed needs a 4.66 to stay in the mix out here. So those guys are within striking distance. It is not over yet. 10 minutes 40 to go, Bego.
It's their moment, and check this out, the local. I believe he's going to find something there. He doesn't need much. Goes for the roll, but yeah, is that going to be a complete move? I believe he might make it. Yes, he did. Good job. I mean, yeah, I don't know, 466. Yeah.
Well, he has to erase a 1.5. I think we'll see him do that. You know, I'm no judge, but it was good that he fought for the completion, because he just needs to get rid of that 1.5 to make that deficit a little bit less than it was.
All right. Yeah, I mean, he got only a 2.25. It makes sense, you know. I didn't really want to say much about it, but the execution was really not too clean. So, you know, it makes sense that he's getting that, you know, comparing to what we have seen throughout the heat. It's normal. All right, so situation in the water, Michele Arriagada, super solid in first position with a 6.5 and a 6. And in second, the Portuguese, revelation also in this event, surfing really good. He has been training with Joel Rodriguez, and he is on the need of 8.01 to take the lead. So far, he will be advancing if he, you know, keeps that second position. My recommendation will be to try to ditch that 3.65 and get something bigger, actually even bigger than his main score, because, you know, Hugo is on the need of only 3.56 and the local 4.66. Completely doable scores.
We could have another dramatic finish to yet another heat. Still tons of time left. Just about 8 minutes and 45 seconds to go in this heat. And a little less busy in this heat than we've seen some of the other heats. A little more lully. We are just on the high tide mark, or we just passed it a few minutes ago. So it makes sense that we're going to get a little bit of a break in the action. And from this point forward, as we wrap up the event for the day today, hopefully we'll see, you know, for those who want to go out for a little practice session or free surf, a little improvement as the swell seems to be continuing to drop. And here's a deep peak takeoff for one rider. Hard to tell. We're kind of at a distance here with this wide
Hugo.
shot. That
was it Hugo?
Hugo Medina, and got a roll off, pretty solid one from the looks of things. And here comes a little left wedger, and here we go. Red, Ian Ahmed, our local rider, Maldivian hope right here, streaking around this section, and he can't get past all those bumps. He just gets slowed down by the bumps in the wave, and he's got to be a little bit frustrated. He's looking for something better than a 2.25 to add to his 3.5 and make his case a little bit better. In fact, the way the scoring needs a 6.46.
So it was definitely Hugo. And like I told you, very stressful moments right now for Federico, because Hugo, he was looking for a small scoring. He got more than that now. Hugo is in second, knocking Federico, and Federico is now looking for a 5.46. It's not impossible, of course, for a kid that has been surfing really good throughout the event, but given the fact that there's no, you know, too much of a frequency of waves, you know, it's a bit difficult, and also we have priority, but well, Federico has the first priority. Ian, on the contrary, I mean, he is on a little bit more difficult situation. He doesn't have priority. He's on priority 4. He needs 6.46 to advance, and you know, it's a big score for him. Just analyzing what he has right now, it looks kind of difficult. We'll see what, you know, this unfolds. You never know. But I would like to thank all of our sponsors, because this event wouldn't be possible without them. It's brought to you by Visit Maldives. It's our title sponsor, and it's in association with the Ministry of Sports, Fitness and Recreation. We also have to thank especially to the Maldives Bodyboarding Association for making this happening Remember, they are the organizers, and the effort is tremendous. I have to tell you, they have done very good things for the sport. They are bringing this community, the opportunity of, professionalizing something different, which is professional bodyboarding, and they have been fighting for this event, and it's truly much appreciated worldwide. So thank you so much to the Maldives Bodyboard Association for making this happen. We also would like to thank Diragu, Mokai Hotel, Burusu Catering, One Sports, Official Events, King Sports, Print Lab, Muyas Art Box, and our supporting partners.
That's the Wellness Club, D-Tech, Malé City Council, MNDF, and the local police department. A huge thank you to all of those folks for making it happen. We're specifically benefiting from Burusu Catering, which we just had some nice little cakes in here. Very tempting. And, of course, the Mukai Hotel for making things nice and comfortable and serving great food for us for breakfast and dinner every day.
And Moja's Art Box with the Goods merchandise partner.
Yeah, for sure. And, we mentioned merch first thing this morning. If you're in this vicinity, you're around Malé, come by, pick up some of the contest merch, some great stuff out there.
All right, local hero right here. Like you said, the hope of Maldives. Let's see if he can find something. That's a nice roll, probably his best wave, because the previous one were not that smooth. So I don't see the number he needs, in order to take the second position, but he might, increase his total.
So here he goes. Bottom turns, tons of speed across this wave. He's way up in a nice trim position, waiting for some pitching lip action, and he finds it for the Rolo. So a nice, let's call it a meat and potatoes kind of a wave for him. And he's looking to shed a 2.25 score and hoping to get some scores and improves his lot here. He's looking at about 3 minutes, 50 seconds to go. He gets a 3.55. That's his high score of the heat. Still needs to find a 6.41 to move into advancing position. So tough times for Ian unless he can find the wave of the heat, folks.
Yeah, that's right. I agree with you. And we'll see. I mean, there's a huge low in the action, I will tell you, I was actually thinking that, free surf is going to be challenging as well, but we're going to go there no matter what.
Yeah, water's warm. If we had to put on a wetsuit, maybe not.
I think I'll do it anyways.
But look at that right.
Oh, right, you're right. Yes, we can do something. Oh, we're going to do the drop knee challenge.
DK challenge. We're on it.
And Rob is going to get his
GoPro.
His GoPro. So we're going to take turns filming. All right, so Hugo Medina. Muy bien, Hugo Medina, el canario. Dándolo todo ahí. Bueno, yo dije que era canario. La verdad es que estoy tratando de ver acá si tengo la información. Yo creo que no llenó la encuesta, Hugo. It's Hugo Medina from Canary Islands. I think I just said it, but I'm not really sure.
Well, that was a pretty ambitious maneuver. Here goes Ian Ahmed. He needs a big score, folks. He's going for it. Big air roll there on a long peeling right-hander. He's been working those over the entire contest, looking for the right. Seems to favor that direction. Whereas Hugo Medina just got an ARS, kind of a rough exit out of that move, a 3.10. But one more look at this from Ian.
This was actually best than the previous one, and I think he's actually, improving. Not really. It's a 3.5. Yeah, maybe the wave was a little bit too small. Judges know that. But yeah, good effort either way, It's like what happened with Amin Musa, Ian, he's 15 years of age, if I'm not wrong, and he's only starting. You have to keep in mind, people, that the Maldives is fairly new in bodyboarding. They don't have too much of a generation to look at. Of course, there's a couple of riders very good from him, like Shan Rafiu and Ali Kushwan and Yate. But one second, we're going to get back to that. Hit leader, Mikel Arriagada, he has been waiting for a long time and, just keeping the middle line and finds a air roll right there just to leave things clear that he is taking this heat, I believe. I think no one is going to be able to take that first position from him. the rest of the riders need a big score. So, it's a bit difficult.
So here he goes, maximum trim position, way up on the board. He's navigating all those bumps across the inside of the wave here. And look at this, probably the cleanest Rolo I've seen in this heat. He gets up and above the wave, beautiful style, and hops up on that end section there and just really stamping his point of victory on this heat. That was not one of his top two waves. He has a 6.5 and a 6.0. Down to the 30-second mark, it's looking like a done deal where Michele is going to take the victory here, but still a chance for third place. That's Branco to move into second position. Needs a 5.46. He has 15 seconds to find a wave, and we see somebody motoring for a wave really hard right now. Out of frame. Will he run out of time?
I think so, yes, I think so. Well, it's been decided, but I have to tell you, what a great heat, what a great day we had. Third day of competition at the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro. We are going to go to a heat recap and commercial break. Come back here for a day recap, interview, and then we're just going to say farewell till tomorrow, so don't go anywhere. Well, welcome back, everyone. We are just wrapping up the day. It's been a successful third day of competition. We had some upsets, some, of course, beautiful moments, and some, great histories to tell. So we have a day recap prepared, So I think, the director is going to be bringing us a couple of images of the best moments of the day. So let's check it out, and we're going to come back here to comment a little bit.
Let's check that out for sure.
Well, that was just so good. Remember, those were some of the best moments, you know. We had some other great moments, you know. Pamela Bowren changing the situation in the last minute. Vicente, you know, making his win in the last minutes as well.
Totally.
And,
Incredible.
You know, right now, Michele Arriaga surfing super good, coming out of the repechage round. It was really beautiful. What's your highlights?
Oh, I loved Ethan Perez's surfing. You know, he just seems to be fearless. I just chatted to him a second ago. He's like, bring it on, whoever's next. Both divisions, I'm go. You know, I was like,
Yeah,
I love that. Maxime Castillo, that buzzer beater, that was incredible to keep his nerve. Dying seconds, blasted out the highest score of the wave of the day. You know, 9.5.
Of the event.
Yeah, of the event. Yeah, taking nothing away from him. That was so sick. And then, Armide, the backflip, that was insane. You know, these guys have been busting out in waves that didn't look as though they had any bustability in them. So I was loving it.
And the ladies as well. Of course, we saw Namika. We saw many great performances. So I had to say congratulations to everyone. Even though, you know, you got eliminated, you are gaining a lot by being here. So let's hit, outside because Jay is ready with the interview. So take it away, Jay.
Okay, thanks so much, Bego. Bustability, Rob. Rob busts out a new word, a new adjective. And speaking of bustability, I have Michele Arriagada, and he was busting huge out there. Dominated the entire heat, I think.
My name is Michele. I'm very happy to be first in my heat. I was very nervous because this round was the repechage, but I'm very happy to have a second chance to go to the top.
Y las olas están muy difíciles, ¿sí?
Sí, las condiciones están bastante complicadas. Estoy un poquito enfermo, la verdad. No estoy en mi 100%, pero muy feliz de poder haber conectado dos olas buenas, las cuales me llevaron a la primera posición.
All right, ¿tienes palabras para su familia y sus amigos?
Sí, quiero mandar un saludo a mis auspiciadores, a Medusa Bodyboard Shop, MLab, Se Vea Electricidad, que siempre están ahí apoyándome. Y un saludo a mis padres, a mi mamá, mi papá, mi hermana, que los amo mucho. Gracias a ellos puedo estar aquí. Todo esto gracias a ellos y se lo dedico este triunfo. Y vamos por más.
All right, felicidades a ti. Guys, let's take it home.
It's actually super good to watch. Saludos a todo Chile. Felicitaciones por el trabajo con este niño que lo han hecho muy, muy bien. Good job there for the parents. You know, he said, I would like to thank all my family because without them, I wouldn't be here, you know.
Wow, good boy.
We have a lot of riders that are only supported by their family. So, you know, it's a normal thing and it's really beautiful. So behind a great rider, there's, you know.
Support crew at home. Really great.
Very important, you know.
Good of him to remember to thank them. The parents don't always get a nod, you know. So super cool to see. Really appreciate that.
All right, people, so this is it for the third day of competition. This is the 2024 Visit Maldives Pro, and we are coming back tomorrow. We're going to let you know the time and the planning. You have to follow the IBC World Tour. Subscribe to this YouTube channel. It's super easy, costs $0, and you're supporting this, this amazing sport, and it's a big thing to do. And I tell you, this is going to reflect in this young people career, you know.
Oh, yeah.
So follow us in the official social media. We're going to give you all the information there, and we will continue. We have a lot more to come for all the divisions. You want to add something else?
Just I can't wait for tomorrow, Bego. It's been an absolutely epic day, you know. The conditions dropped, but the standard went skyward, you know. Loved every minute of it. Let's see some more hi-fi action tomorrow.
I agree. Thank you so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.